Chapter 551 What should I do if I'm called a kid? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Tang Ping turned his head. Behind him stood two figures, one large and one small. The one who calls herself kid is a cute girl with white hair and purple eyes. The older one was a beautiful female ninja wearing a jounin uniform, carrying a ninja sword, and wearing a forehead protector with a blazing sun pattern on her forehead. The forehead protector of the castle tower has changed. The other party's appearance is amazing, but what's even more eye-catching is the mole in the corner of his eye, which fills him with a special charm. Uchiha Spring. In other words, he is Tang Ping's disciple. It was he who had arranged a large amount of resources for him, but did not personally train any disciples. Tang Ping was a little embarrassed. If he had not released the transformation technique, this situation would definitely not have happened. But he really didn't want to meet these two people with his back foot as soon as he released the transformation on his front foot. Because the identities of these two people are too embarrassing. One is the disciple and the other is his daughter. Well, the little one is none other than Ziwan. And it's not surprising that the other party doesn't recognize me. Because Tanghei is now about 12 years old, even younger than Shen, and with the modification of appearance and temperament brought about by the fairy body, only his childhood sweethearts Mei and Kangyu can recognize him. What other people think it's not easy to recognize. So it's no wonder Ziwan called him kid. Question: what should I do if my daughter calls me a brat? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. At this time, Tang Ping's mood was the same as above. The biggest good news may be that the other party doesn't know that he has a relationship with her. Anyway, neither Dohei nor Moroku, nor even Nohara Rin, the only insider, can expose this matter, so it is destined to become an unsolved mystery in the ninja world. Tang Ping hesitated and thought about how to explain his identity. Choking. A sharp ninja sword was pressed against his throat. So fast. Even Tang Ping had to admit that the opponent was frighteningly fast, and at the same time he was also very accomplished in illusion. It was the direct combination of speed and illusion that created this amazing effect. Who are you? Uchiha Izumi's tone became colder. She knew everyone in this residential area, but she definitely didn't know the little guy in front of her who was wearing loose, ill-fitting clothes. In the ninja world, even children cannot be looked down upon, so her reaction is normal. I am your teacher. Tang Ping admitted tell the truth. He showed his cards and stopped pretending. Isn't it just that the body has become smaller? A certain deaf primary school student is so embarrassed that he is just 100 million points smaller. It seems that you are preparing to go to the security department. Uchiha Izumi was a little unhappy. Because this kid said he was his teacher, so he was completely taking advantage of him. Therefore, she planned to send the other party to the security department to investigate the other party's identity and find out whose kid was so courageous. I'm telling the truth. Tang Ping spread his hands. He was really helpless. He was not lying, so why didn't anyone believe him? Humph, Sister Kwan's teacher is Mrs. Mei. You actually said you were her teacher. Are you lying? Ziwan pointed out the mistake naughtily. She didn't know why, but she liked the kid in front of her who was 1 or 2 years younger than her. If I remember correctly, Mei should be the person your teacher arranged to teach you, right? Tang Ping retorted. Yes, before he made a big plan, he had arranged all the resources for Uchiha Izumi, and naturally he asked Uchiha Mei to guide her for him. Both of them were born in Uchiha, and both were super geniuses. Coupled with Mei's status as the tribe leader, they were indeed the best mentors. You, how did you know? Xiao Ziwan was a little shocked. Because this matter is really not something ordinary people know. Even within the castle tower, they only thought that Izumi was a disciple of Mei Yi. After all, everything about the former was taken care of by the latter. You said that. Tang Ping glared at the two rebel Tian Gang guys in front of him angrily, and then pushed open the door of the house. But Uchiha Izumi hesitated and did not thrust out the ninja sword. Because she knew very well in her heart that the other party could not be an enemy, and if he was really an enemy, he would not come here. You must know that there are some of the most powerful people in the castle tower living here. If they were enemies, it would be too late to avoid them, so how could they throw themselves into a trap? After entering his home, Tang Ping found that the layout had not changed, but many places had been renovated, making it look more beautiful and easier to use. Especially when it comes to electrical appliances and the like, it's not too comfortable for people to live in. Anyway, Tang Ping is extremely satisfied with his small family. This is life. If it was like those places in the ninja world that didn't even have electricity, then he wouldn't be able to live there. This house occupies a small area, only about a few thousand square meters. Even excluding pavilions, training grounds, fish ponds, etc., the building area is thousands of square meters, which can definitely be called a super mansion. The point is that this is on the Tea Mountain. Shashan Castle, which had not been renamed before, has now become the core area of the super city with the castle tower. The land price is astonishing, even higher than Konoha. You can imagine the price of such a mansion. Well, in a port city with a population of over 1 million, the population is even larger than Kyoto. Coupled with the extremely prosperous business, the housing prices can be imagined. Hey, stop, you'll be arrested if you break in here. Ziwan, who followed, reminded Tang Ping loudly. I don't know why, but she just felt that the other person was kind, so she kindly reminded him. Because it's really not possible to break in here. After all, the Queen of Thunder and Fire and the Queen of Shadows who control the castle tower live here. Well, the latter title was secretly given by the younger generation of the castle tower. Who makes the other party look gentle on the surface, but secretly is sinister and ruthless, so they secretly gave it this title. With these two beings living at the top of the castle tower, there are no guards or anything like that, but that doesn't mean that anyone can come and go as they please. Hearing the reminder from behind, Tang Ping naturally didn't take it to heart. What he wanted to do now was to find a way to change his clothes. Now he looked like he was wearing a sack. Click. At this moment, the door was opened and a figure walked out. Under the long black shawl hair is a pure and beautiful face, but the figure wrapped in the white training uniform is very low, the two form a contradictory sense of beauty. Pure desire. Definitely this type of ceiling. Hey! Hinata Kangyu heard the noise outside and then opened the door to take a look. Unexpectedly, she found a young man she had never seen before. Her delicate brows furrowed and her beautiful eyes narrowed. Anyone who knew her well knew that this was a sign that she was going to go crazy. Don't look at her, she is as docile and obedient as a cat in front of Tang Ping. But at other times, she is more intimidating than Uchihame, because she can talk to you softly, but then turn against you and kill someone, or even kill the whole family. Even among the top officials of the castle tower, not many people dared to deal with her. Even Honglien, the disciple, is like this. He is both closed to and afraid of his teacher. Therefore, it is normal for Hinata Kangyu to be dissatisfied when a strange boy appears in her home. That is to say, the place is wrong, otherwise, she would not be able to kill someone casually. Kangyu. Dopey Eye looked at Hinata Kangyu who was taller than him in front of him and had to raise his head slightly to see his face clearly to avoid the cushion on his chest. After saying hello, he walked inside. Hearing this voice, Hinata Kangyu's movements that were about to stop the opponent stopped. Because she shouldn't be too familiar with this voice. It was this voice that saved her from the brink of death. Although the voice behind it had changed with age, she still hadn't forgotten the voice at all. Now that she heard it again, she stayed at the door as if she was under an illusion. And this scene also made Shin and Uchiha Izumi look at each other in confusion. Because they knew Hinata Kangyu's character very well, they felt that being thrown out would be the best outcome for the brat. If he was unlucky, he would either end up in jail or in the hospital. They didn't expect this to happen. Sister Kangyu? Ziwan asked carefully and tentatively, wanting to know what happened. However, what greeted her was not an answer, but the excited murmur of Hinata Kangyu. I see. I see. The more he told her, the more excited she became, because he had guessed the truth. Chapter 552 Reveal Your True Identity. It's Tang Ping. Hinata Kangyu stood at the door. His appearance when they first met appeared in her mind, and then she compared it with now. The same handsomeness, the same gentleness, the hero rescue beauty filter is fully turned on. And the other party's behavior is not without signs. Before falling asleep, the other party had been reverse growth due to the erosion of natural energy. Thinking that Tang Ping finally woke up from his deep sleep, a bright smile appeared on Hinata Kangyu's always fake smile. And this smile also frightened the two people in front of her. It's not that the smile is not beautiful, but because they didn't expect that the Shadow Queen, who always looked like she was wearing a mask, actually showed a real smile. How could they not be amazed? Thinking of the kid who just entered the house. Hiss. *2. The two of them gasped at the same time. Does she like this? Okay, come in quickly. Hinata Kangyu looked at Shin and Uchiha Izumi, whose expressions were constantly changing in front of her. She could tell what they were thinking from their expressions. It was rare that they turned around and entered the house lifelessly. At this time, Tang Ping, who had changed his clothes, also came out. Wearing a black casual top with a stand-up collar, pants of the same color, a pair of elbow-length fist of fire gloves, and short black hair, he looked energetic and handsome. Because of his body shape, the outfit he wore just now seemed like he was wearing a sack. This outfit can better show his handsomeness and immortality. Fairy spirit. It's like smelling the fresh and natural scent of nature in a heavily polluted industrial city. Succeeded. Hinata Kangyu, who was holding the tea set, looked at Dohei who walked out. Although he was asking, his tone was extremely affirmative. Well, although it was a bit unexpected, it was indeed a success. Tang Ping nodded and sat down, watching Hinata Kangyu kneeling in front of him and starting to make tea with great skill. Tea culture. But he was highly respected by the nobles. For example, the princess in the original plot learned not only ninjutsu from a young age, but also flower arrangement and tea ceremony. All major ninja clans also highly respect him. However, except for Tang He, Hinata Kangyu will not show herself to others. Talent in this area. Ziwan also reacted at this time, especially when she saw Tang Ping wearing the Fist of Fire style gloves. She felt a sense of immediacy in her heart. Fist of Fire. As Tang Ping's early ninja tool, it naturally reminded her of his identity. Tang Ping. Uchiha Danhei. If it were the other party, then my sister Kangyu's extremely abnormal behavior would be explained. And when the other party was outside just now, he had already said that he was Sister Chuan, the teacher. It's just. If I remember correctly, the other party can't be so small, right? Okay, something went wrong when I was practicing ninjutsu, that's why I became like this, so don't make random guesses. Tang Ping flicked Ziwan's forehead. The other party's eyes were moving wildly, and one could tell at a glance that he was making random guesses. Ah, is there such a magical ninjutsu in the ninja world? Ziwan covered her bullet-hit forehead and became curious. Because she never thought that there would be such a magical ninjutsu. Tisk, what is this? Tang Ping complained, but didn't explain much. Because in the ninja world, reverse growth is really nothing, and those more magical techniques are of no benefit to letting them know too early, and may even make them aim too high. After taking control of Shin, Tang He took a sip of fragrant tea, then looked at Izumi Uchiha who was sitting quietly on the sofa, and asked. Chuan, what techniques have you practiced and what resources have you used? As the other party's teacher, it was okay if I couldn't give personal guidance due to accidents before. Now that I have time, of course I have to care. At this time, Uchiha Izumi looked at Tang Ping with eyes as gentle as water. Because she knew that she was able to survive that hellish night all because of the other party. The grace of saving her life, coupled with all the subsequent favors, naturally made her unable to repay her. Once she avenged her mother, she was ready to dedicate everything to the teacher. Don't think wrongly, she was working for him. Sister May taught me the teleportation technique, Uchiha swordsmanship, and so on. Uchiha Izumi talked about the ninjutsu he had learned and the resources he used. You may have to keep it a secret from others, but you don't need to keep it secret from Tang Ping, because the other person is your savior, and he is also your teacher. The two parties are almost tied. In the ninja world, the relationship between teacher and disciple is closer than family, so it's not to blame for her attitude. It's just that the comparison between the two sides is a bit weird. One is 17 or 18 years old, and the other is only 12 years old, but the older one reports to the younger one. It seems that Mei has placed a lot of hopes on you. After listening to the report, Tang Ping nodded with satisfaction. Because Uchiha Mei did not teach her many powerful ninjutsu, but continued to lay the foundation for her while giving her various resources. Especially resources. She has already taken the first 3 stages of the power of nature. You must know that as the concentration increases by 1 stage, the contribution value required for redemption will increase geometrically. Even Terumi Mei may not be able to use the power of nature through 3 stages. Even though she is his disciple, Tang Ping cannot give her resources for free, because he believes that only by giving will there be rewards. If he gives her for free, he will only raise pigs, so apart from being generous to his own sister, he never opens the back door. Even Yamamakoji can only get the benefits if he has the task of being an experimental product, and he doesn't get it for free. From the perspective of resources, Uchihame is preparing to train her to be the leader of the Uchiha clan in the future. Although she is a disciple of Dohei, in the eyes of Uchihame, she is better. Naturally, Tang Ping would not have any objection to his disciples starting some side jobs. The foundation is solid. I can only say this, and I have also used Radiant Potion. Now her pupil power is almost overflowing. Even if her pupil power is artificially suppressed and sealed, she still follows the path of accumulation and gain. It looks like you're doing ninja style. Tang Ping could tell the direction of Quan's talent at a glance. Yes, the opponent's talents are speed and illusion, and his fire escape is also good, so the ninjutsu route is really suitable. And there is a very suitable template for reference in front of her. Stop water. The opponent's death was aggrieved, but that doesn't mean he wasn't strong. If he really frees up his hands and feet to fight, his strength may even be higher than that of the filial son. But it can only be said to be funny that such a strong man died of suicide. And there is a super advantage in learning from the other party. Shisui's training notes and techniques were all taken out by Uchiha Tera, the second elder's confidant, on the night of the genocide. It can be said that Uchiha Izumi can become an enhanced version of Shisui. Because she not only has amazing talent, but also has the resources of the castle tower to cultivate her, and her hardware is far superior to Shisui. Adding the two together, surpassing Shisui is completely a basic operation. Yes, the clan leader also gave me Senior Zisui's training notes. Chuan answered honestly. It's a good route. As for the kaleidoscope, do you want to experience it in advance? Dopey looked at Izumi sitting in front of him, who looked like a Yamato Nadeshiko, and he suddenly had an inspiration. Since the other party is taking the Shisui route, they might as well follow through to the end. Put on Shisui's pair of kaleidoscopes. Anyway, I have almost collected the experimental data myself, so it's not like I can't lend it to my brother. Let's experience it. Although it is difficult to provide benefits directly, taking care of some benefits is not a problem at all. The rules are formulated to facilitate oneself, but are not really used to restrain oneself. Kaleidoscope. Chuan looked shocked. As an Uchiha, she naturally knew what this meant. Even though she is only an elite jounin now, if she were to use a kaleidoscope, she would definitely be able to perform at the level of a shadow-level powerhouse. Note that she was already a 3 Magatama on the night of the genocide a few years ago. In the past few years, she has only been laying the foundation and accumulating information. This does not mean that the super genius is fake. If she really needs to use kaleidoscope, she will be able to display her terrifying strength in an instant, because her foundation is deep enough and her background is thick enough. Chapter 553 The current situation of the power. You can experience the Shisui kaleidoscope first and cooperate with me in the experiment. Tang Ping gave a clear reply. That means he will let her experience the real kaleidoscope first, and he has an experiment. Kaleidoscope experiment. According to legend, the abilities of each pair of kaleidoscopes are based on their own wish. If Tang Ping guides this wish, would it be equivalent to being able to tailor-make the kaleidoscope ability? Anyone else would definitely not be able to do this experiment, but Tang Ping is different. He has sufficient experimental data, and at the same time, he has a terrifyingly talented Uchiha like Izumi Uchiha at his disposal, so he can indeed do this kind of experiment. Yes, teacher. Uchiha Izumi controlled his excitement and nodded. As a disciple of Tang Ping, she has received a lot of invisible preferential treatment in the past few years, so she naturally knows how beneficial the experiment Tang Ping mentioned is. If you give it to kaleidoscope seriously, you might have to make contributions yourself, but if you experiment, you will not only get good things for free, but you will also get contributions. I understand everything. Anyway, the code is to serve them, not to restrict them. There are many places that need your help next. Tang Ping hinted. If it is Konoha's 60th year now, it means the curtain has begun. Hearing this, both Chuan and Ziwan's eyes lit up. They were not afraid of using their strength, but they were most afraid that their strength would be of no use. Okay, you go back first. Hinata Kengyu began to chase people away. Yes, Sister Kengyu. Shin and Chuan left obediently without any intention of disobedience. Whether it is Uchihame or Hinata Kengetsu, they have a powerful suppressive effect on the new generation of the castle tower. And Tang Ping knew that Hinata Kengyu was prepared to be alone with him. After the two people left, Hinata Kangyu's eyes suddenly turned into a deep star-like blue, looking extremely gorgeous. Immortal human body. Tang Ping had introduced it countless times before, and said it would be the key to enter Chaoying. How could Hinata Kangyu not be extremely curious? Your reincarnation eye has grown so fast. How many Tao-seeking jade can you gather? Tang Ping was a little curious about the growth of the Tensagen. Measuring growth progress by the number of condensed Tao-seeking jade is indeed a very clear indicator. 6. Hinata Kangyu proudly told the answer. For this growth rate, she has made a huge effort and invested a lot of resources. So soon, did Orochimaru take action? Tang Ping felt that this growth rate was a bit surprising, because it was already comparable to the Super Shadow level. Normally, no matter how much resources were invested, it would not be able to grow so fast, so it should be supported by external help. And the only one who can help is Orochimaru. I made some lists for him, so he also helped me improve my reincarnation, and I also brought back Kaimimaro's blood and test reports. Hinata Kangyu's Tensagen looked at Dohei's condition little by little, and responded casually at the same time. Even though Orochimaru is under their control, the opponent's abilities are too incredible and he dares to attack his own soul, so Dohei has told him that he must be careful when dealing with the opponent and cannot forcefully give orders. As for making orders for the other party, it is nothing to Hinata Kangyu. At the same time, getting back Kaimimaro's blood and report is also a transaction. It's not surprising that Orochimaru might be able to give us a surprise. There was a hint of expectation in Tang Ping's eyes. As for Orochimaru, his changes are pitifully small. He has not touched anything other than secret cooperation and personal relationships, so the original plot will definitely happen. Oh, really, I didn't expect that cold-blooded snake to have this effect. A voice sounded from the door. It's Mei Uchiha. Since Tanghei appeared, it was natural that she, the Queen of Thunder and Fire, who was in charge of the castle tower, would not know about it, so she rushed back as soon as possible. Don't underestimate Orochimaru. If he doesn't have enough value, I won't use other gods on him. Tanghei could naturally tell that Mei had some ill intentions toward Orochimaru. You don't need to think about the reason to know. The other party will definitely target the Uchiha. Although they dare not and will not attack the Uchiha lineage in the castle tower, it does not mean that Mei, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, has no objections. Then I really hope he can give us some surprises. Uchiha Mei came to the sofa and sat down. Several years have passed, and her appearance has not changed. She has even become much younger. She looks no older than Chuan. After all, there are extraordinary organs. What big things happened while I was sleeping? Tang Ping didn't want to go to the office to read the report, so it was best to ask the other party. And Uchiha Mei was naturally happy to be with Dopei who had just woken up from a deep sleep. Get along more, so I spoke slowly. Just when Tang Ping was sleeping. Since the castle tower's resources and energy were devoted to the big plan, there was no intention to cause trouble, so everything was calm. But the relationship with Konoha took a turn for the worse. Regardless of the daimyo or Konoha, they all secretly began to target the castle tower. First, they blocked all their intelligence and news, so that many people did not even know about the castle tower. At the same time, Miyamu Mountain and Rika Cave continued to send snakes and toads to spy on Yutani's information. The internal situation in the country of fire is like this, but the external situation is lively. The kingdom of birds directly involved all the surrounding forces. Even the kingdom of wind and the kingdom of earth were unable to calm down this chaos. Wealth is exciting. The value of guano is too high, the two major countries are living alone, and the surrounding small countries are all desperately poor, so it is not surprising to take action. And the mining of black oil in the fire/wind boundary area has turned it into a meat grinder. Black oil can not only refine the gas of the aerostat, but also extract plastic and oil. It can be called the rhythm of liquid gold. For this thing, the major forces naturally turned their human brains into dog brains. And the Kingdom of Rain has also become an underground trading center for black oil. Hearing this, Tang Ping didn't know what to say at all, because this was definitely a path that Yu Ren had never thought of before. And the Rain Ninjas were able to create two black markets and maintain them, naturally because of the Akatsuki organization who secretly took action, otherwise they would not be able to maintain this kind of business. It can only be said that whether it is bird droppings or black oil, they have all become a source of chaos and attracted the attention of all major forces, so the castle tower can only support it while he is sleeping. Since all their resources are invested in big plans, it is not surprising that development has stagnated. Of course, this does not include the Kingdom of Water. Terumi Mei is more ruthless and capable than imagined. Directly let the fog ninja seal the sea area. Anyway, as long as they are not one of their own, they will sink them all. Close the country. This is a traditional performance of the Kingdom of Water. After blocking the news, the monsters were asked to help, turning the control area into pieces of aquaculture farms, fields, pastures and the like. The Kingdom of Water does have dense fog all year round, but that doesn't mean there's no way to plant it, as long as ditches are dug well. It's not a problem at all to grow at least water potatoes. This is a kind of miscellaneous grain, but it contains a lot of starch inside. It likes yin and water, and is completely prepared for the land of water. It can be used to feed fish, shrimps, pigs, cows, etc. The demand is simply endless. It can be said that with the help of the sprites, New Kirigakure and the surrounding area with a radius of several hundred kilometers have been successfully developed into fertile land. Tens of millions of people. Over in the Kingdom of Water, New Kirigakure village already has so many people working for it. And all kinds of materials are piled up like a mountain, but due to Tang Ping's deep sleep, resources and energy are constantly being diverted, making it difficult to expand. But New Kirigakure and its surroundings have turned into a country within a country, directly preventing daimyo and nobles from entering. At the same time, the New Kirigakure village completely changed into their shape. Today's mist ninjas are only proud of themselves as castle tower ninjas, but not dissatisfied. That is to say, there are regulations to call themselves mist ninjas, otherwise they would have changed their flags and forehead protectors long ago. After listening to this, Dohei finally had a rough understanding of the situation in the ninja world during his sleep. Chapter 554 I want to be in the front row, not be eaten by others. Chapter 554 I want to be in the front row, not be eaten by others. In general, due to Dohei's slumber, the castle tower entered a stage of conservative expansion. Then, under the blockade of various major forces, it almost entered a state of no such force was found. But this does not affect the promotion of aerospace craft and ironclad ships. Now, just such factories and shipyards in the castle tower support more than hundreds of thousands of people, which shows how exaggerated the scale is. The millions of people are just the registered population, and the number of unregistered temporary workers is even greater. Industrialization. Due to its two-pillar industries of shipbuilding and aerospace craft building, the castle tower directly entered this stage. The key is that in addition to industrialization, agriculture is stronger. With the presence of the sprites and the wooden ox, they can directly utilize the territory they occupy. By the way, wooden ox has been improved several times. Reduce costs, improve efficiency, and there are also large wooden cows. Especially the large wooden cow that can be driven by the chakra core, and can drag hundreds of tons of weight at any time. At the same time, the witches also mastered the spiritual power and developed a new system. Yes, spiritual power. It's not natural energy, let alone chakra. Rather, it is a power bestowed by refining the energy of faith. Not only can witches maintain their youthful state, but it can also be used to identify lies, enhance affinity, and protect themselves. Except that it is not as good as chakra in combat, it is better in other aspects. Spiritual power. Actually, witches have existed before. However, the previous spiritual power was mixed and extremely easy to affect the user. But Yugu or Kaikong Tower has a filtering barrier specially arranged by Tanghei, so it will naturally not affect the shrine maidens under his command. Now the number of shrine maidens in the castle tower has increased. There are about a few thousand, and the number of people who master spiritual power is over 1,000, which shows how fast the spiritual power develops. Pay attention, the rule in the ninja world does not need to be too delicate, so it is not strange for a shrine maiden to manage thousands or tens of thousands of people. After all, it is not impossible for shrine maidens to recruit some subordinates to help, and some complicated and repetitive tasks can be assigned to them. At the same time, with spiritual power, ordinary people naturally cannot lie to shrine maidens, and the management efficiency is unknown. It can be said that the biggest role of spiritual power for shrine maidens is not to improve combat effectiveness, but to improve management. It is precisely because of the shrine maidens that the internal affairs of the castle tower are so efficient. After sorting out the changes in the castle tower during his sleep in his mind, Dohei looked at Uchihame and said, "Can some people be placed in Konoha Ninja School? The curtain is about to begin, how can he, a fun person, not eat melons in the front row and make arrangements in advance. Ninja school, no problem. Uchihame was very puzzled as to why she had to place people in the ninja school, but she nodded. From the past, the castle tower had never stopped poaching Konoha's people. And in Konoha, they had a best ally. Under the pressure of the other party, many ninja clans would show goodwill to them even if they did not turn to them, leaving a way out for themselves. Because no one wanted to become the next Ibarame clan. If the castle tower had not helped the other party, this clan would have disappeared completely. So, it was not difficult to place people. If it was to place high-level people, there might be problems, but although the ninja school was difficult, it was not impossible. Ninja school, is there anything worth paying attention to? Hinata Kangyu exited the state of the reincarnation eye and asked curiously. At this time, she had a preliminary understanding of Doping's immortal body, but even this understanding also made her understand why Doping would risk his life to gamble. Too strong. You will know later. Doping smiled but said nothing. How could he say that there are two children of destiny in the ninja school? Prince Naruto and Nejiriko. It can be said that the entire ninja world revolves around them. Of course, knowing that the Six Paths Lyb has noticed him, Doping is now more careful about keeping secrets and will not talk nonsense. Even if we don't talk about the Six Paths of the Pure Land, the Great Toad Sage of Miyaboku Mountain cannot be ignored. The other party's prophecy ability is also extremely daunting, so Doping will definitely not reveal some key information. If the other party dreams of the fragments of himself saying this information, it will be troublesome. Yes, the way to prevent prophecy is actually not difficult. Just don't say it. Seeing that Doping was so mysterious, Hyuga Sogitsu and Uchihame looked at each other and nodded gently. Obviously, they also understood that this information was too important, so they couldn't say it. Suddenly, a malicious smile flashed across the corner of Hinata Kangyu's mouth, and she suggested. I think, instead of arranging other people to enter, it is better for you, Doping, to enter the ninja school as a ninja student yourself. What do you think? Looking at the handsome little Doping in front of her, she couldn't help but want to tease him. What? Doping was a little flustered when he heard it. He was going to the front row to eat melons, but he never thought of becoming a melon himself. That's right, Doping, you look like this, no one in Konoha will recognize you. You can indeed disguise yourself as a ninja student, and you can let Naruko and Karin team up with you to sneak in. Uchihame looked at Doping for a few times, and nodded in agreement with Hinata Kangyu's proposal. Doping was stabbed in the back by his right-hand man, and he didn't know what to say. Before crossing, he had been complaining about those female stars in their teens pretending to be pink and tender girls, but he didn't expect that he would be hit by a boomerang now. Just go. Finally, he could only nod reluctantly. Although it was a bit embarrassing, as long as I was not embarrassed, then others would be embarrassed. It was just pretending to be a ninja school student, what was the big deal? Next, of course, they discussed the layout. But in this way, they would find that they had similarities with the Hokage system. Big things have small meetings, small things have big meetings. After the discussion, Doping also started to rush to the laboratory. Forget about rest. He slept too much and didn't want to rest anymore. The reason why he was in a hurry to go to the laboratory was not to transplant the Mangekyo for Izumi, although it was also one of the purposes, but that was just a side job. The real goal was to see something. Supernormal organ. Yes, it was impossible for Doping not to make this thing for himself. It's just that he had a lot of ideas when he made it, so it took so many years in the end. In his heart, even if he didn't have a sage body, this supernormal organ alone was enough to support him to enter the super shadow level, which showed how much hope he had placed on it. Now, with so many resources continuously invested, the extraordinary organ has finally been successfully cultivated. After knowing this, Doping naturally went to the laboratory to receive it as soon as possible. Not only him, but also Hyuga Kangyu and Uchihame followed. They were as curious about Doping's extraordinary organ as he was, and now of course they had to witness it. The core laboratory is located deep underground in the original Tea Mountain and is covered by layers of barriers. Even if you are an ungrateful person, you can't use the power of God to enter. Gurgle. Bubbles are coming out of the culture chambers one by one. In white dew is floating in the air. Yes, these are the same white zetsus that were brought back from the tomb of the mountain. Whether used as materials or experimental products, these are supreme treasures. especially Orochimaru. If you let him get one, he will definitely gain a lot of results. But Tang Ping would only give this thing to the other party unless he was mentally retarded. Even if the other party was under his control, he would not play like this. That's playing with fire. Faced with this kind of technology madman, he would only give the opponent the best if he was confused, because even if the opponent did not intend to trick him, he might just have a psychotic attack as a researcher seeking death and directly make some big moves. Hundreds of Baiju, under constant nourishment by culture fluid, are still extremely healthy even if they are harvested as leeks. Soon, they arrived at the core area. Chapter 555 Wings of the Fierce Sun. Core area. It is a place that only Tang Ping can open. Not even Hyuga Kangetsu and Uchihami I have permission to enter. It's not that I don't trust them, but I'm afraid that someone will take advantage of this power. Therefore, even if the two of them knew that the extraordinary organ had been completed, they concluded that they would no longer absorb the resources invested, but they did not know the specific situation. They didn't even see the complete form. The resources invested are various types of chemicals, nutrient solutions, culture fluids, countless. It can be said that apart from investing in the Jingkong Tower, the second largest wealth accumulated by the Castle Tower is this extraordinary organ. Really? Priceless. JPG. Even in one city, the price is far less than this extraordinary organ. The resources used to create this extraordinary organ can be used to create dozens of pieces of power armor, and many of the materials in it are of the out-of-print type. For example, the piece of 10 tails obtained from the tomb of the mountain is also a fragment of the sacred tree. It can be said that this extraordinary organ is definitely Tang Ping's pinnacle work. Buzz. The barrier light flickered and then slowly lifted. After the barrier was lifted, the disguise also disappeared, and a huge transparent glass cabin appeared in front of the three of them. Wings. A pair of dark golden crow feathers covered with countless sealing runes are soaked in it. Yes, this is the extraordinary organ that Tang Ping spent countless resources and time to create. In the ninja world, only by not being a human can you become stronger. But Dohei didn't want to learn how to get the ghost horns right like Otsutsuki, and he didn't want to learn how Hinata Kangyu installed his own tail. As for the power armor, he felt that the upper limit was a bit low, so he came up with this extraordinary organ. Wings of the Burning Sun. Just like in online games before time travel, the easiest thing for people to spend money on was various wings, so Tang Ping also got himself a pair. The materials used were mainly the fragment of the sacred tree, plus all the cultivated Hashirama cells, as well as the Fuzu tree, Tei essence, blood, and wings to create the prototype seeds. After you have the seed, you can extract the cells from Baiju's body outside to supply it with growth. Finally, the pair of wings of the fierce sun were released. If you look at it from the back, this pair of wings looks like a long dark golden cloak with a sun pattern painted on it, looking luxurious and mysterious. Whether you are strong or not is a temporary matter, but whether you are handsome or not is a lifelong matter, so Tang Ping put a lot of effort into his appearance. Is this your extraordinary organ? Uchihame looked at the pair of dark golden extraordinary organs in front of her that looked like wings and a cloak, and turned her head to look over. Well. Tang Ping stepped forward and put his right hand on the glass wall, saying as if he could feel its heartbeat, "This is definitely an extraordinary organ that can shock people." His tone was proud and confident. Because this extraordinary organ is his proud work. He poured his life's blood into it. Note, this is not driving, but telling the truth. All the knowledge and techniques mastered are applied to it, not to mention the effort and time consumed, and the Jingxu Tang Ping also extracts and cultivates it. Although the ninja world does not practice immortality, and there is no such thing as dripping blood to identify the master, cultivating it with blood essence can make this extraordinary organ adapt to itself and become its own shape. What ability does it have? Hinata Kangyu also became interested. Because she knew that Tang Ping never spoke nonsense, and since he was so proud, it meant that this extraordinary organ was indeed amazing. Can use the solar furnace. Tang Ping said the effect with a hint of ridicule on his face. Solar furnace. This is the strongest function of the wings of the Sunday. As for defense, flight, improved fire escape, and energy storage, they are completely incidental. Although they are equally powerful, they are not worth mentioning compared to the solar furnace. Solar furnace. Mei Yi murmured to herself, because she had never heard of this thing. But I don't know if Gui doesn't know, but she trusts Tang Ping very much, so she doesn't look down on him because she doesn't understand him. Instead, She looks forward to it. Yes, with the wings of the fierce sun, you can perform the Super S-level ninjutsu of the solar furnace. Tang Ping explained that the solar furnace is a ninjutsu. But this ninjutsu is a large-scale compound ninjutsu, and it requires the assistance of the extraordinary organ called the wings of the fierce sun to be able to be performed. Super S-class. This is his own evaluation. Because if we only calculate the power, the solar furnace technique is really far superior to all ninjutsu. Just like Senju Hashirama's Buddha on the top and Uchiha Madara's powerful Susanoo, the evaluation is S-level because the highest level of ninjutsu is only S-level, not because the power of the technique is only this level. And Doping's solar furnace, when combined with the immortal body, has comparable power. Destroying the world level. It can only be described in this way. Of course, it is extremely troublesome to consume and use, so he naturally cannot use it indiscriminately. After having the scorching sun wings, Doping's combat power instantly changed from the initial super shadow level to the level of being able to compete with the ninja god like Senju Hashirama. Note that it is the opponent's peak state, not the weakened state. Even if the solar furnace, the strongest ability, is not used, the scorching sun wings also have functions such as flight, defense, energy storage, and are definitely not for decoration. The next step is the implantation surgery. And doing this surgery is not difficult at all for Doping. Performing surgery on yourself. This kind of thing sounds incredible, but as long as there is a technique like the shadow clone technique, it is not a problem. Half an hour later, Doping completed the operation. The process was extremely smooth. Except that too much blood and nutrient solution were consumed during the implantation, there was nothing to say. It's really beautiful. Hinata Kangyu looked behind Doping, who stood up from the operating table and spoke immediately. The dark golden scorching sun wings hung softly behind his back, as if they were a cloak, looking noble and mysterious. Of course, there are flaws that are not cloaks, but how could Doping not know the tail heat technique, and directly use this technique to disguise the wings as a real cloak? And not only that, it can also be put into the body to disguise it. Are you going to the training ground? Uchihame is not too concerned about appearance, she is more concerned about practicality. No, Izumi should be here. Doping shook his head. This thing makes too much noise and is not suitable for experiments. It is better to explore it privately. He used the ninja crow to notify Izumi, and then it was her turn to transplant the Mangeki. Are you sure you want to give her such a dangerous thing? Hinata Kangyu suddenly reminded her. She was not even afraid that this would offend Uchihame, because Izumi was from the other clan. Uchihame was not angry, but looked at Doping with the same doubt, obviously with the same meaning. It's not that she didn't trust Izumi, but sometimes it's not about whether you can do it, but whether you have the ability. Shisui's Mangeki is too dangerous. Kota Amatsukami. With the example of Orochimaru, they were naturally afraid. It's okay, at least in a few years, Kota Amatsukami won't be able to use it again. Doping gave an affirmative answer. Shisui's Mangeki is very magical, it's like a fixed cooling time. It can't be used again before it cools down, even if the pupil power is sufficient. If it weren't for this, Doping wouldn't dare to give this thing to Chuan, even if the other party was his disciple. Although he was relieved of Uchiha Chuan, it was not impossible that someone would snatch it away and use it on himself. Therefore, Doping not only ensured the safety, but also set up a seal. If anyone dared to use it against him, there would definitely be a surprise, right, filial son? That's good. Hinata Kangyu nodded with satisfaction. Without the god of the gods, although the Mangeki is still very strong, after all, there is Susanoo and it can improve the user's chakra quality, insight, etc. in all aspects, so it is not so dangerous. Soon, Chuan came to the laboratory. Chapter 556 I Exchange. Teacher. Quickly, Chuan arrived. Because this is the most mysterious place in the castle tower. Not to mention outsiders, even inside the castle tower, not many people can enter. Even their own experimental base is built in other places, and this is a laboratory for only one person. Well, lie down. Doping said something that could be easily misunderstood. It was indeed easy to be misunderstood. It was hard not to misunderstand if you told a beautiful girl to come alone and asked her to lie down after meeting. But the environment was different. Uchihame and Hinata Kangyu were both here, and this was a small operating room with complete surgical equipment. In this case, there would be no misunderstanding. So Uchiha Izumi naturally lay down on the operating table that had just been cleaned without saying a word. Don't worry, your teacher has never killed anyone under my scalpel. Seeing that his disciple was a little nervous, Do-ping made a joke. And Izumi also fell asleep slowly under the anesthetic gas. But, Do-ping didn't rush to start, but first looked back at Uchihame and Hinata Kangya behind him. The two stared at him as if they were afraid that he would become beastly. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and Do-ping wanted to say that he was only 12 years old. What could he do? Can we be more trusting and less defensive? Facing his gaze, neither Uchihame nor Hyuga Kangya reacted. Just kidding, they already have the example of Nohara Rin, how could they create another competitor for themselves? After all, Tang Ping used to often shout things like disobedient disciple who clashes with the master and writer's ancestor. Tisk. Tang Ping snorted, then turned back. The head began the operation. Hands quickly formed seals. Buzz. A light green light condensed into a knife shape and appeared in the hand. Chakra Scalpel. A-level medical ninjutsu that tests chakra control ability very much, and now there are less than a handful of people who master it in Konoha. As for eye replacement, there are many medical ninjas in the castle tower who can do it, but the problem is that the Mangekyo is impossible for ordinary medical ninjas to touch. Nohara Rin is qualified, but with the two of them staring at him, Du-ping dare not meet the other party. Eye replacement surgery is not difficult at all for Du-ping, the ceiling of the medical field. If he does it, it can be guaranteed that no additional damage will be caused. Soon, the eye replacement surgery was over. Du-ping casually used the fine disease extraction technique to remove the impurities and drug resistance that Izumi had deposited due to long-term use of secret medicine. All medicines are 3-point poison. If various secret medicines and potions are used too much, the medicinal properties will be greatly reduced. And at this time, it is time to compete with family background and foundation. Because you can ask medical ninjas or pharmacists to help you regulate your body and reduce the attenuation of the medicine. It can be said that even if the talents of civilian ninjas and ninjas with resources are the same, their growth progress will definitely be very different. Even if he is as strong as the 4th Hokage, he has enough resources to grow up because of his teacher and wife. Otherwise, he can only grow to the top of the rank of Jonin at most. This shows the advantages of a good teacher and family. After turning off the anesthetic gas, Chuan woke up quickly. Teacher. After Chuan woke up, he instinctively wanted to attack, but he immediately remembered why he appeared here, so he controlled himself in time. It was because he knew that Tang Ping had no intention of shaking him up. If he was stabbed by his own disciple, whether he would be injured or not was another matter, but it would definitely make people laugh for the rest of their lives. Try it. Tang Ping reminded her. If it was an ordinary medical ninja who replaced his eyes and used it immediately, it would be extremely painful and might even damage his eyes. But if Dohei takes action, this situation will naturally not happen. It is even equivalent to having been nurtured for a period of time. Except for consuming more nutrient solution, there is really no disadvantage. Izumi stood up and began to try. Swish! The eyes rotated quickly and turned into a four-cornered windmill-shaped kaleidoscope. A cold chakra emerged from his body, giving a sense of evil and ominous. No wonder the second-generation Hokage said that the kaleidoscope was a cursed blood limit. This feeling is indeed uncomfortable. But Dohei knew that this was not the problem of the kaleidoscope, but the problem of the owner of the eyes. Because this pair of kaleidoscopes belonged to Shisui. He was a kaleidoscope awakened by stimulation. If he took a shortcut to awaken, it would be equivalent to blackening, and of course it would give people a sense of evil. If it were Uchihame who used the kaleidoscope, although there would also be a sense of coldness, this is because the pupil power itself is a kind of yin escape, but it would not give people a sense of evil, but would only feel like an irresistible deep sea or iceberg. Facing the pair of Mangeki, the three had different reactions. Uchihame crossed her arms and looked straight ahead, showing her domineering and strong personality. Hinata Sogitsu smiled lightly, narrowed her eyes, and could not tell what she was thinking. Dohei was curious. Because he really wanted to know what effect the Mangeki would have on Izumi. How do you feel? Are there any changes in vision, chakra? He asked very professionally, and even took out the experiment record book to record everything. It's not that he wants to be a scientific research madman, but because he has no choice. Six Paths Lyb has taken sides, which means that he has little time left, and he must improve himself and his forces as soon as possible. It feels good, vision. Izumi answered Dohei's questions carefully. Because of her strong foundation, she did not have the problem of not being able to control the Mangeki, but in terms of pupil power consumption, because her pupil power has never undergone a qualitative change, the consumption is extremely high. For example, Uchiha consumes 1 when using this pair of Mangeki, but she consumes more than 10. After all, her chakra has not really changed, so even if she has the Mangeki, her combat power is at the level of Kage, it does not mean that she is at the level of Kage. Just like the combat power of Jinchuriki starts at the level of Kage, but no one thinks that this is the strength of Jinchuriki himself. After finishing the experimental record, Dohei signaled Izumi to go back and rest first, and to keep the experiment confidential, and at the same time, he was not allowed to reveal the information about his return. Yes, Dohei was not going to announce the news that he had woken up from his deep sleep. Anyway, everything was going well for the castle tower under Uchiha's management, and he was not afraid of being seized, so everything was fine as usual. And this can also paralyze other people, otherwise if those forces knew that he was back, it might cause a lot of turmoil. If they really want to make trouble, they have to wait until the Konoha collapse plan starts. At that time, it will not only be a good opportunity to take down the Sand Ninja, but also completely solve the problem of the water country. Did they really think that the water country daimyo and the nobles were making small moves, and their castle tower didn't know about it? It was just that they didn't have the opportunity before, and it was difficult for Dohei Chenmian to take action. Now the fat meat they had eaten has been completely after thoroughly digesting it, the management staff is also there. As long as we find an opportunity, we can completely take it down. By the way, this thing is for you. Before Izumi left, Dohei threw a salt water jar to him. What was soaked in it was her original Sharingan. After she got familiar with and adapted to Shisui's Sharingan, Dohei would let her open her Mangekyo and then start the fusion experiment to see if it was necessary for brothers to fuse. And this was also a forerunner for Uchiha. Because she had no brothers or sisters, she was destined not to take the route of brother Mangekyo fusion, but only the route of Mangekyo fusion of the same clan, so it was not a random statement to let Izumi be a test subject. Just like injecting the blood of Huie into Hyaga Kangyu, the crown princess had to be used as a test subject first. For the two, Dohei was unwilling for them to take such risks, even if they had the ability to resurrect. As long as we don't tell anyone about your appearance, no one will know. Uchiha glanced at Dohei's current appearance, and a smile flashed in her eyes. Indeed, Dohei's small appearance is indeed a bit funny. And if he doesn't say it, even acquaintances can't recognize him, after all, his appearance and temperament have changed a lot. What can Dohei say? He can only harshly ravage the two in his heart, and then start to clean up his laboratory. Because he had prepared for a long time without using it before sleeping, there would be no accidents. It was a few days later when he cleaned up the laboratory. And he was going to study in Konoha as an exchange student. Chapter 557 Prince Neru. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Today's Konoha has restored its previous peace and prosperity. The streets are crowded with people, and occasionally there are strange-looking wooden cows pulling carts, and people go in and out of the shops on both sides of the street from time to time. Stop, damn kid! An angry voice sounded on the street. A man with a white scarf tied on his head was chasing after a boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks, wearing a worn-out orange sportswear, wearing goggles and holding a bag of bread. Loyalu, I won't listen to you. The blonde boy holding the bread turned around and made a face. But he didn't notice that there was someone in front of him, and he bumped into someone as soon as he turned around. The two sides collided, and the bread was scattered all over the ground. The person he bumped into was fine, but the blonde boy himself sat on the ground. He raised his head and saw 4 people in front of him. The one he bumped into was a beautiful sister with black side bangs, teardrop moles at the corners of her eyes, and a gentle temperament. Behind her were a man and 2 women of similar age. The boy had short black hair and a fresh and natural temperament. Although he looked like the guy he hated, he gave people a good impression. The red-haired girl on the left was half a head taller, and her red eyes were looking at him critically. The last girl stunned the blonde boy who was still sitting on the ground, and he even forgot to run away. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a pretty face full of vitality. It would be fine if she was just pretty. The problem was that he always had the illusion that he was like Uzumaki Naruto looking in the mirror, and felt that she was similar to him. But it was just a feeling, because from the looks of it, they didn't have much in common except for their hair and eyes. In terms of height, the other party was a head taller than him, with a tall and slender figure, and skin as white as jade. You can tell at a glance that she was from the ninja clan. As for the blonde boy himself, with a grey face, short and thin, he was completely at the refugee level, and the two were not qualified to be compared. Thinking of this, the blonde boy lowered his head in shame. But he didn't notice that a trace of pity flashed in the blonde girl's eyes, and then a deep anger ignited. "Little devil, how dare you steal food from our store?" At this time, the man with a white headscarf pressed the blonde boy's shoulders breathlessly, his face full of anger. I paid." The blonde boy quickly retorted, but his confidence was a little weak. "Humph, we don't want to sell it to you. Even if we pay, it's stealing." The middle-aged man was still angry, and then raised his right hand high, as if to slap the blonde boy sitting on the ground. The latter subconsciously closed his eyes, but did not intend to dodge. Snap! The middle-aged man's hand was caught by someone. It turned out that the black-haired boy in a black stand-up collar shirt took action. "Okay, I know the reason, don't you have any fault, get out of here." A domineering word, coupled with temperament, even without wearing a forehead protector, made the man understand that the other party was a ninja. The unruly people of Konoha are indeed not afraid of ninjas, but the prerequisite is that they are right. From the words of the black-haired boy, the other party seemed to know what happened, so the middle-aged man finally glared at the blonde boy on the ground and left. He was right in the matter, but for some reasons, he didn't want to make a big deal. "Let's go." The black-haired boy asked them to leave. "Hey!" The blonde boy got up from the ground and shouted at the backs of the people, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, what are your names?" But there was no response. Yes, the blonde boy was Uzumaki Naruto. The people he just met were naturally the four people including Doping who came from the castle tower. Only there were a few of them, but others would arrive. Anyway, the plan for Konoha's collapse a few months later was when they started to overturn the table. At this time, everything in the castle tower seemed to be normal, but it began to make secret arrangements. For example, reserve all kinds of raw materials to ensure that things can be produced as soon as the plan starts, and materials are prepared as soon as possible. Even the shrine maidens and ninjas are on the move. By the way, the number of registered ninjas in the castle tower has exceeded 4,000. Countless resources have been invested in training, but it has only doubled in a few years. Naturally, this is because this is public data, and only a few people know the real data. Anyway, the ninjas in the castle tower are distributed in several areas. There are not too many ninjas in the castle tower, and they are not afraid of being found out in this regard. It can be said that now is the period of energy accumulation before the castle tower lifts the table. Therefore, Uchihame could not follow him to Konoha immediately, and could only wait for some time. But Hinata Kangya did come, but she just didn't want to go with Tangping and the others. On the surface, Dohei and his team, a standard team of mentoring jounin plus 3 students, were sent by the castle tower for exchanges. Even though Konoha and the daimyo wished that the castle tower would die, the reality was that they did not dare to openly fall out. Even though Tangping has been missing for so long, his remaining strength is still astonishing. No matter how much he is excluded and suppressed, he can only act secretly. On the surface, everyone is still a family. If it's a family, it's completely natural for them to send new generations to communicate. But if I want to enter the ninja school, I have to report it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha Ninja School is very special. Although the power is not very great, the Hokage also serves as the principal. The Will of Fire in the textbook is a required test, and the teachers of the Sarutobi clan have been publicizing it for a long time, so these ninja students have been brainwashed. Especially for civilian ninjas, 9 out of 10 dream of becoming Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, is naturally the one they admire the most. Therefore, if an exchange student comes to visit such a special place, the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, must nod. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the Hokage building. Since they had been informed in advance, there would naturally be no drama. They were led by a government ninja and headed towards the Hokage's office on the 2nd floor. By the way, in their team, Izumi is the instructing jonin. Dohei's name was changed to Sohei, and he was a 12-year-old ninja school student from the common people. Uzumaki Naruko became Naruko, 12 years old, and Uzumaki Keirin's name remained the same, 14 years old. The name of Xiang Phosphorus remains unchanged because her red hair is too conspicuous and there is no way to hide it, so it is better to reveal her identity directly. It is no secret that the castle tower has been looking for the Uzumaki clan members. Now Uzumaki Kashumi is the tribe leader and has completely rebuilt the Uzumaki clan. By the way, Uzumaki Mito has been removed from the list. There is no way, this Uzumaki princess just sits back and watches the Uzumaki clan perish. No matter what her reasons are, she cannot be forgiven. The original Uzumaki Kashumi refused to escape to Konoha even if he died, precisely because he hated Konoha and hated Uzumaki Mito even more. Although Konoha is an ally, it is not incomprehensible to put allies together for the sake of profit. But you, Mito Uzumaki, are the princess of the Uzumaki clan, and you gave up the Uzumaki clan for Konoha, and you are not even willing to avenge it. Who do you hate if you don't hate me? Even if she later fell out with the Hokage faction over this, it would not change the fact that she chose Konoha and abandoned her clan members. The removal was indeed justified. In this regard, Tang Ping has nothing to say. This is the internal affairs of the Uzumaki clan. No matter how good his relationship with Uzumaki Yukina is, he cannot interfere. Because he was also dissatisfied with Uzumaki Mito, a love brain. It was completely the fate of being morally kidnapped by the Hokage system. If it were him, he would just beat F4 to death. Anyway, with her strength at that time, she was the invincible in the ninja world, so she was not afraid of anything happening. Soon, the group of people entered the office and saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, wearing a Hokage hat and sitting on a chair smoking. Chapter 558 The Inhuman Sarutobi Hiruzen. Gentle and kind. No matter who it was, no one could believe that this old man was actually the shadow of Konoha, the leader of the 5 great ninja villages. But in fact, the other party is indeed Hokage, and he also has the title of Ninja Bear, but now I don't know who spread the word, the title is already Ninja Bear. Anyway, the castle tower will definitely say that it has nothing to do with him. Hokage-sama. *4. A few people spoke first. After all, he is also the Hokage of Konoha. In terms of status, he is even one level higher than Uchiha, so he still needs to show his respect. Yes, Mei will send you to Konoha this time to let you understand the will of fire. You can come to me if you have any problems in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Because Uchiha Mei's letter stated that she wanted the new generation of the castle tower to come to Konoha to communicate and receive the baptism of the will of fire. How could this not make him happy? He had absolute confidence in the will of fire, and felt that as long as the castle tower was bathed in the will of fire, it would be able to reintegrate into Konoha. Once the castle tower is absorbed, Konoha's strength will explode instantly, leaving Kumigakure far behind as it pursues them more and more closely. Open. In fact, will of fire is really easy to use. To deal with those forces that have no purpose of their own. But the castle tower has been promoting the will of the blazing sun and is not afraid of this at all. And the will of fire sounds really good, but that doesn't mean there are no problems. Look at the action. As long as several battles and casualty data are laid out, people can clearly see the double standards of the Hokage system. Forget about the casualties, the resources are still monopolized by the Hokage system, which is simply inappropriate. Therefore, the will of fire is nothing more than a tool used by the upper class to brainwash civilians and seduce them for free. Unlike the castle tower, they really give you the benefits. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Chuan responded appropriately, with a calm expression on his face. Excellent acting. Because she wanted to tear him apart alive. The night of genocide had something to do with the other party. Even if the other party did not take action, it was their Hokage faction who was fueling the flames or the mastermind behind it. After all, if they weren't suppressing and ostracizing him, Uchiha wouldn't have reached that point. But Chuan can deal with it as if he doesn't know anything, even if he wants to say that his acting skills are not good. Of course, acting and disguise are also necessary skills for ninjas, and their levels are definitely not low. Ninjas are performing with their lives. Anyway, the average actor or actress is at the level of best actor and best actress, so it's hard to find someone with poor acting skills. Because if the acting skills were poor, the body might not even have been cold for how long, so how could it survive? Soon, the 4 of them left the Hokage's office. Their apparent identity is just a team sent to communicate. Naturally, they are not worthy of Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. It's just that the meaning they represent is important. Is it the Ya Whirlpool clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the empty office and muttered to himself. During the exchange just now, all his attention was on Uzumaki Koro. He had seen the information about this team a few days ago, and there were only two people among them who he cared about very much. One is Naruto. No matter the name or appearance, they are similar to Naruto, but the real difference in height and appearance is not small, and she is also a super beautiful girl. The other one is Uzumaki Phosphorus. As for the remaining two, one is named Kingping and the other is named Chuan. No matter how handsome and good-looking they are, he does not take these commoners seriously. Unfortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know that in film and television works, as long as someone looks outstanding, they can't be backgrounds. Therefore, we missed the real big fish. Suddenly, a figure with an X scar on his chin broke into the office. Hiruzen, leave the task of monitoring them to the roots. I promise to find out their true purpose. Danzo is here. Although half of his body is now wrapped in straps, he looks much younger, as if he is much smaller than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, I will never allow you to mess around. This team is an opportunity for us to reconcile with the castle tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen was anxious. He was really worried. He would hand over the task to the other party, and then Danzo would arrest the person and let him deal with the aftermath. Only when the relationship between the two parties improves can he use the will of fire to influence the castle tower. These guys must be spies sent by the castle tower. Why not arrest them first for interrogation, and then use illusion magic to erase this memory? Nothing will happen. Danzo was still a little unwilling. His roots were secretly competing with the castle tower, and he was actually at a disadvantage, so he never got much information. Now that he had the opportunity to get information, he was certainly not willing to accept it. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen flatly refused again. Because it is impossible for this kind of team to grasp much important information. If it really does grasp important information, it is impossible for others to send it as an communication team. Hiruzen, you will definitely regret it. Danzo slammed the door and left in anger. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen answered instinctively, and then made a gesture. Whoosh. A masked Anbu half knelt in front of him. Go and stare at the roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order. It sounds like a joke to let Anbu focus on the roots, but it is the norm in Konoha. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu accepted the order and stood down. The other side. As soon as she left the Hokage building, Izumi looked at Naruko, who subconsciously shrank her neck, so she could only give a helpless warning. Forget it, control it better in the future. The other party failed to control his anger just now. For a strong man like Sarutobi Hiruzen, if there is hostility and anger, the other party can easily detect it, so the secret is almost exposed. It's not hard to guess what the reason is. Naruto. The situation of the other party is indeed pitiable. Although the villagers are so repulsive, the major ninja clans know the truth. That's why the ninja school students who came from various major ninja clans did not exclude and target Naruto. Otherwise, would you really think Shikamaru, Kaiba, would you make friends with a civilian orphan like him later? Even outsiders were like this. Naruko, the twin, only had endless anger in her heart. After all, no matter what, her father died in the battle to save Konoha. If you don't ask him to be protected by the real crown prince, he won't be treated like a wild dog, right? It can only be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really not a human being. In order to make himself the only existence that the other party could rely on, he chose to acquiesce to Danzo's actions. Otherwise, with his power as Hokage, would it really be difficult to change Naruto's life and environment? Let alone asking the Anbu to provide various materials, there are problems with money alone. The fourth Hokage may not have much money, but Uzumaki Kushina is a small rich woman, and even the house she lives in is still controlled by the village. So, don't look at the time before the crossing, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen caring about Naruto, but only when you really know all this, you will know how hypocritical the other party is. It was because Naruko understood all this that she was so angry with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Got it. But now she can only nod to Chuan with grievance and admit her mistake. She knows that she was wrong just now. If the flaw is revealed, it is likely to affect their plan. Next, it is to go to the temporary residence. There is no need to worry about this at all. The castle tower has set up a lot of industries in Konoha. Just like Konoha also set up industries in the castle tower, and even some businesses can bring continuous profits to the village because of the help of their castle tower. It can only be said that no matter how much the castle tower is blocked, Konoha will protect the industries set up by the United Fruit Chamber of Commerce, Honda Chamber of Commerce and other names, without any intention of targeting them. Even if someone wants to target these industries, they will jump out. Because compared to the benefits they get from the castle tower, what they get from Konoha may be just a fraction. The location is in the first ring area, not far from the core area. It is maintained by ordinary people such as Yamajian, Shinkawa, Peninsula, Nagata, who first surrendered to the castle tower. It can be said that this is the castle tower's open and above-board base. The kind that is monitored by the Anbu at any time. Soon, they settled themselves and waited to go to Konoha Ninja School tomorrow to participate in the graduation examination. Chapter 559 Konoha has fallen. Chapter 559 Konoha has fallen. Graduation exam. It is also the time when Doping and the others arrive. The so-called exchange students do not mean going to school together, but they will participate in the Konoha mission system like graduates, and participate in the subsequent joint Chunin exam. If they really want to stay in Konoha Ninja School for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not give up so easily. The will of fire does not have to be instilled in the ninja school, it can also be instilled when performing novice missions. Since they know that they will definitely be watched, they naturally cannot cause trouble as soon as they arrive, but rest honestly and don't even go out at night. The next day, Doping and the others got up early in the morning. Famous scene. Today is a famous scene of graduation exam. As a fun-loving person, Doping naturally woke up early in the morning. Why are you a little bit wrong today? Naruto has a strong observation ability, so she naturally noticed Doping's emotional changes. Well, she and Karin don't know Doping's true identity, they only know that he is an important person, and he is absolutely trustworthy. Nonsense, Doping naturally couldn't say anything about his identity. Although he had prepared for social death, it would be best if he could keep it a secret. So only Izumi, the instructor, knew his identity in the team. This is very interesting. As a disciple, Izumi was actually the instructor of the teacher, which was completely the opposite of the rhythm of Tien Gang. Yet, I always feel suspicious. Karin was a little wary of Doping, mainly because she didn't know his true identity. That is to say, with Hinata Sogitsu's guarantee, plus the attitude of Izumi, the instructor, otherwise she would definitely be more suspicious. Don't think that Karin is a love-brained dog who licks her Josie in the original plot. But that's because she was tortured since she was a child, someone gave her some light, and she was handsome, so she naturally licked him without thinking. But this life is different. Her mother Uzumaki Kazumi was rescued from the hell of Kyuzagakure village by Doping, so she must live a happy life. Therefore, she was the most protective of the castle tower, so she was wary of strangers like Doping, fearing that he would harm the castle tower. I want to watch the show. Doping did not hide his goal of watching the show. And today's show was performed from day to night. After the daytime show, there was another show at night, so there was no need to worry about not having a show to watch. I'll go visit the others first, you go by yourselves. Chuan reminded. As a mentor, she naturally couldn't act with Doping and the others. Along the way, you can also see that Konoha is different from the castle tower. In general, there is a little more peace and decay here, and a little less vitality, but it is definitely a place to yearn for. Even in the early morning, Konoha has become lively. Soon, they arrived at the Konoha Ninja School. He was very familiar with this place. At the beginning, he honestly stayed there for 6 years. If he hadn't been used as a tool for the blackened Kakashi by Danzo during the graduation examination, he might have stayed flat to the end. It's all Danzo's fault. Today is the graduation exam, so the school is closed and only the graduates who are taking the exam are here. I don't know if the Konoha exam is difficult. Nariko looked at the Konohagakure in front of her, feeling extremely curious. Because the assessment of the castle tower is divided into 2 major categories and multiple majors. For example, liberal arts include sealing techniques, medical ninjutsu, poison techniques, management techniques, and so on. As for the military science, it is naturally ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and so on. It can be said that the castle tower does not necessarily train people to be all-rounders, but will provide targeted training. However, the more you master, the more attention you will receive. For example, Nariko is a leader in martial arts and has even defeated a Chunin head-on. Yes, you heard it right. During the exam, Uzumaki Nariko defeated the Chunin head-on. With his reflexes and fighting talent comparable to that of Minato Namikaze, combined with various resources from Yudohira and others, it is not surprising that he defeated the Chunin. This is even extremely restrained, because she was not given too powerful ninjutsu, otherwise it would not be difficult to defeat the senior ninja. After all, the exam is not held on a battlefield. Under the premise of restricted occasion, the combat effectiveness of the Chunins is extremely limited, so it is not surprising even if they are defeated. Not only is Nariko strong in martial arts, she also has a good talent in sealing techniques. Although not as good as Karin, her talent in sealing techniques is definitely not weaker than that of the three ninjas of Konoha. After all, there is vortex blood flowing in my body. It goes without saying how terrifying a ninja is who possesses both the fighting talent of Minato Namikaze and the terrifying physique of the Uzumaki clan. Having laid a good foundation in school, as long as you give the opponent some powerful ninjutsu, you can fly into the sky in an instant and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. For Konoha's assessment, as long as you pass the test and can use the three-body technique, you can graduate. Tang Ping introduced with a hint of mockery on his face. Konoha has fallen. When he graduated, the war atmosphere was oppressive, so the graduation examination required actual combat. But now, the assessment has become a joke. The main cultural subject is the will of fire. As long as you have done well in this subject, it will not be difficult to pass it. As for the assessment of the three-body techniques. Sorry, doesn't it suffice to just have hands? That's why Dohei feels that Konoha is in trouble now. No wonder even the Sand Village, which among the 5 major ninja villages can only compete with the former Kirigakure for the last place, dares to show its claws to it. Why don't you let the Sand Ninja attack the Cloud Ninja? It's just a try and it's gone. Only the three-body techniques. Mingza didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Because she really didn't expect that Konoha, as the leader of the 5 major ninja villages and definitely the strongest opponent in the hearts of the new generation of the castle tower, would be so weak. The filter is broken. How can a Konoha like this be qualified to sit in the position of one of the 5 strongest? No wonder the Cloud Ninjas are ready to make a move. No matter who it is, they will not be able to tolerate such a weak and incompetent boss who occupies the most fertile land in the entire ninja world and enjoys the best treatment. Well, you two better control your emotions later. Tang Ping gave the two of them a warning, fearing that they would not be able to hold back their laughter later. Konoha is now taking the route of happy education, quality, anyway, those who understand will understand. Chuan, the team leader, left early, and Do Ping naturally became the leader among the 3. Hinata Kangyu and Uchiha Izumi had told the two of this in advance, so they would not do anything like seizing power, so the two of them nodded slightly to show that they understood. After entering the ninja school, I saw 2 teachers coming together. One of them had a weathered face and his monkey face was full of stories. The other one was a little younger, with a pineapple hairstyle and a scar across his cheek. They are all acquaintances. The monkey-faced guy is Dohei's class teacher Sarutobi Nagawa, who can be considered both unlucky and lucky. Being unlucky means that he has taught students like Do Ping and Yamamakoji who are full of rebellious nature. Being lucky means that both of them are powerful cage-level masters with titles. The other one is even more heavyweight. Domino Irika. He can be regarded as the life mentor of Prince Ming. If it were not for him, Prince Ming might have turned to the dark side. I can only say that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really good at judging people. Knowing that with Irika's gentle and delicate personality, he will definitely be able to guide Naruto to the right path, which is the path of the will of fire. If there is no such thing as fate behind it, killing the other party will definitely mess up the plot. But if there is destiny, then even if Irika is killed, a second Irika will definitely appear. Therefore, for such key characters who can drive the plot forward, Tang Ping always tries not to move them. Being a plot foresight person is his biggest advantage. How could he possibly pit himself? But things will be different after the Chunin exam. Because he was already ready to overturn the table at that time, the plot advantage was naturally not that important. Soon, the 2 ninja school teachers separated in the corridor, and the younger one walked over. The other party had naturally seen the information of several of their exchange students in advance, so he recognized them. You must be the team that came to the castle tower for exchange, right? I'm Umino Irika, and I'm also your temporary class teacher. Follow me. Irika's temperament, like that of the big brother next door, really makes people trust and rely on him involuntarily. He is indeed very suitable for the profession of teacher. Teacher Irika, I'm Sohei/Uzumaki Karin/Nariko. *3. The three of them introduced themselves. Tang Ping didn't feel too embarrassed, since not many people knew his true identity. After saying hello, I naturally followed him to the classroom to watch today's graduation assessment. Chapter 560 Xiaoqiang. In the stepped classroom. At this time, there were dozens of ninja school students who were about to graduate. Among them are the 9 who will be called the 12 little powers of Konoha in the future. This is also Class A. Each session of ninja school students will be divided into several classes, and then some potential seeds or those with amazing backgrounds will be assigned to one class. Anyway, when it came to the class placement, the ninja school said that there was no inside story and it was all a human accident. For example, the new generations of the 3 major ninja clans, Ino, Deer, and Butterfly, have never been separated. Who would believe it if there was no behind-the-scenes manipulation? I heard that there will be exchange students coming today, is it true? Ino bumped Shikamaru next to her with her hand and asked in a low voice, who made the other party's father the Konoha military advisor. There must be no one who is more informed than him in terms of information. This question also attracted the attention of Koji, who was eating snacks next to him, as well as Kaiba, Hinata, Shino, and Sakura around him. As for Naruto, his eyes were full of Sakura, with red hearts flashing in his eyes, and he had no energy to pay attention to anything else. Second pillar, on the other hand, held his chin with his hands to pretend to be cool. His body was so cold that no one even dared to sit around him, but he was the target of all the girls' attention. No way, little girls just like such cool and handsome boys. What's more, he was born into a wealthy Uchiha family. It's no wonder that Sakura and Ino, 2 best friends, fell in love and killed each other for him. Don't get me wrong, they are just for the Uchiha bloodline, not for their bodies. Girls are trouble. Shikamaru complained in his heart, but still nodded. It's true. A team from the castle tower will serve as exchange students, divide into classes and perform tasks with us, and experience our Konoha training model. He knew that if he didn't answer honestly to satisfy Ino's curiosity, he would definitely be annoyed, so he could only tell everything he knew. It wasn't a secret anyway. It would be great if it was a handsome guy. Ino's eyes lit up when he heard this. The reason why she was eyeing Sasuke among the boys in the class was simply because the others were not handsome. Now that she heard about the exchange students, she naturally hoped that they would be handsome. It's just, where is the castle tower? Sakura asked with some confusion. As a top student, she didn't even know about this place. Regarding this question, Shikamaru had no intention of answering, but changed the topic. Yes, this is a matter of death. Although there is no explicit prohibition, everyone in the Great Ninja Clan knows that talking about the castle tower is forbidden in Konoha. Soft ban. Even though Tang Ping and the others had a great record in the first 3 battles, after such a long time, not many people still remember them. Click. The classroom door opened, and Irika walked in with 3 figures. Black hair and black eyes, blonde hair and blue eyes, red hair and red eyes. The hair and eyes of the 3 people are not the same, so they are naturally eye-catching. Well, Tang Ping himself complained that their team could definitely be called the washing, cutting, and blowing team, but they were strongly opposed, so they left it alone. Even though they didn't know what washing, cutting, and blowing meant, both Nariko and Kaoru felt a chill, so they objected desperately. So handsome. *N. The eyes of all the girls in the classroom turned into heart shapes. Although Sasuke is equally handsome, this young man with a slight smile on his face not only looks great, but also has a fresh and natural breath about him, which makes people feel like they have come from winter to spring, so naturally they are attracted by it. Very excited. Yes, little girls are so superficial. Always like handsome ones. As for money, background, etc., they come second. As for the boys, their eyes were locked on the 2 girls. Super beautiful girl. In their class, perhaps only Ino and Hinata can compare, but they are completely defeated in terms of skin, temperament, and dress. The dressing of the castle tower has always affected the trend of the ninja world. In this regard, the 2 of them have a great advantage. So beautiful. In 1 minute, I want all their information. I don't know if they like me. The boys were excited. It is normal for boys of this age to react this way when they see a beautiful girl. Some have even thought about what to name their children in the future. These exchange students. Irika began to introduce Tanghei and the others, and stated that they were only here to exchange information on Konoha's education model and experience the will of fire. The implication is that you don't think too much. They don't really join Konoha and will leave after the exchange. However, not many people heard the warning. They were all immersed in the appearance and charm of the three people, and it was impossible to think so much. Okay, sit over there. Irika pointed to the area next to Hinata and motioned for them to sit there. Hinata, sitting in the corner of the classroom like a little transparent person. Even if she is the adopted daughter of the great elder, the Hyuga clan still has no sense of existence. Well, this feeling is a bit familiar. Yes, it is a characteristic of Hinata Kangyu. Sense of presence. She is also easily ignored by others around Tang Ping, as if she has turned on her invisibility ability at any time. However, Hinata has this ability in the original plot. Now that the plot has changed drastically, she has only strengthened this ability that she already had. If she were to do assassination, her success rate would be absolutely amazing. Even though she looks shy and introverted, Do Ping has already sensed the darkness deep in her heart. Even scarier than Hinata Sogitsu back then. Anyway, Do Ping thinks it's very interesting. Come on, what era is it now? No one wants to watch the Yamato Nadeshiko style heroine anymore. Darkening and killing is the way to go. So when Uchihame prepared the big heroine package for him, he didn't stop her. He is a fun person, not a bootlicker. It's impossible for him to stop the people around him just to lick the crown princess, right? Hello. Before sitting down, Do Ping greeted the other party. Hello, hello. Hinata responded shyly. This also made the other girls in the class extremely dissatisfied, and they were all thinking, I didn't even talk to you, a little bitch, and you got the first chance. It is common for girls to quarrel over handsome guys. Just like Ino and Sakura, they used to be good friends, but they turned against each other for Suzuki. Blue friends are a disaster. And Nariko and Karin, who followed behind Dohei, looked at Hinata unexpectedly, because they saw that Dohei looked at this girl with a weak presence differently. Even if the other party was the main family of the Hyuga clan, they didn't care too much, but now it seems that the other party is not simple. However, there is still one person in the classroom who is in a state of shock. It turned out to be them. Naruto was in a state of confusion at this time. Because he didn't expect that the person who rescued him yesterday would become his classmate today. Especially Naruto, he felt close to her. But the inferiority in his heart made him dare not step forward to say hello. Okay, now let's start the graduation test. Irika spoke. Originally, it was to be in a special test room, in front of several teachers to test the three-body technique. But now that there are exchange students, the process must be changed and the assessment will be conducted directly in the classroom. Anyway, it is the three-body technique, and he, as a chunin, can do it at will, so he picked up the list and read out the first name. Uchiha Suzuki. The other party is a famous genius, so it is not bad to let him get off to a good start. After hearing the roll call, Suzuki, who was sitting in his seat pretending to be cool, stood up coldly and walked to the podium. However, in his mind, he was still thinking about the appearance of the three exchange students. For some reason, he felt a sense of danger. Seal. A person who looked like Irika appeared beside Suzuki. Very good clone technique and transformation technique. Irika praised. Then the clone turned into a substitute wooden stake and fell down. Clone technique, transformation technique, substitute technique. It is definitely the most basic ninjutsu of ninjas. It is precisely because of these three techniques that ordinary people have no meaning to ninjas. It is the rise of the flying corps that gives ordinary people the opportunity to participate in the ninja war. Otherwise, even if they are just graduated ninja school students, ordinary people have no ability to fight back. So handsome. Suzuki-kun, I like you. The little girls were very excited when they saw Suzuki walking down the stage with one hand in his pocket. Only Nariko and Karin curled their lips in disdain, but there was nothing strange about it. After all, Dohei had asked them to control their expressions before they came. Graduates began to use the three-body technique on stage. But the level. It's hard to describe. Uzumaki Naruto. Finally, it was Naruto's turn to take the test. And this was the famous scene that Dohei wanted to see, so he was also excited. Chapter 561 Famous Scene, Seduction Technique. Prince Naruto is on stage. Humph, I will definitely make Sakura look at me with new eyes, and let that arrogant guy know how powerful I am. As Naruto walked onto the stage, he looked at Sakura and Sasuke. And Karin, who had always felt a little bored, also began to pay attention. In her opinion, this kind of exam is no different from playing house. Even Sasuke, in her opinion, is just a little brat pretending to be deep. In her heart, only her own adults are the most handsome and the best. Well, ninjas are extremely precocious. She has listened to her mother telling her mother about how she saved them since she was a child. Later, she got along with her and naturally became the one she admired. Not to mention Naruto, because the two are blood-related, she can be said to be fully focused. By the way, no one has revealed Naruto's information to her. She knows nothing except that she has a twin brother in Konoha. That's why she couldn't control her emotions when she saw that scene yesterday. It's not that she has a weak ability to disguise. Let's start, Naruto. Iruka looked at Naruto encouragingly and made a come-on gesture to him. Naruto made a seal with both hands and shouted. Clone technique. The white mist exploded, and a grayish-white thing appeared beside him. Yes, the thing that was split out couldn't even be called a human, let alone Naruto. Ha ha ha. Is this a clone technique? What is that? What? Laughter continued in the classroom. Because this scene was really funny, full of confidence, and then immediately slapped in the face. Anyway, Dohei can eat as much melon as he wants. Just this melon did not disappoint his early morning anticipation. Not to mention that this is just the beginning. Naruto. Iruka was angry. Is this called clone technique? He can use the seal with his feet better than this. Teacher Iruka. Naruto touched his head a little embarrassedly, feeling a little wronged. Because he didn't know why, he just couldn't use ninjutsu well, he really tried. And in the classroom, some people were puzzled. Why? Naruto frowned and muttered to herself, because she really couldn't understand why Naruto couldn't use such a simple technique well. For her, the three-body technique was simply anything is needed, and there was no need to learn it a second time. Even if the other party's talent was not as good as hers, there was no reason why he was so bad, right? There is something interfering with his chakra. Dohei, who was watching the show, explained in a low voice. It was because of the interference of the Nine Tails chakra in his body that Naruto couldn't master the techniques that required precise chakra control. Techniques like the multiple shadow division technique, which only required great strength to work miracles and did not require chakra control at all, were the most suitable for him. Inside the body, Karin looked at Naruto with both eyes, and was about to activate the Kagura Heart's Eye to check, but was stopped by Dohei. No. They must be watched by the Anbu. Are they afraid of not attracting attention by testing the Jinchuriki at this time? Karin finally reacted and stopped testing. Jinchuriki. This identity can be guessed, but you must never use ninjutsu to test it. In fact, this identity is not difficult to guess. The other party has the title of Demon Fox, which is why the villagers reject him. The Night of the Nine-Tailed Fox brought huge losses to Konoha, so it is normal for the villagers to vent their anger on Naruto. As long as Naruto and Karin put in some effort, it is not difficult to find out this identity. Ordinary villagers would think that Naruto is the Demon Fox incarnation, but they know the tailed beasts. As long as they know the reason why Naruto was excluded, they will think of the Jinchuriki, and there is no need to use perception ninjutsu to test. Just as the three were talking, Naruto on the podium finally took out his big move. Seduction technique. As the white mist exploded, a beautiful blonde girl with her own holy light covering her chest and waist appeared in front of everyone. Note that the holy light is not a rule restriction, but because Naruto does not know the structure of girls, he cannot transform. Puff. Iruka's nose suddenly bleeds, and he falls to the ground in anger. Really awesome. Although this beautiful blonde with blue eyes is not very old, she is really very attractive. She is indeed a vixen. The ninja world is conservative, and even the scale of intimacy can make people unable to control themselves, let alone such excitement. However, this seduction technique makes a person extremely ashamed and angry. Yes, it is Naruto, she is right there. After Naruto transformed, except for the beard on his face and the model on his body, except for the holy light, it was almost the same as Naruto. And if he saw it with his own eyes, the consequences can be imagined. Whoosh! A kunai was shot out with anger, straight at the leg of Naruto who was using the seduction technique. Ding! Another kunai was shot from the tree outside the window and deflected, but there was no other reaction. Just kidding, how could the Jinkriki not be monitored and protected by the Anbu? So after discovering that he was attacked, the Anbu immediately took action to stop it. That is, the other party understood that Naruto deserved it, and Naruto did not kill him, otherwise she would not only shoot down the Kunao, but jump out directly. Swish! Tohei naturally appeared on the podium at the first time and easily broke Naruto's seduction technique. Shoo! As the mist spread, Naruto returned to normal. So handsome! How did you do this? What a pity! Do you want to die? Seeing this scene, all kinds of voices were heard in the classroom. Some people thought that Do Ping's move was too cool, and some people thought it was a pity that the welfare scene disappeared. Of course, that guy was immediately killed. After all, this kind of thing can only be seen but not said. If you say it in this situation, who will be despised if you don't? Only Naruto had murderous intent in her eyes. Obviously, she and Naruto only have hair and eyes similar, but for some reason, the other party's appearance after transformation is 90% similar to her. Fortunately, she has holy light and obvious fox whiskers on her face, otherwise she would have wanted to kill people to silence them. Even so, I always feel that the eyes that come from time to time are disturbing, as if I am not wearing any clothes. I can only say that before today, Naruto dared to say I have seen all kinds of big scenes, but now it is I have never seen this scene. You'd better not use this technique indiscriminately in the future, otherwise you... Tohei said here, looking at Naruto who was murderous. This is also good for Naruto. In the original plot, Naruto did not exist, and this technique could be used at will. But after she appeared, if the opponent still used it indiscriminately, he would definitely die very ugly. You know, Naruto has the superpower of 6 paths. Super genius, even a level higher than Chuan. Naruto really dared to continue using the seduction technique to transform into her. He was completely testing the rhythm of being on the verge of death. Even if there is a blood relationship, it does not mean that Naruto cannot finally make this decision. There are many methods such as not killing, maiming, or sealing. Naruto. Before Prince Narumi could come to his senses, Iruka, who had just been so angry that his nose was bleeding, had already stood up with a roar. At this time, Tang Ping, who had finished eating, naturally hid his identity and reputation and retreated to his own position. He can memorize the next plot. In the evening, there was another tear-jerking scene, and it was also the plot that completely made Prince Narumi decide on his dream of I want to be Hokage. King Ping, do you know what happened today in advance? Naruto suddenly spoke. After waking up from her anger, she suddenly thought of this. Because the other party said early in the morning that he wanted to watch a show, and asked the two of them to control their emotions. This style made her have a guess. Who knows? Tang Ping smiled slightly, knowing that the other party was suspicious. For ninjas, as long as they have doubts, it is not difficult to prove them. There is no disguise in his current appearance. Although his appearance and temperament have been enhanced, his foundation is still the same as before. If there is no doubt, it is easy to say, but if there is doubt, it can be really connected. The thinking ability of ninjas is not weak. People like Kai and Naruto who are single-minded are completely weird, so it is not surprising that Naruto is aware of it. Of course, it was also because Tang Ping didn't hide it in front of them at all. Yet, who knows? A smile appeared on Naruto's face and she stopped asking. Only Xiang Lu looked at the two of them doubtfully, feeling as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. All students passed the graduation exam, except Prince Ming who failed. Yes, any normal ninja can pass this test, so as long as it is not intentional, it is difficult to fail the test. Yes, it's classmate Mizuki who appears. Tang Ping can't wait to watch the second half. Chapter 562, I'm sure of Miyamu Mountain, even Jesus can't save it. Ichiraku Ramen. Suck it, suck it. Tanghei and the others were already sitting in a row, enjoying Konoha's signature delicacy. It's so delicious. Why not open a branch in the castle tower? I can definitely make money. Naruto muttered as she ate. Otsutsuki Ichiraku, who was busy behind the counter, squinted his eyes and enjoyed the compliments, but did not answer. For him, Konoha is his root, and he cannot leave it no matter what. Just like most of the people in the castle tower are refugees, no one is willing to leave their homeland until they are in desperate situation. Uncle Ichiraku, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. A familiar and energetic voice sounded, and two figures walked in. It's Prince Naru and Irika. Apparently, Irika invited Naruto to eat ramen just to comfort him after he failed the exam. He really made me cry to death. It's a pity that the two sides are not on the same side. The better he performs, the less he can stay. However, Tang Ping would not specifically target him. He could only say that if there was a chance, he would give him a ride. Naruto, even if you fail the test, it doesn't mean you can't become a ninja. Irika didn't mean to say hello to Dohei and the others, but comforted Naruto, who was like his brother. At this time, Naruto was in the depression of failing the graduation examination and did not notice anything else. Soon, the two of them finished eating and left. Tang Ping naturally paid the bill and stood up. Not walking far, I saw a ninja wearing a blue turban and short silver hair talking to Naruto, who had just separated from Irika, and finally the two walked away together. This. Xiang Phosphorus noticed something was wrong. Why were the Anbu who were watching around so blind? They seemed to not see this guy who was obviously ill-intentioned. As a member of the Uzumaki tribe with the Kagura heart eye, Xiang Phosphorus has extremely keen senses and noticed something strange immediately. Someone just wants to go fishing. Sensing her doubts, Tang Ping explained the meaning of the scene in front of him in one sentence. Yes, this is the Pua link in the original plot that uses Irika's feelings towards Naruto to solidify his dream of becoming the Hokage. Fishing. Naruto was a little worried. Although the two of them have no feelings, they do share the same blood. It is normal for her to have such emotions. Tang Ping didn't explain much. This is Konoha, and he doesn't want to talk nonsense outside. When it comes to fishing, naturally it's because there are too many flaws in the original plot. The sealed book was stolen from the Hokage's home. Do you dare to believe this? The Hokage's residence, even if it is not heavily surrounded, is definitely guarded by Anbu. In addition, the sealed book, a good thing that the Hokage covets, is just placed outside, which is simply impossible. If he was really so easy to take advantage of, he would have been taken action earlier. Therefore, it is not nonsense to say that the other party is fishing. Since someone was watching, it was naturally impossible for them to follow Naruto, so they walked around Konoha like this. Some intelligence can also be collected at this time. At the same time, you can also see the new security department. Without after the Uchiha, this new security department was directly divided up by the Hokage system. After all, it is a position with high pay, little work, and close to home, which is indeed a very good benefit. And these people's abilities are far inferior to those of the Uchiha, but their attitudes are not so unkind, so even if the order and other aspects are not as good as when the Uchiha was there, inexplicably no villagers will complain about the security department, which is completely different from the security department during the Uchiha period. However, there are also hidden dangers, that is, don't count on the security department when encountering a situation. After all, most of these people are here to eat and wait for death. Along the way, Doping was just like a bored stroll, and he went around Konoha for a few laps. Behind them, there were naturally Anbu who reported every move. But what the Anbu didn't notice was that the number of foreign caravans or personnel was slowly increasing, at least a lot more than in the same period of time before. Yes, the team on the surface of Doping was completely a bait. The ones who were specially used to attract Konoha's attention and were only responsible for watching the show, but the ones who really wanted to cause trouble were the teams that secretly entered Konoha. No. It's not called sneaking in secretly. These caravans are real, and they are not disguised. It's just that the castle tower secretly controls them, so there is no flaw in using them to do something. While strolling, Dohei also saw some things. Toads. There are unexpectedly many in Konoha. It's okay if there are normal numbers, but this number is enough to explain one thing. Myaboku Mountain must have reached some agreement with Konoha in secret. Especially thinking about the years when he was dormant, Konoha has been constantly ostracizing and suppressing the castle tower. If it weren't for the concerns about their strength, and the continuous injuries it suffered, its strength was a little insufficient, it might have taken action long ago. Myaboku Mountain. Dohei muttered the name. These toads are getting more and more annoying. It would be fine if he just stayed out of the ninja world, but how could he tolerate that he wanted to control the situation in the ninja world? A few years ago, he brought out the three Toad brothers, killed two and seriously injured one. According to intelligence, they should have been resurrected by the big Toad sage with a sage's talisman. With this lesson, the other party not only did not restrain themselves, but increased their efforts to intervene. They were really afraid that they would not die. Especially the big toad sage, whose prediction ability was too much of a hindrance. When he had the advantage of being a prophet, Dohei naturally had nothing to worry about. No matter how strong the other party's prediction ability was, it could not be stronger than his. But once he turned the table over, his prophet advantage would disappear. At that time, the big toad sage would be his biggest obstacle. So, the other party must die. Question: how to deal with a guy who can predict? Answer: just find someone who is also proficient in prediction to deal with it. During this preparation period, the busiest ones were not the castle tower, but the ghost country and Maitreya. As a shrine maiden from the land of demons, her ability to predict is not weak. With the continuous investment of resources from the castle tower, even if she is not as good as the great toad sage now, it is completely no problem to find a way to block the other party's prophetic dream. It is not that she is directly confronted with the great toad sage, but just to block the other party's prophetic dream at a critical moment. It can be said that when Du Ping woke up from his slumber but did not show up, he was on guard and calculating against Mayaboku Mountain. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the other party did not know the change in his strength and kill all the toads in Mayaboku Mountain. At least he had to kill the great toad sage. As for confidence, if there is no sage body and wings of the fiery sun, it may be a little insufficient. But with these two things, Du Ping is already at the top level of Super Shadow, and will definitely not be much weaker than the other party. What's more, there are more strong people on the side of the castle tower than just him. When they rush up, they can also solve the opponent by beating him up. If there is no profit advantage, he may be very afraid. But it was precisely because Dohei knew that the great toad sage could not be at the Six Paths level, and he also had a rough idea of the situation at Mayaboku Mountain that he dared to plan the attack on Mayaboku Mountain. Ordinary ninjas, even the 5 major ninja villages, would only think that the 3 holy places were high and mighty, and they would not have time to please them, let alone attack them, and they would not even think about it. But what a time traveler like Dohei thought was, what qualifications do you toads and snakes have to be high and mighty? I don't like having such a boss above me, die. Well, this is a mentality problem, not a strength problem. Just like the ninjas also think that the existence of nobles is normal and have not thought about solving it. In short, Mayaboku Mountain Dohei is sure to take it, and even Jesus can't save it. After playing in Konoha for a long time, when it was night, Dohei returned to his residence in an orderly manner, and then took out a crystal ball. Yes, he also knows a special technique. The technique of the telescope. This technique is only sea level, and the difficulty is not the technique, but the use of Konoha barrier to monitor. He wandered around this afternoon just because he wanted to do something at some nodes. Naruto, Karin, and Izumi who rushed back all gathered around and looked at the picture on the crystal ball. Chapter 563 Opportunity to get the Flying Thunder God Technique. In the crystal ball. At this time, the picture of Naruto appeared. He was carrying a person taller than his waist. Thick half-meter long scroll. The Book of Seals. It is also the most precious treasure of Konoha. All the forbidden techniques and secret techniques are on it, most of which were provided by the second Hokage, and even Dohei coveted it. Previously, they planned to borrow from the root, but because the root had been attacked several times, Danzo felt that the root was unsafe, so they did not borrow it from the root, which also made them miss the opportunity. Now, the things are in front of them, but the guarding is unprecedented. There are Enbu protection around, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique is also monitoring in the sky. Naruko, what do you think is the strongest ninjutsu of Namikaze Minato? Dohei suddenly asked the girl beside him. They naturally would not hide the other party's life experience, otherwise, she would not know that Naruto and herself are related by blood. Of course, Dohei did not explain to him that Prince Naruto is different from her. The other party can be said to be her brother, or not. The reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. In other words, in terms of blood, he is the descendant of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, but in terms of soul, he is an Otsutsuki. That's why Dohei had to do something for Kushina to let her have a child that really belongs to her. Of course, it doesn't matter whether she is called Uzumaki Naruko or Namikaze Naruko, it all depends on which name she likes. Flying Thunder God Technique. Naruko is naturally very familiar with Minato Namikaze, so she said it without hesitation. If I say that his improved Flying Thunder God technique is on the sealed book, what do you think? Dohei teased. Yes, Konoha's powerful ninjutsu, as long as it is not a blood secret technique, will be collected in the sealed book. Like Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God, it will naturally be on it, and even secret techniques such as Flying Thunder God. Lightning Guide will also be on it. In other words, there are too many methods in the sealing book, and even if it is stolen, it can be summoned back. Otherwise, even if it is robbed, Doping and others would have already taken it by force. What? Naruko's blue eyes flashed with excitement. She dreamed of having the Flying Thunder God technique. It's a pity that this technique is not in the castle tower. Now that she heard that Flying Thunder God is in the sealing technique, how could she not be excited? She almost wanted to reach out and fish the technique out of the crystal ball. Her foundation is extremely strong. Whether it is training from childhood or physical development, Doping and others have never been stingy with investment. Nerve reflexes and sense of space. It is her talent inherited from Minato Namikaze, the fastest in the ninja world, and she has been training and developing it since childhood, plus various resources invested, so that her talent will only be better than her father. As long as she gets the Flying Thunder God technique, she will soon catch up with or even surpass the other party. How could she not be excited about such an important technique? The Flying Thunder God technique is an improvement of the 4th Hokage based on the 2nd Hokage's research. Through the combination of sealing techniques and perception ninjutsu, this technique has undergone a qualitative change, and finally it was written into the Book of Sealing. Doping introduced the Flying Thunder God technique. Even his flame robe and golden crow style ninjutsu, the village had also considered it, but he had always dragged it away. Otherwise, he would be able to see his flame robe in the sealing technique. However, it would be okay for his flame robe to be written into the Book of Sealing. Because the point is not the technique, but the physique must be able to withstand the terrifying high temperature brought by the flame robe, which requires the natural force potion to improve the body's flame resistance. Doping looked at Naruko, whose face was full of "I want it so much," and tempted her, "Do you want it?" The prerequisite for practicing this technique is to have a sense of space or a talent for space. If you have it, you can practice it, if you don't, forget it. And Naruko has this talent, and they have been cultivating and strengthening this talent since childhood, which clearly means that they want her to follow the Flying Thunder God route, so they have long been eyeing this technique. Now is an opportunity. I want it. Naruko's tone is firm and certain. If she didn't know Doping's identity, she would definitely think this was a joke. But after realizing that the real identity of Su Ping in front of her is Doping, she naturally couldn't refuse this temptation. That's the Flying Thunder God. So her answer was without any hesitation. It depends on your luck, but if you really get it, 10,000 contribution points is not too much, right? Doping offered a price. It sounds like this price is huge. Because even the long steps to the godhood or the extraordinary organs only require this much contribution. But in fact, this is definitely a special treatment. The Flying Thunder God technique is an S-level forbidden technique for others, but for Naruko, it is a key that can make her a top powerhouse. Let alone 10,000 contributions, even 100,000 contributions are worth 1,000 times. No problem. Naruko nodded. She knew that this price was a special favor to her. If she gave it to herself without paying anything, it would break the order of equal payment of the castle tower, and she was not qualified to break it with her status and position. So this 10,000 contribution was not so much a price as a way to shut others up. Shadow Clone Technique. Doping used this ninjutsu. A shadow clone appeared. Doping glanced at Izumi, who immediately used the Shadow Clone Technique. The Shadow Clone Technique and the Clone Technique, although the effects and names are similar, the effects are completely different. A person with a little experience can see through the Clone Technique, but the Shadow Clone Technique is difficult to see through even the kaleidoscope and the Byakugan. Let's go. Tang Ping sneaked away with Chuan. After Naruko and Xiang Lian looked at each other, they pretended that everything was normal and cooperated. Cover. They had to cooperate with the shadow clones of the two of them and show that they had always been here, so that the Anbu who were watching outside could rest assured. The other side. Tang Ping took Chuan and secretly rushed towards the grove. Because he remembered very clearly that Prince Ming opened the sealed book and learned the art of multiple shadow clones. This is the opportunity. Of course there's no point in taking away the sealing technique. People can recall it with just a psychic. But while the defensive measures above are lifted, it is not a problem to obtain the Flying Thunder God technique from above. As for the telescope technique, Tanghei had already done tricks on the barrier in the afternoon, which was enough to ensure that the other party could be deceived. At the same time, if the ANBU's words were there, he could also deceive them. Her eyes are like Shisui's kaleidoscope now, and her advantage in illusion is too strong. The prophetic advantage is so cool, you can take advantage of the opportunity. It's a pity that this plugin will expire soon, so if you can get the benefits, try to get them as much as you can. If there weren't the protective measures in Hiruzen Sarutobi's book of unsealing, God knows if the above technique would have been tampered with. That's why Tang Ping thought it was a good opportunity. Soon, they saw Naruto, who was unfolding the sealed book and looking for ninjutsu. Whoosh! Chuan rushed towards several Anbu who were watching. Before these people could react, they were controlled by the blood-red Sharingan Genjutsu and stayed in place. After the illusion is lifted, they will feel that everything is normal and they will not feel that they have been lost for a while. Everyone can play illusions, and the effects are different. Replace it with an ordinary Genjutsu ninja. Let's not talk about whether we can control these professionally trained ANBU. It is a huge difficulty just to prevent the other party from noticing anything strange. But for Izumi, who had transplanted the Shisui kaleidoscope, this was just a little bit of effort. After getting rid of the spy, Izumi returned to Dopei, who had also finished his manipulations. The art of telescope. Dohei didn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay attention, so he did something so that the other party could only see Naruto learning the ninjutsu of the sealing technique and would not notice anything was wrong. In this way, these external forces have eliminated interference, and then it is their turn to take action. Wait a minute, you use the kaleidoscope to suppress the 9 tails in his body first. Tang Ping will tell you the truth directly. It might still be a little difficult to switch to other targets, but Mangekyo can be said to be a professional counterpart when dealing with tailed beasts, so Dohei is really not afraid of being unable to handle it. And as long as he doesn't think about killing Naruto, he won't be able to alert the 6 paths. Good. Chuan nodded solemnly. Then she used the teleportation technique to rush towards Naruto, who was watching the sealing technique on the grass under the tree, and Dohei followed suit. Chapter 564 Perfect Stealing. Hey, the art of multiple shadow clones. Naruto's eyes lit up as he looked at the only A-level ninjutsu he could understand on the sealed book in front of him. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as Naruto raised his head, the blood-red 4-cornered kaleidoscope occupied his field of vision. It's Chuan. Her teleportation technique is comparable to Shisui's, or even stronger, so she can naturally kill him before he can react. Kaleidoscope. It's all full firepower as soon as you take action. Facing the Jinhyuriki, the 9 tails is still the strongest, and no one can be too cautious. The reason why Konoha is afraid of Uchiha and does not allow them to have contact with tailed beasts is because the kaleidoscope is simply a killer for tailed beasts. It is clear that the 9 tails can destroy the world, but when faced with the kaleidoscope, it is as docile as a pet. Simply speechless. Now, Izumi used the power of his eyes to erode into Naruto's body. However, she did not go deep, but used Genjutsu to close Kyuubi's vision, or even make it quiet. To express it in a picture, in the sealed space, a pair of blood-red kaleidoscopes looked down, making everything quiet, even the 9 tails that was about to wake up continued to sleep. As long as the Jinhyuriki's mood is stable and he is not in danger, the sealed-tailed beast will not wake up easily. However, this kind of suppression consumes a lot of pupil power. Although Chuan has a kaleidoscope, his eye power and chakra have never transcended the shadow level transformation, so he will exhaust his eye power in less than a few minutes at most. But it's okay, this time is enough. At this time, Dohei had already stood in front of the stunned Naruto, carefully held his hand, and unfolded the sealing technique. He was afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen had something planned, and if it wasn't for Naruto, it would trigger it. The opponent was LYB, who seriously injured the opponent with a detonating talisman when Orochimaru defected. No matter how careful you are, you can't be too careful. The biggest advantage of Tang Ping is that he calculates with intention but without intention. After all, who would have thought that the sealed book would be brought out by a kid who had just graduated, and all protection would be removed? The densely packed runes and patterns on the unfolded book of seals are enough to make one's scalp tingle. Various A-level forbidden arts, S-level forbidden techniques, emerge endlessly. Even the wood release has it, even the Buddha statue on the top of the head has it, and there is also the S-level sealing technique such as the Shikigami Fusion. Anyway, it made Tang Ping's blood boil. However, he still forced himself to control his emotions and continued looking for his target. All the spells above are sealed. Only by removing the seal can you read all the information of a spell. For example, the technique of multiple shadow clones was unsealed by someone in advance. But there are only partial information about other techniques. If you really want to practice according to this, I guarantee you will be screwed to death. Soon, Tang Ping saw his target. Flying Thunder God Technique. And the name of Minato Namikaze is also listed below, indicating that this is his version. If the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God is a basic version, then the fourth Hokage's is a mature version that has been improved and expanded. However, Tang Ping just scanned the name and quickly made a seal. Untie. A large number of runes began to spread to the Book of Seals through Naruto's hands. When it comes to sealing techniques, he is now the sealing of the ninja world. However, this sealed book should be the work of Uzumaki Mito, so he couldn't completely crack it. However, under the premise that the other party has actively shut down most of its protective measures, it is not a problem for him to temporarily unlock the seal. Hurry up, hurry up. Although Tang Ping did not look at Chuan beside him, he knew that the other party's pupil power was fading quickly. It's not easy to use a kaleidoscope. Especially when there is no transformation of oneself, it is like a small horse pulling a big cart, and only 1 point of effect can be achieved with 10 points of effort. Fortunately, Uzumaki Mito's level when he made the Book of Seals was not much higher than Dohei's at the current stage, and he was also proficient in the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, so he was able to crack it quickly. As he cracked the seal, the true Flying Thunder God technique appeared on the sealed book in front of him. S-level Forbidden Technique. Flying Thunder God, get it? Thousands of words and a large number of pictures. Under normal circumstances, it is not possible to remember it even after a few days, let alone a few minutes. Gurgle. Tang Ping drank the medicine in one gulp. Sage, clearing potion. In the sage state, it is not a problem to memorize 10 lines at a glance. What's more, for a researcher like him, the most important things are development ideas and technical details. Even if they are not available, corresponding technologies can be used to fill them. I see. This thought emerged in Tang Ping's mind. The focus of the improved Flying Thunder God is actually a technique. The art of psychic communication. Use the Flying Thunder God mark to communicate with the spirits within yourself, and then respond to the communication and move forward after sensing and positioning yourself. The concept sounds simple, but in reality it is extremely difficult. Especially the sense of space. Just like in the vast universe without any reference points, how do you judge the distance between yourself and other things? Some people have no way to do it, while others can roughly guess it. The prerequisite for using Flying Thunder God is to have this sense of space, otherwise using it forcibly will result in death. After quickly reading the Flying Thunder God technique and making sure nothing was missed, Dohei put away his own technique through Naruto's hand and restored the original seal. If we don't do this, it would be equivalent to telling Sarutobi Hiruzen that someone has tampered with the sealed book. After repairing the seal, turn the sealed book back to the multiple shadow clone technique. Retreat. Tang Ping gestured to Chuan, who had blood flowing from the corner of his eyes, and then retreated quietly. The latter nodded slightly and followed him away. The multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto repeated this sentence again, but he did not notice that several minutes had disappeared. The Anbu not far away also returned to normal, but did not notice anything unusual. Illusions are so strange and terrifying. It may not be as direct as ninjutsu in terms of destructive power, but it is more dangerous. At this time, the telescope technique naturally returned to normal. However, since everything was the same as it was a few minutes ago, even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not see the problem. Knowing the intelligence in advance was the reason why Tang Ping was able to take advantage of the situation. If you don't know this information, it would be impossible to obtain the sealing technique silently without being noticed. Soon, they returned to their residence. Relief. The two shadow clones turned into smoke and dissipated. A memory stuffs into the brain, giving people a feeling of discomfort. Fortunately, the time was not long, so I don't remember much. If I remembered too much, the consequences would be serious. If an elder teaches the shadow clone jutsu, the first warning is that it cannot be used for a long time. The technique of multiple shadow clones was developed based on this technique, which can create dozens or even hundreds of shadow clones at the same time. Think about it, one shadow clone can give people a headache. If dozens, hundreds, or even more than several hundred shadow clones are released, the impact on the brain will be exaggerated. Therefore, this dog technique is forbidden because it can easily cause harm or death to the learner. In terms of endurance, Naruto can be said to be amazingly talented. Maybe Cu Shenjin has something unique in this regard. Anyway, Tang Ping really couldn't imagine what that feeling was like. It might be like his brain exploded. Seeing the two men coming back, Naruto looked at him with a sweet smile, which was completely an upgraded version of seduction. Beautiful girl technique. Facing this super beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, staring at you with this kind of eyes, who can stand this? Of course, only when Naruto knew Do Ping's true identity would she lose face. If he was just Su Ping, you can see what her attitude would be. Women will only affect the speed of my becoming stronger. Do Ping threw down a sentence and walked into his room, resisting the other party's beautiful girl technique. Yes, he ignored Naruto directly. You know, she doesn't have the fox whiskers that destroy her face, and her appearance is more delicate and beautiful. She is completely a super enhanced version of Naruto's seduction technique. But the sage state speaks toughly. Do Ping, who was still under the effect of the drug, was focused on his career. He quickly found paper and pen and began to write out the technique. For him, as long as the direction and framework were written, it was not a problem to fill in other details by himself. What's more, in the sage state, he would never forget it. Finally, after splitting a shadow clone to help and taking the sage's clearing agent, he finally completed it on the next morning. S-level Flying Thunder God Technique. Got it. Chapter 565, Dohei, Ashura, you don't want these photos to be seen by others, do you? Swish. Dohei washes up first. He is very tired from staying up all night until now. At the same time, there is the burden brought by the shadow clone technique, which means that he now has a sage body, otherwise he can't bear it at all. Only now can he experience the benefits of the sage body. The huge vitality makes him extremely energetic, even if he hasn't slept all night, he is still normal. Of course, he is definitely tired. The problem is that today is the class division of the ninja school. Super famous scene. He even prepared a camera, bought it when he was strolling around yesterday, how could he miss it? At this time, Naruto and Karin also returned from the training ground after finishing their morning class. Here. Dohei threw a scroll over. Wearing a close-fitting martial arts uniform, Naruto, who showed her budding figure, subconsciously took the scroll. Swish. Unfold it and take a look. Flying Thunder God Technique. Seeing these 5 words, she subconsciously put the scroll away. Last night she was looking forward to it, but Do Ping's cold and calm attitude made her think she had failed. But she didn't expect that she actually got the Flying Thunder God Technique. Before Naruto thought too much, Do Ping had already changed his clothes, picked up his camera, and prepared to go to the class division. No. It should be said that he was going to have fun. Especially the super famous scene, he didn't want to miss it. Go and change clothes. Seeing that the two were still staying there, Do Ping urged. After Naruto and Karin looked at each other, they quickly went back to the room to change into ninja clothes. At this time, even Karin noticed Do Ping's specialness, and naturally would not object to this normal order. More than 10 minutes later, the 3 of Do Ping entered the classroom and found a corner to sit down. Of course, it was still next to Hyuga Hinata. It was not intentional, but the other party deliberately sat in this corner where there was no one. Hinata, your body is very good. Do Ping said something ambiguous. He was not talking nonsense. In this class, besides the 3 of them, the strongest one was Prince Naruto. But that was the huge vitality brought by the Uzumaki clan and Ashura's reincarnation. But Hinata's vitality was also extraordinary. That is, Dohei had a sage body and was extremely sensitive to vitality, otherwise he would not have discovered this. In the original plot, Hinata definitely did not have such a huge vitality. What are the benefits of having a huge vitality? First, your chakra will definitely be far superior to those with low vitality. Then you will have a big advantage when practicing physical skills. Finally, you can recover quickly even if you are injured. Anyway, apart from other aspects, Hinata's chakra is definitely not weaker than that of a Jonin, about 1 card. You know, she is from the Hyuga clan, and this clan is not famous for its huge chakra. Although she has more chakra than ordinary civilians, it is not too exaggerated. The fastest growth stage of ninja chakra is from 12 to 30 years old, and it is good if it can be maintained afterwards. Therefore, the starting point of Hyuga Hinata is the end point of others. As for why the vitality is so exaggerated, it is naturally related to Uchiha. Do you remember the resources left for Hinata when the two sides met? From a few years ago to now, Uchiha has never stopped supplying various resources, so it is not surprising that the other party has such a foundation that is far beyond the original plot. On the contrary, the foundation of the second pillar should be similar to the original plot. It seems that Hyuga Kangya did not give him special treatment, and I don't know what he thinks. But Dohei will not intervene. He said hello and sat down, leaving Hinata to analyze his goal calmly. And the ninja school students who passed the test yesterday were sitting in the classroom. By the way, Naruto also passed. It would be strange if he couldn't pass if he could use the multiple shadow clone technique. I don't know who the instructor will be, I'm so looking forward to it. I heard that the village will let a Jonin lead the class this time, it would be great if our teacher is a Jonin. Tisk, we're not that lucky. Various discussions were heard. Just like when Dohei and the others graduated and were divided into classes. But also not without exception. So handsome. Suzuki is so cool. I like you, Suzuki. A group of little girls gathered together, staring at Suzuki with cold written all over his face. Among them, naturally, Sakura is wearing a pink flag skirt. And this naturally pissed someone off. Snap! A figure jumped on the table in front of Suzuki, staring at him. It's Naruto. He was so nervous that he didn't care about the atmosphere. If Suzuki was unhappy, he would confront Suzuki directly. Why is everyone shouting Suzuki non-stop, even Sakura? What's wrong with this guy? Naruto looked at Suzuki in front of him and muttered loudly, his eyes unmistakable. And Suzuki stared back, and the two sides' eyes met, as if there was thunder and lightning. Suzuki, teach this guy a lesson. Yes, teach him a lesson. The little girls were unhappy. They wanted Naruto to die for daring to slander their brother. At this moment, an accident occurred. In front of the desk where Naruto was squatting, among several boys who were guessing about the instructor, one of them said loudly, "No way," and at the same time, he turned his body and bumped his elbow on Naruto's back, making him center his weight. He jumped forward unsteadily, so he subconsciously turned around and apologized. Sorry. But after saying 3 words, he suddenly fell silent. Not only him, but everyone in the classroom also fell silent. And because the impact was so strong, the two of them were stunned for a moment and did not think of separating. Click. The crisp sound of taking photos sounded in the classroom. And this voice also woke up the two of them. Cough cough cough. The two of them separated instinctively, then covered their necks and started coughing. Damn it, you guy. I'm going to kill you. Suzuki was angry. I didn't mean it. Naruto is also very innocent. However, compared to the two of them, the expressions of the little girls standing aside looked a little more apocalyptic at this time. Yes, how can they accept this? The terrifying malice even made Naruto turn around subconsciously, just in time to see the eyes of the girls in the class who wanted to tear him to pieces. Bang bang! Especially for Sakura and Ino, the crisp sound they made when they needed their fingers seemed to indicate Hibiki's next fate. Hit him! I don't know who said something, so Naruto was drowned out by the little girl's words. Facing this battle, no one of the boys around dared to stop it, for fear that they would be affected. A group of crazy girls are more terrifying than a crazy lioness. Click. Tang Ping, who was in the corner, took all of this with his camera. He had already begun to think that if he met Azura Otsutsuki one day, he could threaten him with these photos. Azura, you don't want these photos to be seen, right? Just thinking about this scene made him extremely happy. Keep the camera carefully, as the photos inside are his spiritual food. On the other hand, Hyuga Hinata, who seemed to be a little transparent, saw this scene and thought that Dohei was a weirdo and had no idea what he was doing taking these photos. Konoha, what a disappointment! Xiangling looked at the chaotic scene in front of him with disappointment in his eyes. Because the young people of the castle tower regard Konoha as their biggest enemy to clean up the corruption in the ninja world, they did not expect that the other party would degenerate like this. Ninja school is a place to train ninjas, but here she only saw relaxation and love. So, she said this completely out of emotion. There's nothing I can do about it, who would let me have someone above me? Tang Ping shook his head. He was also very unhappy, but he had no choice. Whoever made Liu Daolyb prefer Konoha was to allow its geniuses to emerge in an endless stream. Even if the start was not smooth, they could still make a comeback with the help of these geniuses. At this moment, the class division began. Chapter 566 Classification and Winning. Hattori's thousands of troops. Chunin walked into the classroom and read out his name. Well, it's normal for a Chunin to be the leader of the team, so no one thinks it's wrong. Only Tang Ping knows that this time the class division and the lineup of leading teachers are absolutely unexpected. A student was taken away by his teacher. Soon, Zhu Xiaoqiang and Tang Ping were the only ones in the classroom. Suddenly, a beautiful female ninja with long black wavy hair, wearing a mesh tights and a red and white coat walked in. The sunset is red. Although the other party is only a special jounin, he is more famous than any jounin. Illusion specialization and stunning appearance. How can it be so famous? In this regard, Hong will naturally not refuse this fame. Because ninjas are a contradictory group. On the one hand, I want to keep my information confidential, and it is best not to even know who I am. After all, the more information about ninjas is known, the more passive they will be in battle. On the other hand, I hope that I will be famous so that I can get the maximum benefit from any entrustment or other tasks. Otherwise, titles such as White Fang, Sunin, and Golden Flash would not be resounding in the ninja world, simply because fame equals profit. So, farewell to the sunset. It looks like she is just a special jounin, but if you hire her, the price will not be lower than that of an elite jounin. For such a beautiful and powerful special jounin, the young masters all hope that the teacher is the other person. Facing these scorching gazes, Hong felt like she was back when she graduated. Inyazuka Kaiba, Abarame Shino, and Hinata from Class 8, follow me. She called out these three names. She also has some headaches about this assignment. Because except for Inyazuka Kaiba, both Hyuga Hinata and Abarame Shino are very troublesome. But she couldn't refuse, or even shirk. In the original plot, she and Asuma are lovers, so they naturally have certain privileges. But now due to the butterfly effect, she and Asuma are not lovers, but just an ordinary special jounin. And an ordinary special jounin has the same status in Konoha. Let alone refuse, he can't even dodge. Yes, Teacher Hong. Asterisk 3. The three little ones got up. As for Kurane, who was about to turn around and leave the classroom, her eyes naturally caught sight of Dohei next to Hinata, and her pupils shrank instantly. Because she felt that Tang Ping's appearance looked very familiar. As a ninja who specializes in illusions, one of the necessary conditions is a delicate mind and a strong memory. If people like Kai, Naruto, Xiao Li are so crude, illusions will definitely be useless. So Hong immediately thought about where this sense of familiarity came from. She felt that she must have seen the other person before and had a deep impression on him. However, she didn't say what she was thinking in her heart, but externally, she just left with Class 8. In fact, the reason why she noticed it was entirely because Tang Ping left such a deep impression on her. Asuma was slapped hard in front of her back then. Dohei at that time was somewhat similar to now, so it is not surprising that Hong would have this illusion. Trouble. Tang Ping naturally felt Hong's gaze and sighed in his heart. Sometimes, he also has to admire women's intuition. Totally unreasonable. The other party may have doubted him. But it's okay. By the time the other party reacts, he no longer needs to hide his identity. Besides, the other party's life in Konoha was not easy. From the intelligence, she knew that a force was forcing her to change her surname to Sarutobi Kurane, intentionally or unintentionally. As for what this force is, no one dares to say or ask. Step. At the door of the classroom, a feminine and handsome man wearing white clothes walked in. It's Asuma. However, when I see the other party, I want to scream. Because judging from the intelligence, the other party is completely different from the original plot. He is a germaphobe, feminine and handsome, has a close relationship with Danzo, etc., but they are all completely different from the original plot. Especially the close relationship with Danzo, he couldn't help but want to scream every time he thought about this. It's not surprising that the relationship between the two may be male on top of male. Tang Ping has already guessed some of the reasons. In Danzo's case, it was naturally because of Sarutobi Hiruzen that he loved Ujiu, and in Asuma's case, it was naturally because of Danzo and Northeast by East. If you want to sit in the position of Hokage, Danzo and Northeast by East will definitely be a great help. It can only be said that in order to take the position of Hokage, Asuma definitely made a big sacrifice. By the way, his strength has entered the quasi-shadow level. It is precisely because of his outstanding performance that the ninjas behind F4 are now placing their chips on him. It can be said that he has placed huge expectations on the Hokage family. Quasi-shadow level. This strength has surpassed that of his brother Sarutobi Shinosuke, and he performed well in the mission and has already earned the title of Dragon of Konoha. Well, this title can be obtained not only because of his strength. Although the Quasi-Kage is not weak, there are many in the ninja world, but his father is the third Hokage, and there are several major ninja clans behind him. With their flag raising, the difficulty of obtaining the title will naturally be greatly reduced. After entering the classroom, Asuma spoke. Class 10 Shikamaru, Koji, Ino. After saying that, he turned and left. As the son of Hokage, he can only have these 3 students. Because the 3 clans of the Inner, Deer, and Butterfly and the Sarutobi clan have a special relationship. Therefore, it is not surprising that the leading teacher of the 3 is Sarutobi Asuma, an elite jounin with Quasi-Kage ability. Now, only Dohei, Prince Neru, Urjuzi, and Sakura are left in the classroom. A female ninja with short white hair wearing a mask and a forehead protector covering her left eye walked in. The tall, slender figure and half of the face as white as jade all showed that the other party had amazing looks. Sorry, I'm lost on the road of life. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Harano Sakura from Team 7, follow me. The white short-haired female ninja, Kakashi, rubbed her head and apologized. The one who came in behind her was a man with silky shawl hair and a temperament as gentle as water, but the tear mole at the corner of her eye gave it a hint of charm. 2 beauties. One is confused and heroic, the other is gentle and charming. Let's go. Izumi also greeted Tangping and the others to leave. Since their team is openly attracting attention, everything must follow the procedure. The next step is to clear the mission normally. Tasks such as catching cats, harvesting rice, cleaning up garbage, etc. In fact, there are also these castle towers. These tasks don't seem suitable for ninjas. But actually, doing these tasks during this time, the team leader can teach the students skills in treading water, climbing trees, searching, etc., and they can also improve their bonds with the villagers. It is indeed a very good training stage. Now, Tangping and his team are holding their noses and fishing for things from the smelly ditch. On the far bank of the river, Izumi, Yuihong, and Anko were eating grilled fish and drinking wine. Well, the 8th squad also took over the same mission and is performing the mission on another river section not far away. There are many daily tasks of this kind, so it is not surprising that everyone encounters them. As for why Hongdu appears here, of course it's because she is Hong's best friend, and the two of them are completely in love with each other. Izumi was able to get along well with the two of them because of Red Lotus. She and the two of them are good friends. Izumi is Guren's good sister. She had introduced Hong and Anko through her introduction, and they had arranged to go shopping whenever they had free time in the past 2 days. Now it is normal for them to hang out together. Red, Anko, are you still unwilling to go to the castle tower? Chuan asked while eating. Hong Lian had already won over the two of them before, trying to drag them to the castle tower. It's not that they betray Konoha, but that they go to the castle tower through a long-term mission and then join in disguise. Although there is a price to pay for this, for special talents, this little money is nothing. But it has never been successful. Now Chuan is also wooing me, naturally because we are friends. However, this time the answer is a little different. Chapter 567 Guide to the Country of Waves. Let me think about it again. Hong hesitated for a moment and finally gave this reply. And her answer actually showed that her previous persistence had loosened. The reason is naturally because of the influence of the dark force. If it weren't for the fact that Konoha was the village that her father wanted to protect even to the death, Hong would have agreed to Guren's invitation and gone directly to the castle tower. Ordinary villagers don't know, but a ninja like her who often goes out of the village to perform tasks certainly understands how powerful the castle tower is now. The focus is on benefits. It is completely different from the major ninja villages. Not only do you get a basic guaranteed salary after registration, but you also get various benefits. Even your job is guaranteed after retirement, and the pension far exceeds that of other major shinobi villages. The news that the major ninja villages have tacitly blocked the castle tower is not only afraid of its strength, but also worried that the other party's treatment will cause dissatisfaction among their own ninjas. They can't fight for the treatment. Especially Konoha. Even more worried about being poached. Who knows, there have been many such things. The Uchiha family, the Abarame clan, a large number of small ninja clan, etc. all moved from Konoha to the castle tower. With these lessons learned, it is no wonder that the castle tower needs to be soft blocked. If it hadn't been banned, people's hearts would have dispersed long ago. Like Hong and Hongdu, if the two of them had not longed for their homeland, they might have voted long ago. However, as the exclusion lasted for a long time, the relationship between the two of them was exhausted, so Yui Hong was also shaken this time. Hey, what's there to think about? If we go to the castle tower, we will definitely have a better life than here. Hongdu complained directly. Yes, her and Hong's little lives were not going well. Especially her, as a disciple of the rebellious ninja, she is always on guard, and she can only accept the type of mission that involves less money, more tasks, and higher risks. I simply wished she would die in the mission. Fortunately, Hong was there. The other party relied on his reputation to receive many easy designated tasks. He only managed to support himself by pulling her to do them together. Note, the support mentioned here refers to maintaining one's own state while maintaining strength growth. A ninja is a killing machine. If he wants to maintain his own chakra growth, he doesn't just have to eat enough. He needs nutrition that is at least dozens of times that of ordinary people. Naturally, eating cannot replenish so much nutrition, so medicinal materials and various secret medicines must be used to maintain it. Coupled with medical expenses, dental equipment, etc., the income is really not very sufficient. So, for example, White Fang, when he was so strong, his life was not very good. But Red and Anko were far inferior to White Fang in strength, and they were squeezed out. If they hadn't known how to play the beautiful ninja benefit card, they might have surrendered with no way out. The two people in the original plot may have given in, so Kurane married Asuma. It can only be said that the real ninja world is indeed not as passionate and sunny as the anime. It is completely dark. Stop talking. Hong interrupted Anko. Because she is in a very confused mood now. Chuan, when will you leave when you are leading the team for this exchange? When Hong Do saw Hong like this, she did not continue to press, but asked other questions. Maybe after the Chuyunin exams are passed, but if you want to go to the castle tower, you can leave early. It will be inconvenient if I go back. Although Chuan didn't know the complete plan, he was keenly aware that there was a big move in the castle tower this time. If the two of them don't want to be involved, it's best to leave Konoha as soon as possible. Hong was silent. Just when Chuan thought the other party would refuse, she nodded, okay. Although Hong didn't know why she asked herself and Anko to go to the castle tower in advance, but she knew one thing, that is, the other party would not harm herself and Hongdu. And she was determined to surrender to the castle tower, but nominally she would take a long-term mission to the castle tower. Unless Konoha wanted to break up with the castle tower, they could not stop such missions, let alone restrict them. If they really dared to play like this, they would not want the benefits there. By the way, all the students eliminated by Konoha Ninja School in recent years were absorbed by the castle tower. All those who can register have ninja talents, but the admission of Konoha Ninja School is completely a matter of personal relationships. Unless your talent is off the charts, there can only be hundreds of people competing for those dozens of places. And on the castle tower side, even if these people can't produce any top-notch strongmen, at least they can guarantee the bottom ninja. If they have talents such as sealing techniques, medical ninjutsu, it's a big profit. Yes, Konoha Ninja School is not short of students, so it eliminated so many students with ninja talents. But the castle tower is extremely short of them. There are not many ordinary people with ninja talent, so these eliminated students are the best targets. Blood-sucking. The castle tower can grow quickly because it sucks the blood of Konoha. Of course, their blood-sucking is not without benefits for Konoha. At least Konoha doesn't need to be curled up like that, right? Serious face. The next 2 months are daily routine. And Doping and the others are not in a hurry. Because he is relaxing and adapting to his immortal body to prepare for the next war, Nariko is taking the opportunity to learn Flying Thunder God, and Karin is asking for advice on sealing techniques. Karin is not a fool. From the attitudes of Izumi and Nariko, she also guessed Doping's identity, so she pestered him every day to ask for advice on sealing techniques. The little life is really happy. But today, the events of doping and others began. The Wave Country Mission. This guy Dasna finally came to Konoha to commission. For this mission, Doping knew that it was the last mission before the Chunin exam. At the same time, this mission is also an opportunity. Because Wave Country is a small island country with a small area and only one bridge away from Fire Country, its strategic position is extremely important. If the Hidden Mist Village wants to invade Fire Country, it can use Wave Country as a forward base. At the same time, if the Lightning Country in the north wants to invade from the sea, it also needs Wave Country. So before, Wave Country was targeted by many forces, and it was really difficult to attack the castle tower. At most, a port was built as a place to rest. Now is a good opportunity. With the help of this mission, secretly control the entire Wave Country and turn it into the territory of the castle tower. This position is too critical, so it must be taken. Usually, taking action will cause a fierce reaction. But this time, the Wave Country mission will cause unrest. They will take the opportunity to take action, and naturally it will not cause too much noise. By the way, this is also an opportunity for the Mist Ninja. Zabuza and Haku. The former is easy to say. As a former rebel ninja of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he is just an elite jonin. But Haku is different. As an orphan of the Mizuno Tsuki clan, his talent is really too strong. You know, wandering with Zabuza does not have sufficient resources, and his strength growth is extremely limited. But even so, he has stimulated the bloodline limit of ice release. If various resources are invested, he will be a guaranteed cage-level genius. So, Bai is very important to the Mist Ninja. Last week, when he knew that Dasna would come to Konoha to entrust a task, Dohei sent the plan to the new Mist Village in advance, and hinted that Mei Terumi would have a genius from the Mist Village. And this is also the last chance to make a profit before the Chunin exam. Soon, Izumi came to inform them that their exchange team would set off to the Land of Waves with Team 7. It's just a sea-level mission, and with Kakashi there, Sarutobi Hiruzen is of course relieved. Even if the route wanted to send someone to follow, he stopped them. Unfortunately, what Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know was that after Danzo knew that the exchange team would also follow to carry out this mission, he secretly sent a group of root ninjas. It was difficult for him to take action in the village, but if he was outside the village, he naturally had no such scruples. At the gate of Konoha village, Izumi, Kakashi. Izumi, who led the exchange team, and Kakashi, who led Team 7, greeted each other. In addition to them, the team also had the employer this time. Dasna. A stubborn and venomous old man with a white hairband and glasses. Tisk, sending so many little ghosts to protect me, is there no strong man in Konoha? He complained in a low voice so that everyone could hear. You guy. Naruto, who was carrying a bag, was about to make trouble for the other party, but was pushed back by Kakashi. Naruto, the other party is the employer of the mission, you can't mess around. Kakashi could understand this situation, after all, it was related to his own safety. However, he would not explain how strong he was, and he could easily protect the other party even with people. Humph. Naruto turned his head away proudly. The team started to set off towards the Land of Waves. Chapter 568 Sasuke, what a miserable man. The team slowly moved forward along the road. Walk. It was just a C-rank mission. They couldn't possibly arrange a carriage or airship for them, right? So the group set out with their luggage on their backs. The 3 members of Team 7 were very interesting. The second pillar had an icy face, as if everyone owed him money. And Sakura was with red hearts in his eyes, he looked at the other person infatuatedly, while Naruto looked at Sakura with the same look. Naruko, who was throwing the weird kunao in her hand, felt a little embarrassed. After all, Naruto has a relationship with her, so it's embarrassing to be like this now. Is there anything special about this mission? Chuan, who was leading the team, asked Tang Ping in a low voice. She didn't understand why she agreed to follow him to perform this sea-level mission. By the way, Kakashi's initiative invitation to the mission would arouse suspicion if they communicated with the team's proposal. All we can say is that if there are spies, they can do whatever they want. Anyway, just pretend to be dead and stupid, especially don't kill the enemies in the mission. Tang Ping reminded in a low voice. This mission was just for fun and diversion. They didn't want to become the protagonist by speculating in stocks and becoming shareholders. Good. Izumi, Naruko, and Xianglan nodded. Otherwise, based on their strength, once they explode with all their strength, it would be really terrifying. Especially Naruko. Her current strength is on a completely different level than before. The art of Flying Thunder God has been introduced. After all, she was learning directly, and unlike Namikaze Minato who developed and improved it, the level of difficulty was naturally not the same. What's more, there are also cultivation experiences and annotations. The most important thing is that Yu Tangping is here. When it comes to the study of ninjutsu, he really crushes the level. In particular, a batch of Flying Thunder God Kunao helped to build them, directly helping them skip the most troublesome stage step by step. The boss takes you flying. It's so easy. Now, although Naruko has not yet reached the second level of Flying Thunder God, she has no problem with basic use. In the past, Naruko could only defeat Chiyunin, but after getting started with Flying Thunder God, she was invincible even against Quasi Cages and Cage levels. Yes, this technique is so rogue. It may not let you win, but it will definitely not let you lose. Even Senju Hashirama can beat him 50-50. Simply heartless. Of course, the prerequisite is that there must be enough chakra. If you don't have enough chakra and you're empty after just a few techniques, there's nothing you can do about it. Namikaze Minato's only weakness is this. If he really had infinite chakra, and combined with the Flying Thunder God at his peak, he would definitely be an invincible fighter in the ninja world. The premise is that it can break the defense instead of scraping. Unfortunately, he was too strong, so Tang Ping slashed him with a white-eyed wolf and sent his version of T0 off the field. But now that the Flying Thunder God is on his side, of course the more outrageous the better. As for a fragrant phosphorus, with Tang Ping as the ceiling guide for sealing, his level has improved by leaps and bounds. Even learned the King Kong blockade. This A-level sealing secret technique was also taught to her by Tang Ping, less contribution points. Note that Tang Ping knows this secret technique, but he does not know it, because this is a sealed secret technique that can only be used with the Whirlpool bloodline. Even though it only has an A-level rating, this is because this technique is anti-tailed beasts or specifically for giant targets. If it is used against ninjas, the effect will be greatly reduced. If it only targets tailed beasts, then it would not be an exaggeration to evaluate this technique as a Super S-class sealing technique. During the Night of the Nine Tails, Katsuyuki was in an extremely weak state and directly used this technique to tie up the complete Nine Tails until she lost her temper. Even Tang Ping is extremely greedy for this technique. After all, once you have it, taking care of the tailed beast is as easy as me beating your son. But there is no other way. The prerequisite for using this secret technique is to have Uzumaki bloodline, so he has no chance. But Xiang Phosphorus has only just been used. Now there is only one chain at most, and the sealing effect is not too strong. When you become more proficient, you can pile up your own chakra at the same time. Beating the Nine Tails is exactly like a sister beating a younger brother. You are not afraid of the other party fighting back. The strength of the two of them is not weak anymore. If Izumi is transplanted with the Shisui kaleidoscope, they will really be at full strength in the mission. Zabuza guarantees that he will come in the morning and the tomb will be erected at night. Therefore, Tang Ping's warning in advance is really necessary. Where is your castle tower? After leaving Konoha for half a day, Naruto finally focused on Dohei and the others. Well, maybe it's because of Sakura, his licking dog didn't even notice their existence before. In fact, it's not just him, Sakura is the same. There was no one else in their eyes. I can only say that it would be okay if it was in an anime, but in reality, it's no wonder Urshasa doesn't like the two of them everywhere. As long as a ninja with a normal IQ knows that he has such weird teammates, it will be difficult for him to look down on them. A small place near the sea in the south of the country of fire. Tang Ping was modest for a moment. It is indeed a small place, the population is only a few times larger than Konoha, and the same is true for the territory. Yet, Naruto did not doubt Dohei's words. Only Kakashi next to him had a funny look in his eyes. Because Naruto's reaction is normal. For the villagers of Konoha, other places are small places in the countryside. Who made Konoha not only one of the 5 great ninja villages in the ninja world, but also the leader of all ninja villages, the center of the ninja world. The development of this mentality takes more than a day or two, and it also gives them arrogance and pride. The advantage is that they are highly loyal, but the disadvantage is that they look down on people from other places. When camping at night, I want to compete with you. Uchiha suddenly looked at Tang Ping and spoke. And as soon as these words came out, the team immediately became a little quiet. Maybe he didn't expect Uchiha to do this, because he was always the one who was challenged, and he usually only had one attitude towards his classmates in the ninja school. I'm not talking about anyone, everyone here is rubbish.jpg. It is indeed surprising to suddenly challenge Tang Ping now. Okay. Tang Ping nodded. Since he has nothing to do, he naturally doesn't mind having some fun. How could he miss such a classic show like beating two pillars? It can only be said that Uchiha's life is a complete tragedy. Obviously he is taking the cold and invincible handsome guy route. But in fact, everything is deficient. He was beaten by Gaara during the Chuunin exam, was beaten by his elder brother during the duel between brothers, was played by Kiribi when he captured the Eight Tails, and finally was beaten by Naruto after the war. The whole life can be said to be either being hanged or being beaten, or on the way to being beaten. What a miserable man! Possibly because of this, he finally chose to lie down and die, directly transforming into the shape of Prince Ming, and his outlook on life changed from that of a normal person to that of a holy mother. Now, the other party is asking for a beating. Neither Kakashi nor Izumi stopped the competition between the two. Because the competition between ninjas is really normal, it is completely commonplace. The surprise was only because the challenge was raised by Sasuke, not because there was anything wrong with the challenge. Okay, Kang Ping, please help me teach this bastard a lesson. Naruto became excited. Okay. Sakura clenched her fists with an extremely excited expression on her face. Because I can see my handsome and cool Sasuke take action again. Only Naruto and Xiangling twitched their mouths after looking at each other, and looked at Uchiha with pity. Both of them now know Tang Ping's identity, and of course they know the difference in strength between them. A newly graduated Uchiha challenges the famous purifying flame in the ninja world. The gap is simply incomprehensible. Even Dasna quietly sat over and wanted to watch the competition. The two sides stood facing each other on the grass not far from the fire, forming a seal of opposition. Well, it's equivalent to a competition ceremony. Start! Kakashi announced the start of the competition. Whoosh! Sasuke immediately chose close combat. Although his chakra is much stronger than that of civilian ninjas of the same age, it is far from being wasted, so he wants to use close combat to gain the upper hand, and then use ninjutsu to make the final decision. And Tang Ping enjoyed this kind of beating children. He did not kill the opponent immediately, but used physical skills to fight with the opponent in a disciplined manner. Whoosh! The two sides were exchanging punches and kicks, just like novices pecking each other. Is this the only strength the castle tower has? Sasuke suddenly felt clear. The rain stopped and he was able to walk again. Originally, he felt a sense of oppression from this communication team, so he thought of challenging the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party's strength was just like this. Yet, Tang Ping suddenly laughed maliciously. Chapter 569 Guidance and Compensation. Wild Bite. Tang Ping suddenly punched out. Golden Crow Ninja Taijutsu. It's just that now there are only physical skills and no additional ninjutsu. There seems to be nothing special about a mediocre punch. But the power is relief. Sasuke, who had his hands crossed in front of him, was blown away a distance. The power used by Tang Ping was almost the same as that of his opponent. It can be said that being able to deliver such a powerful punch was entirely due to the strength advantage of Taijutsu. Let me show you the power of Uchiha. After Sasuke was blasted away, not only did he not flinch, but he became excited. By the way, this is the right feeling. Normally, he doesn't feel any pressure or feeling when sparring with those guys from ninja school. Only this kind of pressure can make him improve. A pair of blood-red pupils appeared. Sharingan. Sasuke seemed to be serious. At the same time, there may not be any intention of taking the opportunity to learn Tang Ping Tai technique. Uchiha was born for the battlefield, precisely because the Sharingan can learn and copy the opponent's ninjutsu and taijutsu, which made him stronger during the Vietnam War. If there is no fighting, it will not be easy to become stronger. Qin Yu Yang. Dohei stepped forward like lightning and pinched Sasuke's neck with his right hand. The most terrifying thing about this move is that it pierces the target's head with flames and then explodes. It is absolutely sure to kill everyone. Now if it is just physical skills, the effect will naturally be greatly reduced. But it's not weaker than Konoha's fluid technique. Like some ordinary punches and kicks, I still have the nerve to come up with those cool and awesome names, and I don't even have the courage to face them. As for Dohei's taijutsu, after all, he still has the skills and pertinence to exert force, and is much more valuable than Konoha's taijutsu. Therefore, this can be regarded as a small opportunity for the other party. After all, compared to the crown princess, Ursula was at a huge disadvantage. The second pillar was very embarrassed. This is already the end of the road. The speed and strength are reduced to the same level. It shows his advantages in physical skills. Tanghei is a time traveler. Even if he has never learned the power techniques, he has heard of them. Combining the knowledge of chakra and the ninja world, it is difficult to be strong in physical skills. Just like now, the eyes of Kakashi, Izumi, Naruto, and Karin are all shining brightly. Because everyone can see how excellent Tang Ping's physical skills are. Posture and method of exerting force. Directly let Dohei use the speed and strength similar to Sasuke to hit him with his Sharingan open. How terrifying! He is a cheating person, but being beaten up is simply unreasonable. What kind of physical skill is this? It's so strong. Even a person as crude as Naruto can see how powerful this type of taijutsu is. Kainmuryu Ninja Taijutsu, this is just taijutsu now. Naruto explained in a low voice. That's her. If it were Uzumaki Kosaki, she wouldn't pay attention to Naruto at all. What, this is ninjutsu? Sakura next to her was a little stunned. As a top student, she naturally knew how powerful this set of taijutsu was, but she did not expect that it was a ninja taijutsu. In other words, the effect shown now may not even be half. That's right. Naruto nodded. For Sakura, she was a little disdainful of his personality, but she recognized his abilities. He was a being with a strong talent for precise chakra control. Sakura was so sad after getting the answer. Because everyone has just graduated from the ninja school, you have already learned such a powerful taijutsu, how can you not feel sore? In fact, there are not many people who are qualified to learn the Golden Crow fluid technique in the castle tower. If it is ninjutsu, there are even fewer people who can learn it. All your movements are invisible in front of these eyes. After the second pillar was beaten for a long time, he suddenly punched out confidently. Wild bite. Yes, he has already copied this trick. Yet, Tang Ping blasted out the same wild bite with a mischievous smile on his face. Relief. Hand over of fists. It was obviously the same movement and the same power, but Sasuke was sent flying a few steps. The Golden Crow fluid technique is not just about postures, the focus is on the internal method of exerting force. And this method of exerting force is the core. That's it. Tang Ping looked at Zuzu who was steadying his body and teased. Beating the cold and pretentious opponent will indeed make you feel happy. Hearing the taunt, Sasuke formed a seal with his hands. Fire escape. The art of powerful fireball. He directly spit out a huge fireball. I have to say that although this jutsu is only a C-level ninjutsu, its power is almost as powerful as a B-level ninjutsu. The biggest weakness is the hit rate. If you don't grasp the timing of release, it will be difficult to hit the target. Boom! In the huge explosion, flames swept through an area, which looked spectacular. Is it the shame of fire escape technique? Dohei's complaints sounded from beside Sasuke. Before time travel, countless people complained about this technique. The power is strong, and the force level is not low, but it has no record, which is simply a crime. You guy! After hearing what Dohei said about the fire escape of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke was really angry and pulled out a scroll. Relief. A huge Fuma shuriken appeared in his hand. The Uchiha throwing technique is unique in the ninja world, and combined with the observation power of the Sharingan, it is simply terrifying. But Tang Ping had no intention of disturbing the other party. Even the two leading teachers, Lien Chuan and Kakashi, are the same. Kakashi knew Dohei's identity. After all, it was the other party's initiative to invite the exchange team to perform the mission together, so of course he wouldn't worry about the competition. Not to mention Izumi, let alone Uchiha Sasuke, even the third Hokage felt that her teacher would win. Sasuke threw out the large Fuma shuriken with all his strength. The high-speed rotating shuriken has amazing lethality, and it is also controlled by a wire, making it extremely difficult to dodge. But, why is Tang Ping hiding? Fierce. A wisp of flame wrapped around his hands, and then he spun around and jumped up, the flames in his hands wrapping himself around him as if they were alive. Uniyaki. It was just a ninjutsu strike. But he controlled it, and the chakra he consumed was only at the genin level. Relief. The Fuma Shuriken hit Uniyaki and was blown away from a distance. A Nagayaki is actually composed of layers of fire escape chakra that are constantly exploding. It completely uses the explosion of flames for defense. This is also the reason why the defense is strong. Step. The hall landed smoothly. Even if he was hit by a Fuma Shuriken flying at high speed, he thought he would be knocked away. In fact, the impact force had long been offset by the flame explosion and did not touch him at all. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Suzuki asked with a shocked expression. You should know about the Golden Crow Ninja Taijutsu. Tang Ping replied calmly. The next discussion was no longer interesting, so we stopped. What's the meaning? Suzuki didn't understand very much. Ahem. Kakashi coughed a few times, interrupting the rest of the exchange and indicating that it was time to rest. After this competition, Suzuki also spotted Dopey and focused all his attention on him. For Uchiha, if you want to win the attention and respect of the other party, the best way is to defeat the other party, so Sasuke's attitude will change drastically. In fact, if you really count the other party, he is Doping's disciple. Because he promised Uchiha Fugaku that he would accept Suzuki as a disciple after graduation. It's just that he pushed it to Hinata Sogetsu later. Now, it can be regarded as giving the other party some compensation. If the other party's 3 views remain normal and are not affected by Indra's chakra, then Doping can really accept him as a disciple. Because this is really a poor man. Life is a tragedy, and he wanted to take revenge but was beaten by Prince Naruto's personality correction fist and his 3 views were changed into the shape of others. It's really miserable. For such people, as long as they are not ungrateful and treacherous, they can be cultivated. The prerequisite is to be obedient. If he was like those stubborn Uchiha, with the domineering personality of I don't care what you think, I care what I think, no matter how talented he was or how miserable he was, Dohei would not have the interest to cultivate him. Throwing him to Hinata Kangyu also had this concern. Along the way, Dohei also found out Sasuke's strength and foundation. Bad. Even if he inherited the name and territory of Uchiha, he definitely didn't get those resources and secret techniques. Because if he really wanted to grow up according to the Uchiha training method, his foundation couldn't be so bad. It can only be said that the village leaders did a really good job. Not to mention those resources, just those Uchiha secret techniques and ninjutsu were not returned to Suzuki at all. Just like the inheritance of the 4th Hokage and his wife, which was not returned to Naruto, he lived so simply and lived so poorly. Soon, they came to a place not far from the Land of Waves and encountered an unexpected situation. Chapter 570 Eat melons and watch the show. It is less than a few hundred kilometers away from the Land of Waves. The group has been on the road for nearly a week. For Doping, it is a complete travel and vacation, or even a period of adjustment. Because there will be a series of battles next, as the core of the castle tower, adjusting his condition is the most critical task. On the way, the team passed 2 puddles of water. But Kakashi didn't seem to notice it. Well, Doping's communication team fell far behind, as if they were left behind. As for the reason? Of course it's because Karin is there, and her perception is really strong. She can detect something from a distance, so she opened up the distance. Watch the show. Anyway, just watch the show, as Doping said. As for whether this will cause any trouble? Of course not. With Kakashi, the famous copy ninja, there is no way anything could happen. Even though she is only an elite jonin now, she has also escaped unscathed from powerful cages during missions, and she has copied a lot of ninjutsu and taijutsu, so she got the title of Copy Ninja. Title. Everyone knows how hard it is to get it. There are only 4 people with titles in the castle tower now. Purifying Flame, Dohei. Storm Fury, Yamamakoji. Queen of Thunder and Fire, Uchihame. Scorch Release, Yakang. For the rest, even Uchiha Sho and Uchiha Shizuka, who also have cage level strength, still don't have titles. But Kakashi, as an elite jonin, can get it, so you can imagine how incredible it is. Like Asuma's title of Dragon of Konoha, everyone knows how much water there is, it's nothing but water. The strength of titled ninjas is completely trustworthy. Except for some fakes, Asuma, I have a sentence MMP, I must say it today. Swoosh, swoosh. After Naruto and his team passed by, Two figures wearing cloaks and masks suddenly emerged from the water stains. Hwalala! Two chains with thin blades were thrown out and quickly entangled Kakashi. Be careful! Teacher Kakashi! Get out of the way! Several people warned, but found that Kakashi had been torn to pieces by the chains. Ah! A scream came from Sakura's mouth. Who would have thought that the teacher they relied on was killed like this? In other words, only the three of them could protect Dazna now, and the exchange team had distanced themselves from behind and had no time to support. Yes, Dohei was unwilling to disrupt the plot. Therefore, not only did he not mean to help, but he walked to the shade of the tree next to him and took out a watermelon directly from his backpack. Bought it on the road. For him, this mission was to eat watermelons and watch the show, so of course he had to bring his own watermelons. Swish! He knocked the watermelon into several pieces. Here! He shared the watermelon with the other three people. Yes, it was obvious that they came here to eat watermelon and watch the show. It would be a bit less interesting if there was no watermelon to eat. You! Chuan looked at the battle in the distance, then looked at the watermelon handed by Doping, and finally took it and started eating. She was not worried about anything going wrong. She just felt a little embarrassed to eat watermelon while others were fighting, but Doping was the real boss of the team, so she didn't care. There was really nothing to say about the battle process. The two subordinates of Zabuza, who should be called Ghost Brothers, were directly beaten by Sasuke's show of skills. At the critical moment, Kakashi's female warrior knocked the two of them unconscious. Let's go! Throwing the melon peel in his hand into the woods, Dohei stood up and walked over. Naruko, Karin, Izumi, and the others followed. When they arrived in front of the tree where the unconscious Ghost Brothers were tied, Kakashi was negotiating with Dazna. This sea-level mission only asked us to protect you from armed groups such as pirates and bandits, but now two mist ninjas are attacking you. Don't you think you should give us an explanation, Mr. Dazna? While speaking, Kakashi's eyes were extremely solemn. Because this kind of false reporting of the mission would cause the ninja to suffer huge losses, it was considered a moral integrity not to turn against and kill the other party on the spot. It seems that I have to say it. Dazna saw that he could not hide it anymore, so he naturally began to confess. It turned out that he had been targeted by Cardo, the famous rich man in the ninja world. The other party's Kato shipping company not only monopolized all shipping in the Wave Country, but also privately smuggled and sold contraband, which can be said to be doing all kinds of evil. Once the bridge connecting the Wave Country to the Fire Country is completed, this monopoly advantage will be broken, so the other party will definitely do everything possible to prevent him from completing the bridge. And the other party recruited some mist ninja traders to work for them, and these two ninjas are one of them. Is Kato so rich? Doping became interested. Because the richer the other party is, the more excited he is. After all, according to the plan, this is his own money. Mr. Dazna, we may have to end this mission when we send you to the Wave Country. Kakashi directly expressed his attitude. Alas, if I go back alone, I might die at the hands of Kato. My 9-year-old granddaughter will lose her grandfather. A virtuous daughter will hate Konoha because she has lost her father. And those people who put their hopes on the bridge will not curse you either. The old man Dazna kept adding chips, completely using morality to kidnap them. Teacher Kakashi, let's help him. Naruto suddenly changed his position, completely forgetting that his life was hanging by a thread. If it weren't for Kakashi just now, he, a rookie who was not even as good as a genin and had never been in actual combat, might have been beaten to death in laughter. Naruto. Sasuke frowned and stopped him, but didn't say much. After all, Kakashi was the one who made the decision. And Kakashi smiled while touching his head. Oh, there's really no way, I'll help you this time. She wasn't kidnapped by morality, but just thought it was a very good opportunity. A chance to train. If it were just bandits and mountain bandits, it wouldn't have much effect on training. It would be best if we met some strong enemies. And isn't there a force that is absolutely trustworthy? Exchange team. So they are not afraid of their own lack of strength. To this, Tang Ping and his team had no objection. Soon, they arrived at the ferry and boarded a wooden boat that should be waiting for them. The small wooden boat, which was about a few meters long and 2 meters wide, was extremely simple. But it had a motor installed at the back, and used oars to adjust the direction, which was completely inconsistent with the style. Hurry up and get on the boat. Dazna called them on board. Fortunately, they were sailing in the river. If they were sailing in the sea, any wave would hit them and the boat might be gone. With the boat, they were much faster. In less than half a day, they arrived at the middle area between the land of waves and the land of fire. After arriving here, the surrounding fog was extremely thick, and a huge and spectacular stone bridge could be vaguely seen. The scale is extremely exaggerated, not much weaker than those super bridges before the crossing. This was built by ordinary people. Even if Dasna is a master of bridge building, it takes a lot of time and money to build such a bridge. Maybe he has invested his whole life in it. It is precisely because the bridge needs to be built quickly that it was targeted by Cardo. The ship passed through the foggy sea and finally entered the land of waves. A small town surrounded by lakes. After sending them here, the ship quickly left. The other party can only help here, after all, this is Cardo's territory. After arriving here, the next step is to go to Desna's home, which is only a few kilometers away from here, and it will definitely be able to arrive quickly. Halfway through the journey, Naruto started to make trouble. In order to prevent Sasuke from taking the limelight alone, he pretended to find an enemy. There is movement. He threw a kunai directly into the bushes on the side. Puff! A snow rabbit was stabbed by it. Is this a stand-in snow rabbit that was cultivated in a dark environment? Kakashi recognized it at a glance. Just then, someone finally arrived. Chapter 571 Kakashi vs Zabuza. Get down! Kakashi suddenly shouted. At the same time, a high-speed rotating giant sword broke through the air. If it hadn't been for the warning, someone's head might have been cut off by the giant sword. Cut off the neck. The rotating sword slashed into the tree more than 10 meters ahead. Whoosh! A ninja with half his face wrapped in bandages and a bullet head stepped on the handle of the knife, looking back at the group of them. A full-fledged appearance. Damn it! Prince Ming started spraying first. However, compared to his movements, Sasuke beside him was already holding a kunai. At this time, Tang Ping looked at Xiang Phosphorus and received a positive response. The target she has been focusing on starts to get closer. Yes, Tang Ping already knows about the route of following the team. I knew it from the time I left Konoha. It's just that the other party didn't make any move, so he didn't take action. Now it seems that the other party can't help but take action. As for why you know it's the route? Look with your eyes. Considering his strength, it is not easy to know the identity of the other party. But Danzo also spent money this time. 5 elite teams and a large number of special weapons. With this lineup, there is still a chance to capture some shadow-level experts. Because the root team is a special attack on people. In other words, when the target is a human ninja, it can exert stronger power. Under various poisons, secret techniques, etc., it is not impossible for a strong shadow master to capsize in the gutter. Previously, these roots had been following the team far behind. If it weren't for Kagura's eyesight, there would be no way to accurately grasp their whereabouts. As soon as they left the country of fire, the other party began to approach, making it clear that they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take action. The original plot was that Zabuza took action, fought a high-end battle with Kakashi, and was finally defeated by Kakashi. But now it seems that Nabu is preparing to take advantage of this opportunity to take action, and it is not impossible to pass the blame to Zabuza in the end. At this moment, Zabuza, who was standing on the hilt of the sword, finished pretending to be cool, stared at Kakashi and said, "Copy Ninja Kakashi, how far can your Sharingan see when facing the thick fog?" For him, who has 7 former ninja swordsmen, only the other party deserves his attention. However, Zabuza's words made a child have many questions in his mind. Sharingan. Sasuke's eyes were extremely shocked. Because he really didn't expect that his teacher would have such a thing. Sharingan is the limit of blood inheritance of the Uchiha clan. Even Uchiha does not mean that everyone has it. But Kakashi is not from the Uchiha clan, how could he be? But before he could think this through, he noticed a large amount of fog appearing around him. Be careful of the other party's silent killing technique, you protect people. Kakashi pulled up the forehead protector he wore diagonally, revealing the blood-red 3-Magatama Sharingan, and gave commands at the same time. It can only be said that Zabuza is completely worthy of his evaluation of the elite Jonin level. A Kirigaku Jutsu can cover a large area around him. Of course, it is also related to the fact that there is a lake next to it. There is a reason why the opponent chose to ambush here. Wherever there is water, the Mist Ninja's combat effectiveness can reach its highest level. Just as they were fighting here, Dohei and the others, who had retreated some distance, also moved forward in a certain direction. It's time to deal with these roots that have been following us. It is inconvenient to be in the country of fire, but this is the country of waves, so it is suitable for solving troubles. Zabuza had no intention of pursuing their team. After all, his mission was to Tashina, not them. If Kakashi's mission was not against him, he would not even want to fight him. For ninjas, missions come first, not battles. If battles can be avoided, they will be avoided as much as possible. The battle between ninjas is extremely cruel. No matter how big the gap in strength is, there is still a high chance of being counterattacked. There are not too many such examples. Therefore, if a ninja enemy appears in the mission, the evaluation will be a B-level starting point. For example, Tashina concealed the fact that there would be ninjas assassinating him, so the mission rating would only be C-level. If it were revealed that an elite Jonin level traitor like Zabuza appeared, the mission level would definitely start at A-level. Although there is only a 2-level difference between A-level and C-level tasks, the price is hugely different. Because the risks are not on the same level at all. That is, Kakashi, who took the mission, was replaced by other Jonin. At this time, what he was thinking about was not how to complete the mission, but how to save his life. After some intrigues between the two sides, they directly entered the famous scene. Water escape. Water dragon bullet. Zabuza stood on the lake on the side and quickly formed seals with his hands. On the lake 100 meters away, Kakashi also formed the seal, and the actions of both parties were exactly the same. Water escape. Water dragon bullet. This is a B-level ninjutsu that requires a lot of seals. There are dozens of seals, and it takes more than a few seconds to form the seals alone. You can imagine how difficult it is to perform. Because in battle, the few seconds you spend casting this ninjutsu are enough for a genin to rush over from a distance and stab you dozens of times with kunao. That's why it's said to be a famous scene. Two elite jounin used this dazzling ninjutsu to attack each other. Roar. A roar like a dragon's roar sounded from behind the two at the same time. A blue water dragon several meters thick and dozens of meters long sprang out from the bottom of the lake, dragging its long tail and crashing towards the target. If you watch it in the anime, you feel that this ninjutsu is only as powerful as it is, and it is not qualified to be called a B-level ninjutsu. But only when I came to the ninja world did I realize how terrifying this technique was. The blue water dragon soars in the sky, carrying several with the force of tens to hundreds of tons falling, even steel plates can be smashed, let alone flesh and blood. This water escape attack has a long range and is highly maneuverable. If it is used in a place with water, it will be greatly weakened by consuming chakra. It can only be said that if this technique is used in a place with water, it will cost C level and have B and level power. It is no wonder that Zabuza would use it as his ultimate move. Boom! The two water dragons collided in mid-air. The huge impact force produced an air explosion sound, and countless lake water fell down. To put it bluntly, even a heavy tank would be overturned like a toy when faced with this kind of water dragon. However, neither Kakashi nor Zabuza expected the water dragon to determine the outcome. A black shadow appeared in the water at Kakashi's feet. Zima beats, bad. This thought flashed through her mind. Then his feet were held and dragged into the water. At this time, Zabuza in the distance turned into lake water and scattered. Water body. Zabuza was extremely accomplished in this technique, so he couldn't see any flaws. Of course, it also has to do with the fact that he deliberately kept a distance. If he was at a close distance, it would be easy to see through. The reason for keeping a distance is to use water dragon bomb, so it will not make people suspicious at all. It can only be said that ninja is a profession that extremely tests combat wisdom. Except for some cheating players who can rely on their strength to overcome any objection, others must be careful in their calculations, otherwise it will be extremely easy to capsize. In the lake, Zabuza looked at Kakashi whose hand turned into the lake water and disappeared, his face also looked a little ugly. Being seen through. His tactical intentions have been predicted in advance by the opponent. At this time, a black shadow appeared behind Zabuza, it was Kakashi holding a kunao. The two sides started a water battle. Kakashi is a super genius with all 5 attributes. He can naturally escape through water, so he can also use the water body. At the same time, in terms of combat intelligence, even the most dutiful son is not necessarily better than him. In the original plot, when he was knocked down at a glance, it was not because of his fighting skills, but because he failed to do so. But things are different now. After the knot in her heart was resolved and she had a clear goal of revenge, she never failed to live up to her talent. No one knew how strong she was now. Even if she faced a filial son, she would not necessarily lose. To deal with Zabuza, she only used elite Jounin level strength, so she engaged in tactical confrontation rather than forceful force. While the battle here was fierce, the battlefield on the other side also began. Chapter 572 Naruko's First Battle. A few kilometers away. In a water meadow nearly as tall as a human being. The four of them, Tang Ping, stood here, staring at an area. "Come out, you gutter rat." There was obvious disdain in his voice. "Because I really look down on these unscrupulous guys." Using unscrupulous means is a praise in the ninja world, but the problem is that such means will also be used on one's own people, which is shameful. The intelligence department like the castle tower is not to blame for its tactics, but it is only for the outside world and not for the inside. Internally, it not only has a generous welfare system, but also a complete contribution system. When you reach a certain level, you can apply for withdrawal, and so on. It's not like Danzo's roots at all. Not to mention that after entering, he has been sold to him for the rest of his life, and there is no welfare system. In his words, as the root of Konoha, everything must be dedicated to Konoha, no matter what salary is required. No capitalist is as ruthless as him. Therefore, it is okay for Danzo to be the boss of a department, but if he really becomes the leader of a force, it is impossible for anyone to obey him, and it is impossible for other forces to cooperate with him. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Danzo would never have a chance to rise to the top. Being able to get to the top later was just a trick. Even if there were no two pillars to deal with him, he still wouldn't be able to hold the position of Hokage. The air is extremely quiet. There was still no movement in the dense water plants ahead. Maybe the other party felt that Tang Ping was deceiving them. They just knew they were here but didn't know their specific location. 5 route teams, and a special surprise. Do you need me to continue? Tang Ping could only tell the number, and his eyes did not wander, proving that he really knew where the other party was. Even if Hinata Kangyu is not here, isn't there a super-humanoid radar like Xiang Phosphorus around him? How could he not find him? Following these words, in the area dozens of meters ahead, a team wearing cloaks and pale bone masks separated from the water plants and walked out. Disguise. It seems that the root is preparing to hide his identity to arrest them, otherwise he would not be disguised as something similar to the Shell organization. Gan. It seems that Danzo, the LYB, has also been blaming the Shell organization. It's just that. Tang Ping's eyes passed over a dozen root ninjas and looked at the group of several meter-tall little giants behind them. The whole body was covered with dark snake scales, and the extremely strong muscles seemed to be made of steel. The evil vertical pupils were flashing with bloodthirsty color, and he held a heavy sharp blade more than 2 meters long in his hand. Root blade. Tang Ping recognized the identities of these 3-meter-tall giants at a glance. It was created by Orochimaru using the second heart technology in the Demigod project a few years ago. Special experimental items. It's just that technology should have improved a lot now. To capture their communication team, they sent out 5 root teams and 20 root blades. This lineup could destroy some small ninja villages, but it was used to capture them, which shows how seriously Danzo attaches importance to it. Interesting, Danzo really thinks highly of us. Tohei also had to obey Danzo's courage. If they were really a normal communication team, with this strength, it would be impossible to escape. Superior. The leader of the root ninja spoke out, not intending to make any noise at all. And this can be regarded as the fundamental advantage. Don't talk at all, people don't talk much. Like some guys who like mouth escape, if it weren't for Lu Dao's biological son, the body might not even know what condition it was in. Naruto, please tell me my name directly. It's your turn to show off. Tohei did not take action, but retreated directly with Izumi, leaving Naruko and Karin to fight. Is it okay? Chuan asked with some worry. Don't worry. Tang Ping gave Chuan a reassuring look. Because even if the two of them can't win, they will definitely be fine. A rare opportunity for practical combat. You can do whatever you want to deal with the roots without fear of damage. At the same time, the safety is extremely guaranteed. Just kidding, with Tang Ping's current strength, if something unexpected happens in this situation, then he is still playing tricks. After the two of them retreated, Naruko charged out with a kunao in each hand. Amazing speed. There are a lot of people who know the skill of instant body, but in the hands of some people it is a magical skill, but in the hands of some people it is just an ordinary ninjutsu. Naruko has done the most hard work in this aspect. Poof! The kunao in his hand slashed across the belly of the ninja in front of him, and at the same time he dodged several kunao shot at him. Melee combat is a test of reflexes. As for this kind of thing, no matter how powerful the Byakugan and Sharingan are, they can only deal with it in advance, and it does not greatly improve reflex nerves. But Naruko's talent in this area is really exaggerated. In addition, Dohei knows her talent and has targeted her nerve reflex speed and sense of space since she was a child, directly stacking these two talents to the point where she far surpasses the fourth Hokage. It can be said that Naruko already has the foundation to grow into a top powerhouse. Now, she will fully demonstrate her advantages. Walking on the tip of the knife. The attack of the root ninja almost grazed her skin, but she didn't panic at all, and still dealt with it with ease. Even Tang Ping, faced with such inhuman reflexes, could only adopt other tactics. For example, Yan Yi. If the temperature is directly raised to the highest level, then Naruko's chakra will be completely unable to withstand it, and she will not dare to engage in close combat with herself. But if her chakra is strong enough and equipped with powerful ninja tools, that would be another matter. The potential is endless. Looking at Naruko's performance, this thought came to Dohei's mind. After it grows up, even if Namikaze Minato is resurrected, he will not be able to match him. The hardware foundation gap is too big. Relief. A reformer rushed to Naruko with mud, water, and water plants, and swept across with a sharp door-shaped blade in his hand. If you really want to be killed, you will be cut off even if you are wearing a jounin vest. It's not that the sharp blade in the opponent's hand is a magical weapon, but because the power of these transformed people is too terrifying. At the same time, they do not use ninja tools such as kunao, but use huge sharp blades like samurai. This is entirely to take advantage of the power of these transformed people. The movements and gestures are comparable to the power blessed by Chunin Chakra. If it weren't for the fact that this mission was to capture rather than the battlefield, these root blades might have to be equipped with heavy armor, and they would be bulldozers on the battlefield. It can only be said that although Danzo is not a human being, he still has vision and can directly use these advantages of transforming people. But facing this sweeping attack, Naruko's flexible waist twisted to avoid it. At the same time, the kunao slashed across her legs, leaving a white mark. Yes, there is no defense breach. Maybe this is where speed ninjas find themselves embarrassed. The attack is exactly like Guasha. Even Namikaze Minato is like this, so he developed the Raise Nan that does not require seals. Unfortunately, even the Raise Nan is no different from Guasha when faced with a group of cheating gods. Wow! A dark golden chain flew close to the ground like a spiritual snake, firmly dragging the reformer down to the water grass. It's fragrant phosphorus. Although her King Kong blockade is not suitable for dealing with ninjas, it is completely suitable for dealing with such bulky guys. And the chain is getting tighter and tighter, and it feels like it is going to tear the target directly into pieces. With physical strength, it is almost impossible to break free from the chains. Even a terrifying tailed beast like Kyuubi cannot break free with its body. You can imagine how strong it is. But if you use chakra to fight, you can still last a little longer. The problem is that although these modified humans can also use chakra, the skills they use are almost instinctive, and they don't have much chakra, so they can't withstand it for long. Snap! Soon, this reformer, who was comparable to a jounin specializing in taijutsu, had his neck strangled by the chain. It can only be said that no one expected that Xiang Phosphorus would succeed before Naruko. Seeing this, Naruko didn't want to fall behind others in front of the hall, so she took out a few special kunao. Next, she will take action for real. Chapter 573 Shocked Root Ninja. Swoosh, swoosh. With a small jump, Naruko stood directly on the shoulder of another cyborg who came to kill her, and shot the kunao in her hand at the surrounding ninjas. This kind of attack thrown in front of the face is difficult to hit even for genin, let alone these root ninjas. All the kunao were stuck in the mud. At this time, a ninja sword suddenly stabbed into her back, and it was about to succeed. Swoosh! Naruko disappeared on the spot. At the edge of the encirclement more than 10 meters away, a corpse fell softly. And Naruko also took back the blood-stained kunao in her hand. No one knew how she appeared here, but they only knew that this root ninja at the level of Jonin was stabbed to death by her from behind. For ninjas who have been trained to kill since childhood, it is really not too easy to kill them with one blow, and even give them no chance to counterattack. Swoosh! A kunao was shot from Nariko's hand at another jonin. She herself disappeared from the spot, leaving several root ninjas who had surrounded her stunned. A root ninja several dozen meters away on the side fell down as a corpse. But before the root ninjas could figure out the reason, Nariko had already appeared beside the jonin who had just thrown the kunao, and the kunao in her hand silently stabbed the opponent's kidney. Specially stabbing the kidney. It's not that she has awakened some hobby, but because stabbing here is not only fatal, but also can make people lose the power to resist instantly. Ding! It's just that, this attack did not succeed, and was blocked by the target with a kunao. Although Nariko's nerve reaction is amazing, her body is only that of a 12-year-old girl. She has not grown up in terms of strength or speed. Facing a prepared jonin, it is indeed possible that she will be blocked. If it were Minato Namikaze, even if the opponent was prepared, he would not be able to block it. You are not using the instant body technique. The root jonin shouted. Because he knew very well that if the opponent used the instant body technique, he would not be unable to react even if he was very fast, especially with the surrounding water plants. There was no sign of anyone passing by. Really? Murako naturally understood the proverb "the villain dies because of talking too much in the castle tower," and disappeared immediately. If they really had to fight head-on, she would not be a jonin opponent for the time being. But with the help of Flying Thunder God, it was not impossible for her to kill the jonin. At the same time, she was not afraid of exposing the information, because with Izumi and Dohei there, these root ninjas could not transmit any information at all. Yes, if you look down from the sky, you will find that this area covered by water plants is already flashing with a faint light. Barrier. With Dohei's current chakra, it is naturally not a problem to support such a regional barrier, even if the defense is far inferior to the 4 Red Yang formation. However, the strength of these roots is far inferior to that of the tailed beasts and cage-level strong men, and it is impossible to destroy the barrier. Kagero Array. It is also a special barrier developed by Dohei himself. After all, with his current sealing ability, it is not difficult to create a barrier, but it is difficult to surpass other barriers. Therefore, this barrier array that can be performed by one person and has strong defense has appeared. Except that it takes a lot of time to perform and consumes a huge amount of energy, other aspects are good. I dare not say that it is his trump card, but at least it can enrich his means. Now this occasion is a very good time to use it. If the barrier is not opened, why do you think he is not afraid of these roots passing on combat intelligence, not to mention that Nariko also used Flying Thunder God. If it is a diamond blockade, the Konoha high level can still understand it. Because this kind of blood secret technique may be inherited by the Uzumaki clan, but Flying Thunder God is different. This is the technique created by the 2nd generation Hokage of Konoha and perfected by the 4th generation Hokage. Once they knew someone had learned it, Konoha would take it back immediately, no matter how much it cost. It's not time to overturn the table yet, so we have to block the information first. As the battle progressed, several more roots fell into Nariko's hands, and several modified root blades were strangled by the diamond seal. Suddenly, a root jonin stopped and muttered to himself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Namikaze Minato is dead. And you are from the castle tower, how could you? Yes, this root jonin is not stupid, and he can naturally see what technique Nariko used. But even if he guessed the truth, he still didn't dare to believe it. Because this answer is impossible. Flying Thunder God technique. This is the only technique that can do what the other party did. It can only be said that the Flying Thunder God technique is completely famous, and even the major ninja villages have clear orders that they can retreat directly when encountering Namikaze Minato, which shows how terrible its power is. You know, even the 3 ninjas don't have this treatment. The reason why he can get this special treatment is entirely because of a feature of Flying Thunder God. Invincible and bullying. Minato Namikaze once used this technique to quickly slaughter dozens of jonins, leaving them no chance to escape, which shows how exaggerated the killing speed is. Now Nariko used Flying Thunder God, and recognized the root jonin who came here would naturally be severely shocked. But his first reaction was to find a way to send this information back. This information, the current priority, is more important than their capture of this communication team. Everyone disperses and flees, bringing back the news that the other party can fly the Thunder God, leaving these guys to pester the other party. Root Jounin command. And this is exactly what Tang Ping wants. Because if the fight continues, neither Nariko nor Karin will be able to hold on anymore. It's better now. The enemies have scattered and fled. If there are only those modified experimental subjects, it will not be too easy to deal with them. Do you need it? Izumi glanced at Nariko and Kaoru who were being besieged. It was too slow and dangerous for the two of them to deal with these guys covered in snake scales. Need not. Tang Ping shook his head. Now that I am watching, it is a perfect training opportunity. If you can't survive this situation, then you'd better not go to the battlefield in the future. And this is also an opportunity for him to observe these works of Orochimaru. It has to be said that all aspects have been balanced and stabilized, and coupled with the improvement in success rate, it has directly given the route a sharp edge. Don't think you are beaten easily here, it's because the situation is not right. Under the soft and humid terrain covered with water and grass, these 3-meter-tall modified humans are as slow as a turtle. As long as they don't confront each other, it's really not difficult to deal with them. Especially Xiang Phosphorus, who used this type of terrain to fly a kite and tear apart a rooted blade. Xiang Phosphorus, you deal with these guys, I will hunt down those root ninjas. Nariko pulled the kunai out of a cyborg's head and distributed it directly. With her attack power, dealing with these guys is just scraping. She might as well deal with those root ninjas who escaped. Good. Xiang Phosphorus nodded. Seeing that the two of them chose Tang Ping and nodded silently, they finally did not engage in any wise operation, but made the best choice. During the pursuit battle, the effect of the Flying Thunder God is even more exaggerated. Coupled with Nariko's terrifying reflexes, her hunting was invincible, even if the Jonin succeeded. If you want to use ninjutsu to fight back, people may have stabbed you with a few kunai before your ninjutsu is released. However, Nariko and Karin's stamina and chakra were also exhausted in the pursuit, but the enemy still had about a third left. Leave the rest to me. Chuan touched the ninja sword behind his back with his right hand. No, someone will handle it. Tang Ping seemed to have noticed something. Buzz. The barrier dissipated in a burst of shaking. The barrier has disappeared, everyone, take the information back quickly. A root ninja called others to escape together. In the pursuit just now, these root ninjas gathered together to resist Nariko's hunting, so now the remaining 5 people fled towards Konoha with the root blades. However, from the thick fog that appeared in front of me at some point, a tall and graceful figure of a woman slowly walked out. Chapter 574 Faction Giant, Terumi Mei. Feel the passionate kiss. The slender figure with brown hair and blue eyes, wearing a blue dress, smiled and made a kissing gesture. However, what she threw was not a blowing kiss, but something extremely deadly. The art of boiling escape and clever mist. A wave of acid mist carrying terrifying corrosiveness swept over, swallowing up 5 root ninjas and 12 transformed humans. Zzz. The horrifying sound of corrosion made Nariko and Kaoru, who were trying to pursue them from behind, turn pale. If they were killed normally, they would definitely not be like this, but such a terrifying method made them in awe. There was no fear, because the two of them had already recognized the person. Mist Ninja. The one who took action was Terumi Mei, the 5th Mizukage. They have met each other several times. Although they are usually far apart, they all belong to the same camp, so it is impossible for them to be afraid. Lord Mizukage. The two greeted each other respectfully. Since the relationship is not too familiar, it is naturally impossible to call him by his first name. The other party is also a big boss in charge of the party, so it is not an exaggeration to add adult after the title. Terumi Mei. Now it can indeed be said that he is a giant in the castle tower. In terms of ability and power, they are comparable to those at the castle tower, and they are completely at odds with Uchiha Mei in every aspect. Don't get me wrong. She is loyal to the castle tower, that is, Tang Ping, but she wants to climb to a high position. Regarding this kind of healthy competition, the people within the castle tower naturally hold a neutral attitude. As long as they don't play tricks and hinder the power of the castle tower, they will welcome competition based on ability. Even Uchiha Mei herself stated that she was waiting for the challenge. The two of them can be said to be the 2 strongest giants within the castle tower. Not only is he strong in all aspects, but his personal strength is also exaggerated, and he is also surrounded by various forces. Like Hinata Kangyu, even though her strength may be stronger, her reputation is extremely low-key. Except for some people inside who know her, outsiders don't know her at all, so she is not excluded. And this is also the reason why Nariko and Xiangling don't dare to act recklessly. Didn't I tell you to call me sister? Terumi Mei ignored the root ninja and the reformer who had been completely corroded and not even ashes were left, and came to the two of them and touched their heads. Regarding the two of them, she knew that this was the future of her own power, so she always had an excellent attitude. Sister Ming. Asterisk 2. Nariko and Xianglian sweetly act coquettishly and cutely. The opponent is a water shadow. There are a lot of good things in his hands, so naturally they won't mind having a relationship. At this time, Tang Ping also came over with Chuan. Isn't your lord here? Terumi Mei was a little disappointed. This time she received an order from Tang Ping, but she didn't expect to see anyone. You know, she hasn't seen each other in the past few years. If Tang Ping had not personally confessed a few years ago that she would disappear for a period of time, she might have thought that there was some accident and the top management had blocked the news. It won't be long. Tang Ping said hello. He is now used to being smaller. Just smile, you won't lose a piece of meat. So he stopped pretending. However, they will not directly state their identity, they will only hint and remind them. Just like when he was at the castle tower, he didn't directly introduce himself as Dopey. It's not that I want to be a whisperer, but just to be defensive. In this way, even if the great toad sage accidentally dreamed of him, it would be impossible to know from his mouth that he was Uchiha Dohei. Even if Mate Raya and the witches from the ghost country help shield it, it doesn't mean it's 100% safe. Be careful of the Wanyan ship. Tang Ping knows this truth well, so he is careful in everything. Of course, he never lacks courage when it's time to take a bold plunge. Just like now, he is eyeing Miamu Mountain, a huge prey, and is ready to deal with it in one fell swoop. You. Terumi Mei frowned. Because she didn't understand why this kid dared to talk to her like this. Even though they had never met before, the other person's tone was like he was greeting an acquaintance. Isn't that a little too ungrateful? While I was thinking this, I saw Nariko, Kaso, and Izumi out of the corner of my eye. None of their faces felt that something was wrong because of the other's attitude. There's a problem. Terumi Mei instantly realized that she had a problem facing the young man who greeted her. Not an enemy. If he were an enemy, he would have been killed by several people long ago, so he must be a trustworthy person. Look carefully. Terumi Mei thought carefully about the identity of the other party. Soon, some clues appeared in her mind. First of all, there are people I know, and in addition, there are not many people who can communicate with me in this tone. If you also come to the country of waves, you are completely following the orders of Dohei. In other words, she opened her eyes wider and looked at the handsome black-haired boy in front of her in disbelief. Hush! Dohei raised his finger to his lips and introduced himself. My name is Sohei, and I am from the Castle Tower Exchange team. He didn't want the other party to call him by his real name. Terumi Mei was a little confused. The other party's reaction proved that his guess was correct. He was the one who gave the order to him, but he said that he was Kangping and didn't know what he was doing. But her emotional intelligence is high enough, so naturally she won't ask any further questions. Long time no see. Terumi Mei responded to the greeting just now, showing that she understood Dohei's intention not to reveal his identity. As the new giant of the castle tower, she naturally knows the open secret. Tang Pinghui's prediction is extremely accurate. Therefore, he must have predicted something before doing this. Even if she didn't understand, he would still cooperate. Did you see that seed? Tang Ping asked. The other party must not have just arrived, so he must have met by. Yes, it is indeed a seed that can grow into a towering tree. A smile appeared on Terumi Mei's face. Although the other party joined the castle tower, he naturally belonged to the faction under her command, which was equivalent to her help, which naturally made her extremely excited. Although the current Mist Ninja faction is strong, compared to the next generation of the castle tower faction, it is a bit underwhelming. And she does not want to be weaker than that woman Uchiha Mei, so it is necessary to strengthen her own faction in the future. Faction. This kind of thing is very common. Now that the castle tower has become a giant, there are naturally more internal factions. Of course, the prerequisite is to be loyal to Tanghei and the castle tower. If you perform well this time, you may have a chance to get another better seed later. Dohei gave Terumi Mei another cake. This time, the leader of the wave country strategy is the other party. If they work harder, they will be more worry-free. Mist Ninja will never disappoint. Terumi May nodded expectantly and stepped back. She has a lot of things to be busy with next. This time it is not just some small tricks, but to completely occupy the country of waves. Although this country is pitifully small, its radius is less than 100 kilometers. But the strategic position is too important. Not only can it be used as a springboard and war base, it is also located between the Kingdom of Water, the Kingdom of Fire, and the Kingdom of Thunder. It is definitely the best trade center. It is of course imperative to win. If we take things slowly, both Konoha and Kumagakure will interfere. But taking advantage of this mission's cover, it was possible to capture it all at once. By the time someone discovered it, a solid defensive stronghold would have been established. After finishing this side, Tang Ping and the others went back. On this side, Kakashi has defeated Zabuza, but let him escape. From this result, due to the influence of Dohei, the plot has changed a lot, and this change is getting bigger and bigger, and it is almost completely out of the original direction. This is his effort to correct the plot, otherwise the plot would have been extremely chaotic. For example, in the previous battle against the 7 ninja swordsmen, if he had a little more evil, Zabuza would not have appeared today, and Haku would not have appeared because he could not meet the opponent. Are you okay? Dohei asked Kakashi and glanced at Naruto and the others, and found that there were no wounds, but there were signs of being beaten. It should be that Zabuza was used to teach them a lesson on purpose to let them understand the dangers of the mission. It's okay. Kakashi shook his head and did not ask Dohei where they had just gone. After repelling Zabuza, the next step is naturally to protect Dazna and repair the bridge. Since there is only one last bit of work left, it will be completed in less than half a month, and Cardo will definitely launch a general attack before the bridge is built. But the fact is... Chapter 575 The Great Change of Wave Country. In a gorgeous manor building. Are you Cardo? The slender figure sitting high behind the luxurious desk looked at the fat pig-like man in front of him with green eyes. Yes, I am Cardo. The fat pig man's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he answered in a flattering tone. Nonsense, no matter who it is, if they wake up and find a kunai hanging around their neck, they will be unable to control their fear. I think this manor and Cardo are very good for shipping. I wonder if you can give it up. Although Mai Terumi didn't know why her master had to make her spend more time and effort to make Cardo act as she wanted, she did it without any hesitation. Ah, this. Cardo looked at the mist ninjas standing around and was about to cry. You are like this, how can I not agree? Of course, it's my honor. He finally nodded. Facing so many ninjas, how could he not bow his head? Now there is a popular proverb in the ninja world. The truth is only within the range of the kunai. Now he deeply understands this. In the past, he looked down on these mud legs who worked for money. But now, he has tasted the horror of ninjas. As for the ninjas and subordinates he hired? Sorry, the pile of corpses outside is it. If you hadn't seen those corpses, would you really think he was so obedient and what he said was what he meant? That's right, Mai Terumi is a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. She slaughtered all the ninjas and subordinates hired by Cardo without making a sound. This time she didn't come alone, but brought a large number of mist ninja elites. Including Ching, Chongju, Hayashi Kainuyuri, Manzuki Kizuki, and so on. By the way, the Kizuki clan has restored their surnames, and most of the ninjas are active in the Land of Water. Since they are all the power of the castle tower, naturally no one will stop them. Manzuki Hojiki, the former teammate of Mai Terumi, is also the famous Tendo, and has become the most relied upon military subordinate of the other party. In terms of internal affairs and command, the most relied upon person is Nagai Takayama. It is precisely because of this literary and martial one that the Mist Ninja system can support the competition with Uchiha Mei's castle system. Under the competition between the two giants, the castle tower has also developed better and better. Involution. This word can almost be used to describe the two. After Kato was taken away, Mai Terumi turned her head and looked at the two silent figures in the corner. Zabuza Mamakai, do you choose to return to the embrace of the new mist village, or choose to continue to be a rebel ninja? Yes, she has caught the two. Although Zabuza escaped from Kakashi, facing Mai Terumi with the elite of the mist ninja, there is nowhere to escape. His ways of escaping were useless against the mist ninja Anbu. When Zabuza heard what Mai Terumi said, his eyes were complicated. He loved the hidden mist village deeply. The reason why he killed all the graduates of the same class was to force the village to cancel the cruel and bloody graduation rules. If you want to graduate, you must kill a classmate. And the reason why he got the title of Demon Man was that he killed all the graduates of that class. It was because of his actions that the village was forced to cancel this bloody rule in order to prevent similar things from happening again. The reason for his defection was mostly due to the Blood Mist village. How could he not be tempted by the 5th Mizuki's recruitment? The problem is that he is returning to the new Mist Shadow village instead of the original Mist Shadow village. Is the current Mist Shadow village still the original Mist Shadow village? Zabuza asked back. Now it is more like a castle tower than a Mist Shadow village. As long as the villagers live happily, does it matter? Mei Terumi retorted. For her, as long as the Kirigakure ninja can live well, it doesn't matter who is in charge. After all, even if the castle tower occupies the Kirigakure village, most of the power is still in the hands of the Kirigakure ninja, and they have also given them a lot of benefits, allowing them to live better than before. Happiness is countless times greater. Nowadays, if anyone dares to say drive away the castle tower, there is no need for the top leaders to take action. Ordinary Mist Ninja can take action to destroy the other party. Give too much. Whether it is materials or other things, the castle tower has given too much. Coupled with the ubiquitous propaganda of the Miko, the new Mist village has now completely turned into the shape of the castle tower. You are right. Zabuza really went to the new Mist village secretly. For others, the blockade is indeed extremely tight, but for a Mist Ninja trader like him, it is not difficult to go back. Of course, he has seen the changes in the new Mist village today, which is much more prosperous than the original Mist village, and the villagers have more smiles on their faces. Even if you don't consider yourself, you should consider the tools, right? Terumi Mei's eyes swept across Bai's face. The blood of Mizuno Tsuki, born with awakened ice escape. Such a terrifying talent made her covetous. If it weren't for the fact that they knew the bond between the two sides was too deep, Bai would definitely not go back without taking Zabuza back. Do you think Terumi Mei would be so patient? Yes, 5th Mizukage. Zabuza bowed his head. Facing the extremely powerful Terumi Mei, he had to bow his head if he didn't want to die. Besides, he also had to consider Bai, whose talent was far superior to his. Only by getting the resources of the ninja village and training in all aspects could he grow up. Well, next, I have a task for you and Bai to execute. Terumi Mei arranged the task that Doping had given. In other words, let Zabuza and Bai continue to play out the original plot. Attack Dazna. Also pretend to be killed. With advanced preparation and the cooperation of internal personnel, it is indeed not difficult to succeed. Zabuza will naturally not refuse this task. He had just returned to the new Mist village and disobeyed the order of the 5th Mizukage. He was afraid that he had never died. As for Haku, he would obey any order from Zabuza. So, the following development was naturally the same as the original plot. When the bridge was about to be built, Zabuza led Haku and a group of Cardo's subordinates to attack Dazna under Cardo's leadership, but was annihilated. And even the beheading sword, the famous ninja sword of the Mist Ninja, was inserted in front of the grave. After completing the mission, Team 7 and the exchange team naturally embarked on the return journey. And the bridge was also named Naruto Bridge. Well, this is a bit unreasonable. Kakashi obviously contributed the most, and Sasuke had a better record, and even opened his single eye and double Megatama for this. But Naruto was the one who got the benefit. Fame is a good thing for ninjas. I can only say that the treatment of the protagonist is really strong, and you can't help but accept it. After the people from Konoha left, the attention of all the major forces naturally shifted away. The real action officially began. One after another, ships without flags began to enter the port created by the castle tower, and then the Mist Ninjas disembarked and began to clean up and blockade the Land of Waves. Due to the Mist Ninja elites such as Mei Terumi, who controlled everything in advance, the entire Land of Waves had changed hands silently. With the strength of the Mist Ninjas, it is no problem to take over the Land of Waves. Because this small country, let alone a ninja village, does not even have a daimyo, at most there is only one Kato who is a little famous. With this strength, it is impossible to resist the Mist Ninjas. The biggest trouble is Konoha and the Cloud Ninjas. Now that the other party's attention has been diverted, it is not surprising that they took it. Next, there is a steady stream of material input, and strive to build this place into a frontline base and trade center. The frontline base is to prepare for entering the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Whether it is used or not, at least these should be prepared in advance. For example, the fleet's supplies, repair parts, and the docking points and parts of the airships, and other things must be prepared in advance. As for the port, there is naturally no need for the Mist Ninja to take action. It doesn't matter, the Wu Yang will take action. With the current efficiency of the construction army, even a large port can be completed quickly. The port, which is extremely troublesome for ordinary people, is extremely easy for the terracotta warriors and can be completed in just a few days. So, the Land of Waves was undergoing a huge change quietly, and Dohei and his team successfully returned to Konoha. Chapter 576 Kirov Airship. Konoha. Finally back. Naruto stretched out on the busy street, his tone extremely relaxed. Only after going out can you know how good Konoha is. It's no wonder Naruto is like this. Because outside, both food and accommodation are very bad. For example, Konoha is like a big city, and the Land of Waves is equivalent to a remote area, where even electricity is not popular. Hey, why are there so many people? Sakura found something wrong. Too many people. Although Konoha has always had a lot of people. But today there are a lot of people, and there are many ninjas from other villages. The sky. Cry. The hawks circled and sent out a call signal. Yes, the Chunin exam that Dohei has been looking forward to is about to begin. However, this Chunin exam will definitely be beyond everyone's expectations. Orochimaru. He has already taken action. Although his whereabouts are secretive, he knows in advance that the other party is going to make trouble, so of course he can keep an eye on the other party. There is something the other person needs to do. Kill the fourth Kazekage Raza. The castle tower was waiting for this opportunity, but the wait was unknown for how long. If the opponent doesn't die, Yaking has no chance of taking over. From joining the castle tower to now, she has never forgotten to return to Tsunagakure village. Only because of the existence of Luoshat, there is no way to cross the Thunder Pool. But once the other party dies, the situation will be different. Although she has no way to return to the village, she has been continuously training ninjas from the Kingdom of Wind. With the support of the huge resources of the castle tower, there are more than 1,000 ninjas from the Kingdom of Wind under Yakang's command. And she has been bribing and threatening the forces in the Kingdom of Wind to prepare for her rise to power. It's not that the sand ninjas didn't know her movements. But there is no way, who let Yakang stand behind the castle tower, rich and powerful, not the sand ninjas at all. But with the wind shadow of Luosha around, she was always wary and didn't dare to make too big a move. Once the opponent dies, he can immediately compete for the position of Kazekage like a tiger out of the gate, and there is no opponent. She has the qualifications. At the beginning, she was only posted in the castle tower and was not removed from the Suna ninja list. This is a deliberate loophole. At the same time, this time the Konoha collapse plan and the castle tower will also intervene to make it a real collapse, rather than just precisely cutting off the carrion like Orochimaru's plan, turning it into a windmill driven by new winds. This was also the previous layout of Tang Ping. If he had used the curse seals of other gods and heavens to modify his character and memory, he might not have started this plan just because he wanted his teacher to be honorable and help Konoha by the way. In the original plot, apart from destroying some buildings and killing some ninjas, Konoha had no other losses from this plan. Instead, it gained huge gains. Not only did Hiruzen Sarutobi live an honorable life, but he also sacrificed himself as a protector of Konoha, inspiring countless new generations. The key is that he also slashed the Suna ninja who was recovering his strength, so that he could only choose to follow Konoha's butt. In the original plot, the Suna ninja came to help in the battle to retake Suzuki after Konoha's collapse plan, and later asked Konoha to rescue Gaara, which actually hinted at the fate of the Suna ninja. It can only be said that in the plan for Konoha's collapse, the one who gained the greatest benefit was Konoha. But if the castle tower intervenes, the situation will be difficult to predict. Anyway, Tang Ping just wanted to see how Lu Dao could help cheat this time. It's impossible to let Nagato watch the Chunin exams and then directly have a reincarnation. At this time, in the Hokage's office, a group of Chunin and Jonin were gathered. Everyone, who of you would recommend your disciples to participate in this joint Chunin exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled smoke before speaking out to ask everyone. If promoted normally, it would take a long time to go from Genin to Chunin. But there are shortcuts. That is the Chunin examination. As long as you perform well, you can be directly promoted to Chunin. This time is the joint Chunin examination. But only Suna Ninja and Konoha, unlike the one held more than 10 years ago, which was held by Suna Ninja, Konoha, and IWA Ninja together. If a genin wants to participate, it must be recommended by the team leader, otherwise there will be no chance at all. In the name of Special Jounin Ui Kurane, I recommend Class 8. Ui Hong spoke. She has not left yet, and is planning to help her 3 students before leaving. In the name of Jonin Sarutobi Asuma, I recommend Class 10. Asuma, who was wearing a white robe and had a feminine temperament, also spoke. Shangnin Kakashi. Kakashi also lazily recommended the class he led. As expected of my lifelong rival, I also recommend the 3rd class in the name of Jonin Metkai. A voice that ruined the atmosphere sounded. The Jounin, who had thick eyebrows, a pot head, and was wearing a green tights, looked at Kakashi with burning eyes and spoke. Metkai. Naturally, he is also in the Hokage's office. Okay, let these new shoots of Konoha prove the future of Konoha to the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and agreed with the recommendations of these leading teachers. At this time, a huge team also came from Konoha. But not from the ground. One after another, huge aeroboats broke through the clouds and landed towards the empty tower area in the distance of Konoha. Empty tower. It is the product of the emergence of flying troops and aerostats. A building specially designed to allow it to land. It is naturally impossible for Konoha to let aerospace craft or flying troops get close to the village, otherwise it will be troublesome to cause trouble, so the empty tower is several kilometers away from the village. If it were not for the sake of convenience, they would actually prefer to extend the distance further. Such a close distance makes them feel insecure. Even though they were several kilometers away, the mountain-like aerostat was still terrifying. Because the skyboat in the castle tower is a little weird. Not only is there a metal frame wrapped around the outside, it is also painted in the shape of a shark. Yes, this look is naturally the drawing that Tang Ping drew right after he made the airship. But this is a military standard. If it is the kind used for transportation, it will not be like this, but will be more inclined to carrying capacity. This type of airship has advantages in flexibility, maneuverability, speed, and strong defense. Its only drawback is that it is expensive and its transport capacity is not as good as that of ordinary airships. However, this time it was not a trade, but the high-level officials of the castle tower came to Konoha. Ordinary senior executives would naturally not be so exaggerated. But if the person coming is the Queen of Thunder and Fire, who is also the controller of the castle tower, then it is not surprising to have such a grand ceremony. A total of 10 Kirov-class airships. Kirov class. It is also the name written on the design drawing, although the castle tower does not know why its master gave it such a name. All major forces have airships. After all, the castle tower has been for sale all the time, and some forces may even have built it themselves. But compared with Kirov, it is no different from a toy. A large number of Konoha villagers stopped and silently looked at the huge airship in the distance. Although they could see airships normally, they had never seen this kind of airship, let alone 10 of them appearing at the same time, which was simply extremely shocking. If it is a transport airship, Konoha has quite a few of them, totaling more than a dozen. But there is really no military-grade product of this kind. At the same time, they can't afford it because the price is too expensive. Note that these Kirov airships have another function. Air carrier. The flying troops can take off directly from above without any assistance. But this time there was no flying unit. If they really brought the flying troops, Konoha would have been on high alert long ago. The people in the Hokage building can naturally see what's happening here. What a troubled time. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. The other party had not set foot in Konoha for so many years, and now he suddenly came to watch the joint Chunin exam. He did not think it was a good thing. Chapter 577 Uchiha Shizuka's Enlightenment. Wow! Amid the sound of the carriage, Uchiha Mei's pink eyes looked through the window at the fields outside. After so many years, Konoha remains unchanged. After she moved from the eldest house to the castle tower, she did not say it in private, but she really never returned to Konoha in public, which shows the resentment in her heart. Do you think the style of Konoha F4 can change? Uchiha Shizuka, who was sitting opposite her and was also her deputy, spoke. She was not young at this time, but her face did not look old at all. Instead, she looked like she had returned to her youth. For a castle tower, it is not easy to increase its vitality, but if you just want to maintain its appearance, it is really easy. Just like the group of shrine maidens, they already have this basic welfare. This basic benefit alone is enough to make the priestesses extremely loyal, not to mention that they can also possess extraordinary energy such as spiritual power and various material benefits. All I can say is that the loyalty of the group of priestesses is at its highest level. As for maintaining youth, which does not improve the ninja's strength, the ninjas would naturally not develop it, but the castle tower has it directly. As a high-ranking official, it is not surprising that Uchiha Shizuka looks like this. That's right. Uchiha Mei nodded slightly. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 3 advisory elders are collectively known as the Konoha F4 in the castle tower. Although no one knew what the name Tangping meant, they could appreciate the irony in it, so they all found it very interesting. For example, words like King of Pots Danzo, the strongest Hokage is Fukuyos, the truth lies only within the range of Kunao, dignity lies only above the ninja sword quickly became popular in the ninja world. I heard that there is another area of seeds in Konoha that has problems this year. Uchiha Shizuka spoke meaningfully. This refers to the seed war. Since ancient times, the seeds of the castle tower have been constantly stolen by various forces. Not only do their grain yields are high, but they are also resistant to insects and diseases. They are simply excellent, so naturally all major forces want to take advantage of them. However, except for the mother seed, the genes of other seeds will collapse after a few years, so all major forces are determined to get the mother seed, and no one knows how many people have been sacrificed for this. At the same time, the castle tower also kept producing fake mother seeds to deceive people. Anyway, it will take several generations for the genes to collapse, so it's okay for experiments. But if there are no problems after a few attempts, it will be easy to go wrong when planting in large quantities. You asked for it. Uchiha Mei showed a wicked smile. She really liked to see other forces in trouble. Because if these forces don't fall, how can their castle tower grow? Anyway, she hopes these forces will die, preferably all of them. Even Konoha has the same mentality. So when she heard that there was going to be an opportunity to do something dirty to Konoha, she came to the front row to watch. By the way, why did you suddenly launch such a big plan? It doesn't seem like your style. Uchiha Shizuka asked tentatively. This is not just a test on her part, but also represents a large number of high-ranking officials in the castle tower. There have been large-scale operations in the past, but they were all simple and crude, where troops were simply taken to kill people, without making so many confusing preparations. And even the ghost country was blocked. You know, that place is one of their raw material supply sources. Even if it is blocked for a week, it will cause considerable losses. But this time it has been blocked for several months in a row, which is simply like going crazy. That's why Uchiha Shizuka tried to test it from the side. Yet, Uchiha Mei did not explain. Because the information about Dohei waking up from his slumber is now definitely the top secret of the castle tower, and the fewer people know about it, the less likely it is. And if the top management doesn't know it, the performance will be more able to confuse the enemy. Uchiha Shizuka frowned, but did not continue the topic. Because she knows that with the sensitivity of the other party, he must understand why she wants to test it, but the other party avoids talking about it, which clearly shows that there is a problem. Her mind was spinning rapidly, and she always felt familiar. The recent large and chaotic command style has appeared several times before. And each time, the castle tower gained huge benefits. Right. Uchiha Shizuka suddenly thought of something strange. During this period of time, the other party said very little and did not even mention a name. You know, in the past few years, the other party would mention the other party almost every day, especially when they were drinking to drown their sorrows. But starting from a few months ago, the other party not only did not mention that name, but also did not even ask me to drink. Does this mean? A thoughtful look flashed in Uchiha Shizuka's eyes, but for some reason, she felt much more relaxed. You know, before, when she saw the entire castle tower mobilizing, she felt extremely depressed. Now, even though the castle tower seemed to be undercurrent, she no longer had any worries. The carriage arrived at the gate of Konoha. Get off the car. Uchiha Mei took the lead and jumped out of the carriage. She is a ninja and is not used to being treated like a noble. If it weren't for Konoha's insistence, she might have come over with just a few teleportation techniques. How could she have wasted more than half an hour in the carriage? It can only be said that Konoha is completely a remnant of the old era. If it were a castle tower, it would not imitate the nobles everywhere. There was only one carriage, and the others moved around the carriage. Several Mikos wore red and white Miko uniforms, looking holy and beautiful, while the ninjas all wore forehead protectors with scorching sun patterns painted on their foreheads. In the past, the word was used to protect the forehead, but now it has become like this. This is also to promote Yuya. In order to promote the new holy land of Yuya, the castle tower spared no effort. Nanoyu even used the move of distributing food. It is precisely because of the efforts of the castle tower that Yutani was able to overtake in a corner. In just a few years, it was able to catch up with the three major holy places, and it did not take long to surpass them. Although there are many natural energy ninja worlds, the upper limit has been fixed for a long time, and it has to be divided among the four holy lands. But the energy of faith is different. It is only exclusive to the castle tower and can continue to grow. Since the benefits are so great, it is natural that the castle tower should work hard to publicize it. As for why you need to bring a witch? So beautiful. Where did these witches come from? Roadside merchants and Konoha villagers whispered. Yes, this is also the role of witches. Responsible for the appearance. As representatives of the castle tower, their presence can win a lot of favor for the castle tower. Who makes people's 3 views follow the 5 views? A shrine maiden selects orphans with good looks from an early age and uses special methods from the kingdom of ghosts to train them to ensure that their looks will not be skewed. In addition, the girls must be well raised to cultivate their demeanor and appearance. It's hard not to think about being beautiful. And this is also the reason why we couldn't train too many witches in the past. In addition to knowledge, appearance consumes more resources. An ugly witch? Sorry, that's not called a Miko, that's called a witch. The ninja world is so real. Later, with the investment of resources from the castle tower, it was possible to train shrine maidens on a large scale. In addition, with the spiritual power to maintain youth, the average appearance of the shrine maidens was a bit higher, ensuring that no active shrine maidens were ugly. Uchiha came to Konoha with a high profile. In addition to watching the theater and eating melons from the front row, she also took the opportunity to promote the castle tower, so as to pave the way for future poaching. If Konoha suffered a lot of losses in the Chunin exams and someone temporarily moved to the castle tower, it would be difficult for Konoha to say anything. Your Excellency Mei Yi, please come this way. After going to bed, Xiao Chun and others stood at the village gate to greet him. Yes, based on the current strength of the castle tower, Mei Yi, the actual controller, is indeed qualified to be welcomed by her, the consultant elder. As for the previous grievances between the two parties, at least they will not be shown in public. Soon, both parties arrived at the Hokage building. Chapter 578 Giving Too Much. Hokage's office. Welcome, Konoha will always be Uchiha's home. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and spoke to Uchiha and Shizuka who came in. No matter what he thought in his heart, his posture was indeed on point. It was completely different from the fierce face of the bandaged man standing next to him, and there was no concealment at all. Uchiha considers Konoha to be his home. It's a pity that the home is still there, but the people are no longer there. Uchiha Mei said something connotatively. After spending so many years with Tang Ping, even the domineering and direct person has changed. If it were his previous personality, he would definitely attack people directly and then fall out and quarrel. How could he be so yin and yang like now? Awkward. Hokage's office. The inside was completely embarrassed. Because the Uchiha clan, a powerful ninja family, has now been wiped out, with only one sap left. We are also very sorry about the Uchiha clan, but please rest assured that we will definitely avenge them. Uchiha Itachi has been wanted, and he will pay the price sooner or later. Midaman Yan, who was standing on the other side, spoke up to help. It can only be said that shameless people are invincible. No matter how much you suspect Konoha, as long as they don't admit it and put all the blame on Uchiha Itachi, you really can't do anything to them. It's impossible to directly say that the other party is the mastermind behind the scenes. Evidence? Without evidence, this statement is simply untenable. If Konoha were an ordinary person, there would definitely be no need for evidence, but as the head of the 5 major ninja villages, they can't be convicted casually. Really? Uchiha Itachi is really strong. He is so strong that he wiped out the Uchiha clan without being discovered by Konoha. Even though she knew that it was useless to say anything now, Uchiha still hinted. Of course, she is not innocent. After all, she knew about the Uchiha's accident in advance, and not only did she not save him, she even took the opportunity to make a lot of money from him, taking away 500 ordinary clan members and 200 talented Uchiha children. After eating that full mouthful, plus the family planning subsidies, the current castle tower Uchiha is no less than the peak. Therefore, she can be calm and sarcastic, instead of being overwhelmed by anger. No, it's not only Uchiha Itachi who did it, but also the Mist Ninja and the hired Kara organization. It was because of their intervention that we were able to hide it from us. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained the truth. From their perspective, the truth is indeed so. Uchiha Fugaku was manipulated to kill and make a scene in the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, causing a lot of casualties and destruction. When chasing behind, the Mist Ninja and the Kara organization also tried to stop him. We will settle this account with them later. I just hope that there will be no accidents in this cooperation with Konoha. After Uchiha Mei's harsh words, she changed the topic. There is no way, we can't talk anymore. Whether it is the Kara organization or the Mist Ninja, they are all them. It is impossible for them to fight against each other, right? As for cooperation, of course they want to hire a group of people from Konoha to work for the castle tower, which has too many tasks. This cooperation will give them some extra benefits to feed the Hokage system so that they will not prevent anyone from taking their tasks. Well, the tasks are from the castle tower, but they will be posted in Konoha and packaged as their tasks. In this way, the castle tower gets manpower and Konoha gets a share of the tasks. Good thing. It is completely good for Konoha. The fuse of several previous ninja wars included task shares. Now that the castle tower has given out a share of the tasks, it is no wonder that Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to Mei to come to Konoha, and he did not complain about such a big show. It's too much. Not only will they benefit them, but they will also give them a share of the missions. Don't you think they are too excited? Didn't you see that even Denzo was just in a bad attitude, and even if Mei kept mocking him, he pretended not to hear it, because the benefits were too great. Unfortunately, they didn't understand that the share of missions was not that important to the castle tower. The number of missions in the castle tower has always far exceeded the number of ninjas, but the number of ninjas has never exceeded the number of missions. The share of missions they gave out was just a drop in the bucket. By the way, the long-term missions that Hong and Hungdal were going to take also belonged to this type. The meeting was very pleasant. Anyway, no matter what the real situation was, the propaganda was like this. However, when Uchiha Mei left, she was also told one thing by the Konoha high-level officials. It is not allowed to expose her and her Uchiha identities. Yes, Konoha has always promoted Uchiha Sasuke as the only orphan of the Uchiha family. If there are dozens or hundreds of Uchiha, the effect of this card in their hands will be greatly reduced. Uchiha Mei nodded naturally. For her, a rich family is not something that is boasted about, but something that is fought for. The Uchiha in the castle tower do not need to argue with Konoha about who is the legitimate rich family, as long as they prove themselves on the battlefield again and again. On the other side, Daobian stood on the top of the tree, eating ice cream and watching the show. On the remote street below, Naruto and Sakura met Konohamaru and 3 other little kids. And Konohamaru bumped into someone while running around. It hurts. Konohamaru sat on the ground. Not only did he not apologize to the person he bumped into, but instead accused him, "Hey, who are you? How dare you block my way?" It must be said that although Konohamaru is honest in front of Naruto, his attitude towards other people is not ordinary bad. It hurts, little kid. The young man wearing a black jumpsuit, with purple patterns on his face and a bandage wrapped around his back heard this, and he picked up Konohamaru from the ground unhappily. The other party was wrong in the first place, and now he is so aggressive, it would be strange if he is not taught a lesson. Kanjaku, don't go too far. A beautiful girl with golden twin ponytails, a huge fan on her belt, and fair skin said coldly. "Hey, who are you guys? Let go of Konohamaru." As the boss of the other party, Naruto naturally took the initiative to speak, and not only that, he also rushed out with his fists clenched. On the treetop on the side of the street, Dohei took out a camera. Because what was coming next was the most glorious moment of Kanjaku's life. Only seeing that his left hand, which was holding the scarf around Konohamaru's neck in his right hand, moved, Naruto, who was rushing towards him at high speed, jumped straight into the street as if he was caught by an invisible rope. Relief. The whole person slid forward along the ground. It's really exciting. Even the ash may have been eaten. Well, this is definitely a record that Kanjiu can brag about for the rest of his life. Even the famous Azura Chakra reincarnation of the Son of Six Paths, the famous Prince Narumi, can easily beat him, even if he doesn't think about it. After this opportunity, after someone has cheated through his own efforts, it is completely a dream to try to cheat him again. Kid, should you apologize to me? A malicious expression appeared on Kanjiu's face painted with purple stripes. I don't believe you dare to touch me. Konohamaru was just being stubborn and had no intention of apologizing. Just kidding, this is Konoha, other people have always apologized to him, how could he apologize to others? I have to say that Konohamaru's growth trajectory is the same as Asuma's. When he was young, he bullied others and did bad things. When he grew up, he turned around and was praised by countless people. Nausea. It's so fucking disgusting. Having a background is great. No matter how many mistakes you make, you don't have to pay the price. You can wash your hands of it at will. Would you like to try someone else? It's shameless to say that you have inherited the will of fire. Hearing how arrogant the other party was, Kanjiu made a fist with his left hand and punched the other party's face, insisting that he would experience the Iron Fist education from society. Konohamaru. Naruto on the ground shouted. If the original plot had been followed, it would have been impossible for this punch to fall, because it was not the grandson of the Hokage who was hit, but Konoha's face. Phew. A stone as big as an egg flew from above, enough to hit the back of Kanjiu's hand before he could hit him. But with Tang Ping here, how could anyone stop such a good thing like a naughty child being taught a lesson? A ball of pinched leaves flew out like a shooting star. Chapter 579, Boring, I want to see the river of blood. Snap. The balled-up leaves unexpectedly deflected the mid-air rocks. Relief. And Kenku's fist also fell on Konohamaru's face. Blood and teeth flew together. Don't think he is too harsh. This is the ninja world. As long as there is no death or disability, it can be said to be merciful. Who? The beautiful blonde girl standing on the side looked warily at the tree to the side. Wearing a blue stand-up collared top with a billiard racket pattern on the back and white shorts, a boy with short black hair was sitting on it, throwing stones in his hands. With such a forceful appearance, it is natural that he is the second pillar, Uchiha Sasuke. On the top of the tree not far away, a young man holding a camera and ice cream in his mouth was looking at this side excitedly. There were also an older girl with red hair and red eyes and a blonde and blue girl of the same age. Girl. None of the three people were wearing Konoha forehead protectors, which meant they were not from Konoha. Not only the blonde girl, but also Urju, who was sitting on the branch, turned to look at Tang Ping. He was even more shocked. Because he used stones, while Danhei used leaves, he was able to deflect the stones thrown by him first, so he knew how difficult it was. Whoosh! Dohei jumped from the top of the tree to the street, swallowed what was in his mouth, and pointed the camera at Konohamaru on the ground. Click! Directly took a photo of the other party's embarrassed appearance. Just like when he criticized Shinashuk and slapped Asuma before, he was extremely unhappy with these second-generation Kage. If he is really kind, forget it, he will definitely not specifically target him. The problem is, these are all brats and bullies when they were young, but they can turn around when they grow up. Damn it to you. In the world before time travel, there was nothing he could do about the second generation playing like this, but now that he has traveled through time, the second generation still dared to play like this in front of him. He didn't even dare to take action and just traveled through time, just like a turtle. After taking the photo, Tang Ping looked at Kenku and joked. If I were you, I would escape from Konoha immediately. My grandfather is the third Hokage. You don't want to kill yourself with 17 kunao behind your back, right? He was able to express his resentment to himself. In addition, Suna Ninja soon belonged to him, which meant that the other party was one of his own. It was not surprising that he had a favorable impression of him. As for the death of the other party's father? Sorry, that is Orochimaru's fault and has nothing to do with their castle tower. Maybe they can help with revenge in the future. It's normal to cooperate with Orochimaru and chase him at the same time. What, he is the grandson of the third Hokage? Kenko looked at Konohamaru who was missing a few teeth, as if he couldn't believe that such a reckless and vicious brat was a member of the Sarutobi clan. That's right, he is truly the grandson of the third Hokage. Tang Ping nodded in confirmation. That is to say, his current identity cannot be exposed, and the other party does not provoke him. Otherwise, he really doesn't mind giving the other party a few big tricks, just like he did with Asuma. There is no way. He was an ordinary person before time travel, and he didn't have any pattern. Things like that, he just likes to confront the guy he doesn't like. After crossing, he can not only confront, but also fight, which makes him very happy. Kanjuyu snorted coldly, retracted his gaze from Konohamaru, and turned to leave. This is someone else's territory after all, even if he is the son of the Kazekage, he can't mess around. Hey, you beat someone up and just want to walk away like this? Naruto stood up and refused to do it. When his little brother was beaten up, he, as the boss, must stand up. Dohei jumped onto the wooden wall on the side of the street at the first time, with only 3 words in his eyes. Fight. He wants to see a river of blood. If the Sand Ninja Trio can solve Prince Naruto, he will set off firecrackers to celebrate on the spot. Damn guy. Kanjuyu was a little angry about Naruto's entanglement, and directly put the thing wrapped in the bandage on his back beside him. Hey, Kanku, do you want to use the crow here? The blonde girl next to him frowned, obviously not supporting making things worse here. Naruto. Sakura also stepped forward and held Naruto tightly. It must be said that as long as it does not involve the second pillar, Sakura's IQ is always online. Otherwise, she would not be accepted as a disciple by Tsunade in the future. Brother Naruto, beat him. Konohamaru also climbed up at this time to cheer for his boss. How could he not be angry after such a heavy punch that several teeth fell out? To put it in a sentence, even his Hokage grandfather never beat him like this. Enough. Temari stopped him. Kanku, if you make things worse, if he knows, you know the consequences. With just one sentence, she made Kanku, who was in a strong momentum, hesitate. And Naruto suppressed his temper because of Sakura's presence. As for the pretentious second pillar? Sorry, at this moment he has been locked by a terrifying aura and has no time to pay attention to the situation below. Yes, a figure appeared behind the tree where Sasuke sat. Among the people present, Karin first glanced over there, followed by Dohei and Naruko, but they all pretended not to know. Stop, Kankyu. The newly appeared red-haired boy stood upside down on the branch, not only with his arms folded across his chest, but also with a huge gourd on his back. Other aspects aside, his appearance was full of aura. It's just that his eyes were like those of a panda, as if he hadn't slept for several nights. The most conspicuous thing was, of course, the word love engraved on his forehead. That's right. The person who came was Sandfall Gaara. A person who had a very high prestige in the early stage, but later lost his prestige after being hit by Prince Naruto's friendship face-breaking fist, and became a tool and background board. Kanjuku didn't dare to say a word when he heard this cold and ruthless voice. He just carried the bandage-wrapped thing called crow on his back. Who are you and what is your purpose in Konoha? Nijiru asked Gaara. We are ninjas from the Sand Village. We are here to participate in the joint Chunin exam. Gaara left after saying that. On the street, Kanjuku and Temari, who were obviously older, followed silently without saying a word. Tisk, that's it. Dohei was unhappy. He was preparing to be a war correspondent and even thought of the title. Shock, the second generation of shadows fighting each other, is it a lack of humanity or a loss of morality? But now it's over, which naturally makes him very disappointed. Before he could say anything more, 2 figures suddenly appeared here. It was Kakashi and Izumi. Let's go. Izumi asked them to leave. Next, Team 7 was busy, so she naturally wouldn't disturb them. There were only 3 people in the entire castle tower who knew Kakashi's true identity. In the eyes of others, he was a Hokage and had nothing to do with their castle tower. Uchihame is here. Their exchange team was supposed to meet him right away. So it was normal for Izumi to come to them. Although Konoha wanted to return the mansion in the core area to Mei, she didn't accept the good intention, but chose to live in the United Fruit Chamber of Commerce and Honda Chamber of Commerce like the exchange team. Several Miko also lived here, and the ninjas they brought with them kept a close eye on this area. Not to mention the Anbu and the Root, even mosquitoes couldn't fly in. Be careful and you'll be safe. No matter how strong you are, the secret techniques and forbidden techniques in the ninja world are endless, so it's better to be more prepared. When Dohei and the others came back, someone else came to join them. Hinata Sogitsu. She was obviously going back to Konoha with them, but she seemed to be ignored by everyone. If she was to act as an assassin, no one could escape the assassination. Okay, you guys stay here. Do Ping glanced at Chuan, Nariko, and Karin, motioned them to stay outside, and walked in with Hinata Kangyu. What was discussed below was not suitable for too many people to know. Chapter 580 Myaboka Mountain Infiltration Plan. Pop. The door was closed. This room is covered with. The place was very warm and comfortable, just like home. Obviously, the people of the Chamber of Commerce took it seriously. Hinata Kangyu's eyes turned blue like stars, and then he glanced at a corner with disdain. Eavesdropping. It was completely routine for ninjas. This was Konoha, the home of the root, and they had 1,000 ways to eavesdrop. Snap. Do Ping snapped his fingers. Gurgle. A large number of black runes spread out, shielding everything around. They were like being in a barrier, and no sound could be heard. How are the preparations? Do Ping looked at Uchihame. She came so late, naturally because she had to complete the preliminary preparations for the plan. It's done. Uchihame nodded. This plan was of great importance, so she was in a dilemma, not to mention that she did everything herself, and she couldn't explain her purpose. Fortunately, their internal affairs were not as complicated as Konoha, and power was extremely concentrated, so they successfully implemented the plan. If it were Konoha, it would be impossible to blockade the demon country for several months, not to mention other aspects. Because there are huge interests involved, blockade is equivalent to bloodshed. But for the castle tower, as long as the order is issued, let alone bloodshed, even if it is stabbing, it must be obeyed. It is precisely because the demon country is doing its best to interfere that the plan can be implemented. If the other party is well prepared, the plan will be a suicide. But there is no way, there is only one chance. If you can't take advantage of this opportunity to destroy Myaboka Mountain, there will be no next chance. For this reason, Dohei has been staring at Prince Nara from a close distance. As long as the other party gets the summoning technique taught by Jiraiya, it's time to take action. The probability of success in front of Jiraiya is almost negligible. Even if it succeeds, you can't be sure whether it is a trap, but it's really not easy to do it in front of Prince Naru. The few people only talked about the plan for a few words and ended it on their own initiative. Pop. With the snap of Dohei's fingers, the barrier was removed. Since the root wants to eavesdrop, let them eavesdrop. If there is a chance, they can even use this trick to pass on some information they want the root to know. Next, their task is to try to keep the plot the same as before. Only in this way can they get the most benefits. Dohei is not going to participate in the joint Chunin exams, and directly let Hyuga Sogitsu transform for him. With her level of transformation, it is impossible to reveal flaws unless the third Hokage or the Sunin level strong observes closely. As for what Dohei is going to do? Of course, make preparations. Question: what is the most troublesome part of attacking the Holy Land? It's the location. The location of the Holy Land is extremely secretive. Just like Ryokai Cave and Myaboka Mountain, they have been trying to find out the location of Tang Valley for a few years, but they have not gained anything. Because only Dohei and his people know the detailed location, even the people on the Liang who transport supplies will erase the relevant memories. Therefore, the location of Tanggu is naturally impossible to be cracked. People don't know the location of Tanggu, and Do Ping and his men naturally don't know the location of the 3 holy places. Even the contractors don't know the location of the holy places, because they go there through the reverse summoning technique, so if they want to attack the holy places, the prerequisite is to find out the location of the other party. This is the biggest difficulty in attacking the holy places. And Do Ping thought about it for a long time before he figured out how to solve this problem. Send someone to sneak in. If there is a candidate, they will also be transported in the team. Hong Lian. As the new generation leader carefully cultivated by the castle tower, it is natural for her to take on such a dangerous task. The key is that there is one thing that only the other party can do, so it is decided that the other party will be responsible for this task. As long as she sneaks into Myaboka Mountain, she can provide Do Ping with a location so that he can find the location of Myaboka Mountain and launch an attack. Other forces can't do it. Because the 3 holy places are definitely far away from the central area of the ninja world, it is not easy to kill them. However, the castle tower had already prepared for this. Both ground effect vehicles and airships began to gather secretly. Once the location was determined, they would attack with lightning speed. Is the gift okay? Do Ping was concerned about the gift. Here. Hinata Kangyu stood up and took Do Ping to the basement. Soon, a red crystal coffin appeared in front of Do Ping, and the sleeping Hong Lian lay inside. Yes, she entered the pseudo-death state, and her whole body was wrapped in crystal. If it wasn't seen with the eyes, there was no way to detect her existence. Even the means of the reincarnation eye, the Kagura heart eye, could not see through this means. It is conceivable how difficult it is to sneak into Mayaboku Mountain. So Do Ping was completely cautious and designed this sneak plan. Sending Hong Lian in this state into Mayaboku Mountain, she herself is equivalent to a locator. As long as she appears in Mayaboku Mountain, it means that the plan is successful. After carefully feeling it and finding that there was no problem, Dohei nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. He left the basement. The longer this state lasts, the less likely it is to be discovered. Because someone took the Chunin exam for him, he explored Konoha these days. When he came to a place, he stopped. Finally found it. Yes, this is it. It is the place where Jiraiya taught Naruto the summoning technique. And the waterfall fissure where he was thrown down is not far away. In the original plot, Naruto was thrown down, and only when he was at the critical moment of life and death could he summon Buntat. That is what Dohei wants. That was the only chance. If it was during the battle, there would be no such opportunity. Buntat. That is Dohei's real goal. Directly throw Hong Lian into Buntat's body, and use white zetsu to connect the two, so that they become a whole. In this way, when the summoning technique is removed, they will naturally be taken to Mayaboku Mountain. Perfect plan. Who would have thought that the traitor who really betrayed the location of Mayaboku Mountain was Buntat, the leader of the new generation? As long as the prophetic ability of the Great Toad Sage is blocked and confidentiality is done well, this plan will be perfect. Only Dohei himself knows the specific details of the entire infiltration plan. Even Uchihame, Hyuga Sogitsu, and Hong Lian only know that they have been exposed to a part of it. It's not that Dohei doesn't trust them. It's because in a place like the ninja world, you never know how you will reveal secrets, so he never acts as a riddler, but when it comes to some key information, he will keep it secret directly. Set up the barrier. Because when the time comes, he needs to hide it from Jiraiya above, and he also needs to hide it from the Konoha barrier. Since this is Konoha, Do Ping can't ask for help, so he can only act alone. This makes his progress extremely slow. If it is aimed at ordinary ninjas, it is naturally not necessary to be so troublesome, but when the target is Jiraiya, Buntat and the like, it is difficult to avoid trouble. Especially here is still in Konoha, otherwise it will be sensed by the barrier. The difficulty is off the charts. Only a big guy like Do Ping, whose sealing skills are comparable to Uzumaki Mito, can do this. It took him almost half a month to complete it. Finally done. After returning to his residence, he lay on the sofa like a dead fish. Jiraiya is back to the village. Chuan, who walked in, reported in a low voice. What? Do Ping opened his eyes. But thinking about it, it was normal. Now he had passed the written test and the death forest of the Chunin exam. Since Hinata Sogitsu participated in his place, the situation was guaranteed to develop as in the original plot. The 12 little warriors of Konoha successfully entered the third round of the individual competition, and the top 8 had been selected. From the top 8 to the top 4, it was an open battle, so the top 8 players were given a month to prepare. Naruto vs Niji. Gaara vs Sasuke. That is, they appeared in the top 8. Jiraiya returned to Konoha at this time, and there was also a reason to give Naruto special treatment. Among the members of Team 7, the second pillar was led by Kakashi himself. Naruto had Jiraiya, and only Sakura, a civilian ninja with no background and no connections, had no one to lead her. It was not difficult to understand why she could only be a vase in the early stage. Start preparing. Do Ping gave the order directly. If Jiraiya returns to the village, it means that the infiltration plan has officially begun. Chapter 581 Positioning is successful. A few days later. The top of the waterfall behind Konoha Hokage Rock. Jiraiya brought Naruto here for special training today. Imagine the power in your body, release it, and use your body to find the trick. Looking at Naruto in front of him, Jiraiya made up his mind. As a Jinchuriki, if you can't control the power of the tailed beast in your body, you may become a tool of war. But I haven't learned it yet. Naruto was confused. Although he has learned the summoning technique from the other party during this period, and also realized that there is another chakra in his body, he has not been able to use it successfully. As the semi-finals approached, he was running out of time. No, you will soon. Jiraiya shook his head, and then put his finger on Naruto's forehead protector and it popped out. Whoosh! The chakra directly bounced Naruto dozens of meters away. Ah! Naruto screamed. There was nothing he could do, because there was a crack on the side of the waterfall below him. It was impossible to tell how high it was below, only the stone walls on both sides of the crack, which was only a few dozen meters wide, were densely packed with spike-like stone pillars. Whoosh! Naruto fell towards the bottom of the crack. He didn't know any flying ninjutsu such as peacock magic, flame clothes, etc. If he really hit the bottom, there was only one way to die. From this point of view, Jiraiya was really a wolf destroyer, leaving no trace at all. If Naruto didn't want to live a life worse than death, he had to get through this level. If he couldn't get through, dying like this was also a good choice. It can only be said that ninjas are indeed calm and even cruel. Bang! Naruto's heartbeat was getting faster and faster as he fell at high speed. He had just tried to save himself. But there was no way to grab the smooth stone pillars. If he couldn't think of a way, he would fall to death here. His eyes began to become confused, and a beastly nature emanated from him. Under a stone pillar below, there are two people in a red crystal coffin. Tang Ping, Chuan, and Hong Lian in the red crystal coffin. Here they come. Chuan reminded. In order to wait, they have been preparing for this opportunity for too long. Not only was Tang Ping busy every day, but Sun Xiang Qingyu and Xiang Lu were also secretly monitoring Jiraiya. That's why they can accurately lock in opportunities and come here in advance to wait. When the target appears, take action. Tang Ping looked at Prince Ming falling from the sky and spoke directly. If Mrs. Wen appears, it will be stable. The most feared thing is an accident, such as a psychic failure or someone rescuing Prince Ming in advance. Fortunately, such an accident did not occur. At the critical moment of life and death, Naruto successfully mastered the huge-tailed beast chakra in his body. Ninjutsu. Psychic art. After biting his finger, he pressed directly into the air. Relief. A huge white mist emerged below. Whoosh! Chuan immediately disappeared beside Tang Ping. She was taking the Shisui route, and her attainments in the teleportation technique were evident. She was in front of Bunta in almost an instant. When Wenta realized that she was in a dangerous situation, she immediately extended her frog hands to the left and right sides. Boom boom! The huge body weighing tens or hundreds of tons can be imagined how heavy it is under the inertia. It even broke the stone pillars one by one, and finally stabilized the body and stopped falling. Fortunately, Mrs. Wen is not an ordinary toad. If it were, the frog's paw might have been broken long ago. Since just when Mrs. Wen was about to speak out, she saw a pair of blood-red pupils like four-cornered pinwheels. Kaleidoscope. Light. Izumi used this kaleidoscope ability. This can be regarded as a lower version of the other gods, but the advantage is that the consumption is not so exaggerated, and there is no cooling time. It was the kaleidoscope ability that she could barely use after slowly exploring it for several months. Wenta's toad eyes instantly became blank. Whether it is a tailed beast or other large psychic beast, as long as it is not strong and spiritual, that is, yin escape, it will only be a plaything of the kaleidoscope illusion. Even the tailed beasts can't withstand the genjutsu. Even though Bunta can fight with the one-tailed Shikaku a few times, it doesn't mean that he can withstand it. If it were Shima and Fukasaku, the two immortals, it would be possible to fight against this illusion, but a psychic beast like Bunta, who was physically powerful but not much stronger mentally than ordinary ninjas, was instantly attacked. A single look can bring down such a large psychic beast. No wonder Uchiha is so proud of the Sharingan. Anyone with this kind of plug-in and general blood inheritance limit would have the same reaction. Naruto, who continued to fall above, did not notice that his falling speed had slowed down, and the fog was much thicker at the same time. Step. At this time, Tang Ping also dragged the red crystal coffin to Wenta and directly entered the opponent's mouth. That's right. The red lotus must be put into the opponent's body, and it doesn't stop there. There is also Bai-Zi who has been treated with illusions in advance. He will wrap the red crystal coffin in Wenta's flesh and blood, so that they can be regarded as one. Gilu. Baiju quickly melted, condensing the crystal coffin and flesh into one body. If they don't become one, Wenta will notice. Does it really think that a psychic beast like this, whose intelligence is no weaker than that of humans, can't feel anything wrong within its body? The whole process was frighteningly fast. It only took less than half a minute for Tang Ping to drag the solidified crystal coffin into Buntai's body and leave. When he came out, Chuan also retreated immediately. It took more than half a month to prepare, but the entire action process only took less than a minute. This is a ninja. Act efficiently and quickly. The seeds of the infiltration plan have been planted. Next, as long as Buntai returns to Mt Mayaboku, the castle tower can start to be positioned. The several large-scale barriers Tang Ping had placed outside also disappeared without a trace at this time. During the entire process, Konoha's chakra monitoring barrier did not react at all, as if it was not aware of their movements. It has to be said that if it were Uzumaki Mito who constantly maintained and improved the barrier, Dohei would not be able to do these tricks. But the current barrier, not to mention improvement in Konoha, is extremely difficult to maintain. It's not that the sealing technique information and ninjutsu are lost, but that it's hard to find and train ninjas with talent in this area. No. It should be said that Konoha is not too caring, and the cultivation method is not very good. In the past, the sealing technique was handled by the Uzumaki clan, followed by the training of the Hokage clan. This can be seen from the fact that the three ninjas are proficient in sealing techniques. The problem is that ordinary ninjas have no way to learn the sealing technique. Only after your strength improves can you access information related to sealing techniques. But after growing up, who else would spend energy and time studying sealing techniques? Isn't ninjutsu delicious? Like the castle tower, there is a basic course on sealing in the ninja school. If you have talent or interest, you can carry out professional training in this area from an early age. Therefore, it is not surprising that the new generation in Konoha does not have any strong ones in sealing arts. Next, Tang Ping and Izumi will naturally not stay. Although they were confident that they would not be discovered by Jiraiya, they were still top experts and extremely experienced. In order to avoid causing accidents, they tried their best to avoid causing more troubles. After returning to the rest area, Tang Ping immediately started working. The barrier and materials that had been arranged in the basement in advance had long been built into an altar, with countless runes on the outside. A lot of inspiration came from studying the kaleidoscope obtained from Kakashi's eyes. Space rules. Even if it's just a little bit of fur can all play a huge role. If it weren't for this kind of harvest, it would not be easy to get the location of Mt Miamu. One of the prerequisites for the use of spatial ability is positioning, just like the prerequisite for Flying Thunder God is sense of space, it is actually a positioning ability. Therefore, it is not surprising that Tang Ping developed the positioning ability from Bai Yanlang's kaleidoscope. In the middle of the altar is a huge crystal ball. Nearly more than an hour later. Buzz. The crystal ball lit up. Positioning begins. Since you can't move too much to avoid disturbing Mount Miamu and the Great Toad Sage, it takes a long time. It won't take at least 1 or 2 days to get the results. A week later, Tang Ping learned the specific location. The Kingdom of Thunder. No, it should be said that it is to the north of the Kingdom of Thunder, and Miamu Mountain is actually there. Next, the whole army from the castle tower attacked. One after another, aerospace craft and ground effect aircraft loaded with flying troops, logistics supplies, and ninja troops set off. Since it was prepared in advance, the message was perfectly blocked. At least it won't be discovered quickly. Chapter 582 Experimental Subject, Sister-in-Law. Konoha Arena. It was a bustling crowd, and a large number of spectators came in early in the morning. Today is the opening of the quarterfinals, and it is also the day when Konoha's collapse plan begins. And Dohei and the others were naturally sitting in the viewing area specially prepared for their castle tower. How did I get eliminated? Dohei asked Nariko next to him. Because he asked Hinata Kangyu to disguise himself, but he wanted the communication team to be eliminated before the Tower of Death. This is so as not to affect the plot. He was defeated by the second pillar, Uchiha Suzuki. As soon as Nariko was about to say the name, she realized she had made a mistake and corrected herself immediately. It can only be said that Tang Ping's appeal is too high, and the title he gave is also very interesting, and it is easy for people to call him together. For example, pronouns such as Two Pillars, Prince Ming, Princess, King of Pots, Ninja Bear, etc. are known to senior officials and people familiar with the castle tower. By the way, they have done some research on the names Tang Ping. Because Tang Ping is not an ordinary person, with the ability of terrifying predictions, who would ignore his words. Facts have also proved that the nicknames he gave are indeed very meaningful. Yet, Tang Ping didn't feel too surprised when he heard that he was defeated by Erju. Because in this Chunin exam, except for Gaara, the cheating player, the second pillar is indeed considered the T1 echelon. It is normal to pretend to lose to the opponent, but it is abnormal to find someone to lose. Anyway, their exchange team has not shown strong strength before, so it is not impossible to lose. Of course, the three Suna ninja siblings suspected that they were match-fixing, but there was no evidence. Another thing is that Moonlight Hayate, a special jounin who was pale and often coughed with dark circles under his eyes, died. Congratulations! There is no other way. His fiancée, Yukizian, is a famously beautiful girl in Konoha. I don't know how many people are envious, jealous, and hateful of him. Now the other party has become a beautiful little widow without even getting married, making countless ninjas shout with excitement. No, they are in grief, and they are definitely willing to comfort her. Tang Ping doesn't know what to say about this. He can only say that the inertia of the plot is like this. However, Moonlight Blast had nothing to do with him, so he had no other thoughts besides lamenting that Yukizian was a pity. The first battle of the top 8 was between Prince Ming and Niji. In the previous Hyuga Civil War, Niji defeated Hinata. Tang Ping has reservations about this. How could the blackened Hinata lose? After solving his character weaknesses, it was impossible for Niji to be a match for Hinata, who had a strong bloodline. And there is only one possibility for her to lose. Pretending. The relationship between the two brothers and sister is completely different from the original plot. Due to the death of Hinata and Hinata, sisters Nisi and Hinata are almost dependent on each other, and their relationship is extremely good. Under this relationship, it is not impossible to crack down on match fixing. The reason is naturally because Hinata wants to keep a low profile and maintain her usual personality. And isn't it natural for Nisi, the genius of the branch family, to defeat her, the cowardly eldest daughter of the clan? I didn't expect that such a genius would come out of the Hinata branch. Hyuga Kangyu, who was sitting in front, looked at the battle below and muttered to herself. She was defeated in the Forest of Death by disguising herself as Tang He. Naturally, she did not see Niji's performance before the quarterfinals, and only now can she see his strength. Honestly speaking, as a graduate of the previous class, Hyuga Niji is truly top-notch in terms of strength. Worthy of the word genius. As long as you don't compare him with monsters like Kakashi, Otakako, Tohei, and don't encounter cheating protagonists, such as Naruto and Urju, he is really invincible. It's a pity that a genius like him is simply the best background and stepping stone, destined to be used to set off the protagonist. Well, this can be seen from the fact that he died to save Naruto during the next 4 ninja wars. Actually, does Prince Ming need your rescue? The Six Paths LYB has been keeping an eye on the Pure Land. Even if the ninja world destroys others, nothing will happen to them. All I can say is that the ninja world is complete. Lithe are the toys of the Otsutsuki clan. Others should just be the background and stepping stone. You have to jump out and show off. If you don't die, who will die? Another little bird eager to get out of the cage. Tohei commented. As long as it is the Hyuga branch, who doesn't want to get out of the cage? Hinata Kangyu asked back. Yes, this is the general idea of the Hyuga branch, not an exception. Do you think that if the Hyuga clan can get out of the cage, will they be willing to join our castle tower? Tohei suddenly spoke. This is what he suddenly thought of. He is very concerned about the Hyuga clan. After all, the Byakugan of this clan is a human radar on the battlefield, and its strategic role is really top. Konoha can beat several people in every ninja world war. In addition to its own strong foundation, the Byakugan also plays a role. Tohei is also greedy. Even if the Byakugan is far inferior to the Samsara Eye. But there are more of them. Of course I am willing, but can you do it? Hinata Kangyu asked. Because if she remembered correctly, the other party had never been able to do it before. Well, I have an idea. If we add a layer of seal and only keep the caged bird's death to destroy the Byakugan function, wouldn't it be fine? Doping gave an idea. Yes, it is too difficult to remove the caged bird, but it is not that difficult to seal the caged bird. For example, it is difficult to open a sophisticated lock without damaging the protected object, but adding a lock outside will greatly reduce the difficulty. Are you sure? Hinata Kangyu's face showed an interested look. She hated the Hyuga clan very much. If it weren't for Doping's suppression, she would have learned from the filial son to destroy the clan. Now that she heard that there was a chance to pit the Hyuga clan, how could she not be interested? Theoretically, it should be no problem. Dou Ping spread his hands. Although according to his research, there will be no problem, but in fact, there has been no real experiment, so he dare not guarantee it. I think there is someone who is very suitable as an experimental target. Uchiha, who was sitting next to Hinata Kangyu, suddenly spoke. Dohei and Hinata Kangyu looked at each other, not understanding who she was talking about. Hinata Hanabi. An unexpected name was uttered by Uchiha. Yes, that is the legendary sister-in-law, whose popularity is higher than that of the crown princess in Unflammable. Now she is only 7 years old, just entering the age of ninja school. In the original plot, since she is the daughter of the clan leader, she is naturally not engraved with the caged bird. The problem is that now that Hinata Hayashi is dead, Hinata can still escape because of the promise of the elder, but Hanabi, as a younger sister, is different. She was engraved with the caged bird a few years ago and became a member of the branch family. With Hanabi's personality, she is not a docile type. As long as there is a chance to get rid of the caged bird, she will definitely volunteer to serve as an experimental subject. Interesting, you arrange it. Dou Ping was also very interested in this famous sister-in-law, and nodded directly. As for why Mei interrupted, he also knew that it was to help his disciple. As an experimental subject, although there are risks, there is no price. If it is those Hyuga branches, they must pay a price to enjoy such treatment. Just as they were communicating, the game in the field below was coming to an end. Naruto broke out of the ground and knocked down Niji with one punch. Well, a ninja with white eyes was knocked down by a sneak attack. If Niji's chakra had not been exhausted, maybe he would have thought that he was paid. After the first group of matches ended, it was originally the turn of the second group to play, but because Sasuke and Kakashi had not arrived yet, the order of the duel was naturally changed. The home advantage is that you can do whatever you want. Shikamaru vs Temari. This game can be said to be a model of losing the game and winning life. Anyway, Dou Ping's opinion of the lazy Nara clan is not very good. The tribe members are lazy because they are fed too much. If they encounter a strong enemy and their own family is not full, do you think they will fight? While thinking about these, the second battle ended. The third game was between Shino and Kankyu, and the latter took the initiative to admit defeat and pushed the schedule to the last game. Sasuke vs Gaara. Both sides are highly popular seeded players that everyone is optimistic about, and they are also the most anticipated players. It's a pity that one side is late, just when the referee started to count down. Leaves came with the wind. Chapter 583 The Strongest King. Hey! The leaves brought by the breeze swept the arena, and also attracted everyone's attention. Here he comes. The two strongest kings of Konoha appeared hand in hand. The leaves circled in the field. And the two figures appeared on the field back to back. Ordinary audiences can't see how the two appeared, making them look extremely mysterious, plus the surrounding breeze and leaves. Pretend to be as strong as the wind, always pretend to be me. It can only be described like this. The tall one is naturally Kakashi, and the short one is naturally Sasuke, the new king of bullying. For this famous scene, Dou Ping also had to admire it. Some people are born knowing how to pretend. Can Sasuke win against that monster? Uchiha. Mei looked over. She knew that Dohei was very concerned about Sasuke, otherwise she wouldn't have called him the nickname of Second Pillar. At the same time, he was a disciple reserved by Hyuga Sogetsu, but he had been left alone. I don't know. Dohei shook his head, and received surprised looks in response. Because for them, Dohei knew almost everything, and in this situation where they could judge the outcome with a little effort, how could it not be surprising that he said he didn't know? Even if they wanted to decide the winner, they have to have a chance. Dohei looked up at the Hokage and Kazekage sitting on the palace-like viewing platform. If they want to finish the fight, they also need the consent of Orochimaru there. I see. Uchiha Mei understood instantly. She naturally knew that Orochimaru had killed the Kazekage. After all, she was the one who paid attention to the other party, and she knew that the Kazekage had been replaced by Snake. Once the other party started a fight, the Chunin exam would naturally not be able to proceed. What about us? Hinata Kangyu wanted to know the course of action. We have already done what we should do. Don't alert the enemy for the time being. Just watch the show normally. If there is a chance, it would be nice to save the third Hokage. Dou Ping had a smile on his lips. After such a long time, their layout in Konoha was naturally completed long ago. So just watch the show. If they want to save Sarutobi Hiruzen, they don't want him to sacrifice as a hero. It would be a bargain for him to die here. Even if they want him to die, they have to let him be judged first. And Miyaboku Mountain. It is their first target. Konoha has plenty of opportunities to deal with it, and it doesn't even need to deal with it. Just slowly weaken and suck blood. If they really play too much and want to destroy it, maybe the 6 paths will end up shamelessly. It is not impossible. Just like Nagato came to Konoha to carry rice, and the final result was to use the outer path. Samsara Tensei with his life. Although it was Naruto's mouth, God knows if the 6 paths secretly influenced it. Anyway, Dohei is a coward. Before reaching the level of 6 paths, he will not destroy Konoha, at least he will not be the main force. If someone can do it, he can cheer for them and do it himself. He is really afraid of 6 paths. Last time, he played a trick on him without any martial ethics. Although he got the immortal body, it also delayed him for a few years and he did not take the opportunity to snowball. Otherwise, the territory of Tian's Huge would not be the same as when he was sleeping. This time, if he really dared to jump out and destroy Konoha, 6 paths might really start to hack people. So, he really needs to restrain himself this time. However, if the Sand Ninja makes trouble, it has nothing to do with him, right? Anyway, Dohei doesn't believe that Konoha can get through this safely. While thinking about these in his mind, the 2 pillars below have already started to fight. Cry! The sound of 1,000 birds chirping rang out. A ball of blue lightning lit up in Sasuke's heart. Is it Chidori? Mei's voice was full of surprise. Because she has studied this technique very deeply, and even knows all the derived ninjutsu, so she was surprised. The time was too short. Before the Death Forest, Sasuke definitely didn't know it. That is to say, he learned it during Kakashi's special training. It doesn't sound like a big deal, just less than a month, and he learned an A-level ninjutsu. But you have to know that he is only 12 years old. Before that, the most proficient technique he mastered was the C-level Great Fireball technique. Now he learned the A-level Forbidden technique in just 1 month, which is a completely shocking talent. You have to know that it is not uncommon for even a Jonin to spend several years or even longer to not be able to master an A-level ninjutsu. Even for Jonin, not everyone can master A-level ninjutsu, not only because there is no way, but also because it is difficult to learn. But Sasuke, a 12-year-old genin, can accomplish this, which is enough to prove his genius. As expected of the wealthy Uchiha. Is that Kakashi's famous ninjutsu Chidori? Yes, it's an A-level ninjutsu. Various discussions rang out from the audience. Obviously, they were both shocked and as expected by Sasuke's genius. The shock was because of the value of mastering A-level forbidden techniques at the age of 12. As expected because his last name was Uchiha, and it was not surprising to be able to do this with this last name. As for the Uchiha of the castle tower? Sorry, under the tacit blockade of the ninja world, not many people know this name, let alone the Uchiha lineage over there. Intelligence theft and blockade are the skills of ninjas, and it is not difficult to do these. Sasuke's opponent, Gaara, was wrapped in thick sand balls, forming a defense without dead angles. The 2 sides attacked and defended, and directly launched the final showdown. Karin, if I say that Gaara has the Uzumaki bloodline, do you believe it? Doping spoke to Karin beside him. At this time, he was in the front row with Mei, Kingyu, and Chuan, and beside him were Naruko and Karin, and around him were the Miko and the castle tower ninja, so he dared to communicate with confidence. Uzumaki bloodline. Karin's pupils shrank slightly, she really didn't expect it. Because the castle tower had taken back all the Uzumaki clan members that could be found, she didn't expect that there would be some fish that slipped through the net. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, his mother should have the Uzumaki clan bloodline. Do. Ping said his guess. He guessed based on the plot he had read before crossing. First of all, the red hair. One of the symbols of the Uzumaki clan is red hair. Although the Uzumaki clan is not the only one in the ninja world with red hair, it can be said that there are only about 1 in 10,000 with this hair color. Then Gaara can serve as a Jinchuriki as soon as he is born. If there is no special physique, not to mention a child, even an adult ninja cannot serve as a Jinchuriki. Finally, it is the sealing technique. Although Gaara is not good at this, it is more because there is no place to learn, and his mother's sealing technique is extremely good, and she can turn into sand to protect him even after death, which is enough to explain the truth. Once is a coincidence, so many times is not. As for Temari and Kanku, they naturally did not inherit the blood of their mother's family, just like Prince Naruto did not have red hair. But he may not recognize this identity. Karin shook her head. Because the Uzumaki clan is not so domineering that they must let the other party return to the clan just because they have this bloodline. That's right. Doping looked at the sandball below that had been pierced by Chidori and nodded gently. In the sandball, a breath like a ferocious beast emanated. Obviously, Gaara lost control of his emotions and began to transform into a tailed beast. Swish! A monster-like long yellow sand claw emerged from the gap torn by Chidori and forced the two pillars to retreat. The show begins. Doping did not look down, but looked around. A familiar figure appeared in the audience. Yakushi Kabuto. At this time, he formed seals with both hands and cast a spell. Nirvana Essence Technique. Feathers fell from the air one by one. This technique is not very effective, at least ninjas with strong resistance to illusions can withstand it. The problem is that this technique is almost unsolvable for ordinary people. At the same time, the coverage area is terrifyingly large. The entire stadium is covered. One by one, the villagers, tourists, and wealthy merchants who were watching the battle fell down. In the original plot, these people were fine after the Konoha collapse plan. Can you believe it? That's why Tohei was sure that Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan was completely prepared to help his teacher decently. However, this time they have the castle tower watching, and the other party is unwilling to be decent, so they will help to be decent. Aren't you going to make Konoha collapse? Okay, they just like to help others, and directly help Orochimaru. Anyway, someone else will take the blame, and the board can't hit them. Be careful. It's an illusion. Protect the audience. Various voices rang out. And the main battle stage also had an accident at this time. Chapter 584 Out of Control Situation. Watching the battle stage. Kazekage, what do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned the Kazekage beside him. Because a sand ninja suddenly attacked the Konoha ninja. Teacher, didn't you recognize me a long time ago? A hoarse voice sounded, and Orochimaru lifted the Kazekage's hat, revealing his soft and fair face. Wearing a kimono and Megatama earrings, she looked like a real woman. Orochimaru, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly thought of his disciples' ideals and pursuits. Teacher, please die here today. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth with sadness and excitement flashing in his eyes. Sad because he wanted to kill his teacher, and excited because he could fight with his teacher. It was my mistake to let you go, and today I will make up for this mistake. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the chaotic village and was really heartbroken. Boom. Especially the Konoha side wall area, which was directly smashed by a terrifying giant snake, causing a lot of chaos. And the security department? Sorry, although the reputation has improved, it does not mean that the strength has also improved, so facing the attack of the giant snake and the sand ninja, they were completely defeated. However, the sand ninjas suddenly found that there seemed to be a lot more people on their side. For the sand village, kill. Yeking led a large number of sand ninjas and headed directly to the Konoha warehouse. Yes, she participated in the battle. And she also led a large number of sand ninjas to participate in the battle. For the sand village. And the hundreds of sand ninjas behind her also followed. Before, a caravan controlled by the castle tower quietly brought Yeking and his sand ninjas into Konoha. When the people of the sand village attacked, she also led the sand ninjas to attack directly, and it seemed that they were attacking the village like the sand ninjas. In fact, they attacked from the outside, and she attacked from the inside. And in order to show her identity, she kept talking about the sand village and put the blame on the other party. But it's not a scapegoat. Because she was a real sand ninja, she was not expelled from the village, and her actions helped the sand ninja. Why did they rush to the warehouse? Of course, it was because they wanted to take the opportunity to make a fortune. Although the castle tower is not short of money, it is in great need of good things like chakra metal, medicinal materials, etc. Although Konoha was walking down it's a hilly road, but there are too many of these things accumulated, so it's best to take advantage of them. And more than that. Fierce, violent. Pillars of fire rose into the sky, directly igniting many places in Konoha village. Many of the buildings in Konoha are made of wood. It is midsummer now, and the flames rising into the sky are spreading rapidly. Surprise! A gift prepared specially for Konoha by Tang Ping. With Orochimaru taking the blame, he is not afraid of being targeted by 6 paths. At the same time, this is also a way to help others. Aren't you executing the plan to collapse Konoha? If you don't want to destroy the village, it's called Mao Xian's collapse. So in addition to letting Yekeng bring her direct lineage Sand Ninja to support the scene, a large amount of refined incendiary bomb materials were also transported. The thick black liquid can burn even on water or rocks. The black oil has been mined for such a long time, and the castle tower is almost out of stock of these things. Now it can be regarded as clearing out the inventory. At the same time, take the opportunity to give Konoha a hard blow. How big the losses will be and how many people will die will all depend on their luck. With the appearance of Yekeng and these flames, the situation immediately went out of control. Some people couldn't help but take action. Crush the vendor technique. A heroic voice sounded. Then a huge toad appeared in the sky and crashed directly onto the giant snake that smashed the wall. The huge toad carried 2 long swords on its back, and standing on it was a tall and strong figure with long white hair and a forehead protector with the word oil on his forehead. Jiraiya. The other party finally showed up. In the original plot, the opponent had to wait until the 3rd generation knelt down before taking action. But now that the situation is out of control, he can't help but take action immediately, because if it continues, Konoha will suffer too much loss. Super doubling technique. A huge figure appeared in Konoha, hitting the Suna ninja with the weapon in his hand. It's Akimichi Dingza. The 3 clans of Pig, Deer, and Butterfly also took action. Hinata is the strongest clan in Konoha. Hyuga Ongji led a group of Hyuga clan members and began to clean up the intruders. Then the ninjas took action one by one. Their original plan was to wait until the 3rd Hokage died in battle before taking action. This can be considered a tacit understanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen gained the reputation of sacrifice, and at the same time used his life to teach the young generation of the village a lesson in the will of fire. And they were able to make the Hokage who had tricked them countless times step down. Unfortunately, this plan was directly disrupted by the sudden change of situation. Konoha is their foundation, so naturally they cannot allow it to be destroyed by the Sand Ninja. Zhou escape Yekeng. Jiraiya stared at the beautiful ninja with a group of Sand Ninja not far away. Yekeng. A Sand Ninja who is as famous as the 4th Kazekage Raza. It's just that the other party has been stationed at the castle tower, and I didn't expect to be involved in this Konoha collapse plan. If it were just Sand Ninja and Orochimaru, Jiraiya wouldn't be worried, but it would be dangerous once the castle tower is involved. So Jiraiya immediately rushed towards Yekeng, trying to subdue her quickly. In this way, even if the castle tower intervenes, he still has a bargaining chip in his hand. Jiraiya. Yekeng naturally noticed that Jiraiya had locked onto him, so he turned around and gave orders to a man with short blue hair behind him who was wearing civilian clothes and had a purple dragon tattoo on his right arm. Act as planned. After saying that, she took the initiative to leave the team and face Jiraiya. Furthermore, a curse mark appeared on her neck, which improved her status in all aspects. In this way, she didn't have the slightest fear even if she faced Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, Aki head-on. After Yekeng left, Zai Luo, who was wearing a cloth robe, led the team directly towards the warehouse. He can be regarded as the double red flower stick of the Yekeng family. In terms of physical skills, he is extremely talented. Not only did he learn the 8-gate Dunjia, he also created his own 7-day calling method, and his strength is comparable to the quasi-shadow level. However, Yekeng also invested a lot in cultivating him. A large amount of resources were thrown at him to make him grow so fast. Otherwise, no matter how talented he is, without enough resources, the illness and consumption caused by training alone would be enough to make him fall. Whoa, whoa. Zai Luo's breathing slowed down, but her momentum was extremely high. Boom. Several Konoha ninjas from the security department were knocked away with one punch, and they went straight to the warehouse. No matter how high these people in the security department are, they are worthy of stopping him. Konoha is now extremely short of manpower, because more people are scattered to extinguish the flames and at the same time direct the villagers to evacuate. The number that can be mobilized to fight is not too much. That is to say, the major ninja clans took action in advance to block the offensive of Suna Ninja and Orochimaru. However, because Orochimaru revealed his true face, the sand ninjas also knew that they had been betrayed. So Machi gave orders to Temari and Kankuro. You take Gaara away immediately, he must not fall into Konoha's hands no matter what. Without the tailed beast, there would be one less intimidating trump card for the sand ninja, so the top priority was to allow Gaara to retreat safely. If Raza, the Kazekage, is fine, Maki will naturally not take the Jinchuriki away when the situation arises. But now that Orochimaru is clearly planning to use their sand ninja as cannon fodder to consume Konoha's strength, how can he continue? Carry out the original plan. Yes, teacher. Asterisk 2. Temari and Kankuro naturally understood what it meant when Kazekage turned into Orochimaru. Afraid of being filled with grief, he could only suppress his emotions and take Gaara away from the scene. And Kakashi, Guy, and other Jounin naturally began to assign tasks to resist the sand ninja and save people. The task of chasing down the Jinchuriki was naturally given to Naruto and other Xiaoqiang. These actions are naturally noticeable to people. Tang Ping was in a coma watching the show. The same is true for all the people from the castle tower around me. Well, no matter who asked, they were all in a coma caused by the illusion. It's impossible to jump out and take the blame for Konoha, right? And Tang Ping's preparations don't stop there. Gilu. The sound of liquid gushing sounded, and something happened that made the Konoha ninjas present have their hair stand on end. Chapter 585 Maru Hoji Kasuk. Black liquid. It is flowing out from the palace-like building above the viewing platform and spreading towards the viewing area below. Black oil. Not many people knew about this before. But since I learned that it can be used to refine aerostat gas, and that it can also be refined into other things, it has become liquid gold. The major forces surrounded this thing and killed a river of blood. How could they not recognize it? One of the biggest functions is that it is flammable. Although the flammability is far inferior to that after refining, the lethality is not weak. Once the black oil is allowed to spread across the arena and then ignited, tens of thousands of spectators will have no way to survive, and then the trouble will be big. Hurry and save people. Take the audience out of the arena. Konoha immediately panicked. At this moment, Kabuto the pharmacist, who was standing in the corner, made a seal with his hands and murmured to himself. Rotten Konoha, purify it in the fire. After saying that, he turned around and left. The incident this time was too big. He didn't dare to stay in Konoha. If he was caught, they would really eat him alive. Boom. A detonating talisman located on a high platform where the black oil originated was directly detonated. Ordinary fire sticks, torches, etc. may not be able to ignite this unrefined black oil. But if it's something like a detonating talisman that's equivalent to a high-level fire escape, that's a different matter. Fierce. The rapidly spreading flames turned the flowing black oil into a waterfall of flames spreading down. It's over. This thought flashed through the minds of the Konoha ninjas. Because no matter how fast they move, it is absolutely impossible to rescue so many people quickly before the flames sweep everything away. Water escape. Water formation wall. An old voice sounded, followed by a sky-high water curtain. Wow! Countless water flows gathered together to form a flowing water wall tens of meters high and hundreds of meters wide, blocking the spreading flame waterfall. The terrifying water escape. It almost makes people think that a hot man who signed a contract with the sea is back. The second Hokage. The other party is most famous for his water escape, and he even suppressed Kirigakure village until he lost his temper. At this time, Tang Ping stopped pretending. He stood up and looked to see who was performing this water escape. An old man who carries the blame and looks like a farmer everywhere, without even wearing a ninja forehead protector. It turns out it's him. Tang Ping immediately remembered who the other party was. Whoever took the blame for the other party really left a deep impression on people, and it is difficult not to remember. Who is this? Uchiha Miai looked puzzled. She also stopped pretending and got up to watch the show. Anyway, this place is about to be covered in flames. They can't really let the people of Konoha carry them out. It would be too embarrassing. Mariboshi Kasuk, a Konoha genin. Tang Ping introduced with a smile in his eyes. Yes, the other party is a genin. The real deal. You said this is a genin. Hinata Kangyu, who stood up after him, was a little unable to accept it. The other party's water release is completely at the cage level, but you insist on saying that the other party is a genin. Are you taking everyone blind? In Konoha, Jounin and Shadow level are just empty frames, and genin are the strongest existence. Tohei glanced meaningfully at the direction where Prince Naruko and Suzuki were leaving. At the level of genin, Prince Wu will not talk about it. Suzuki was a genin before he defected. Naturally, it is impossible to advance to the next level. In addition, the white-eyed wolf in the past and Matt Dai in the back are all genin saving the world. The corners of Uchiha Miai's eyes twitched, and she didn't know what to say. The fact is before our eyes, this genin is indeed a shadow-level water escape, and even if this water formation wall is said to be used by a strong shadow-level expert, there is no problem. Quick! Hurry and save people. Take those spectators who are close to the flames out first. The other Konoha ninjas were not stupid either, and they all took the time to save people. Although this fire is extremely dangerous for ordinary people, for ninjas, it only takes a blink of an eye to leave the arena. But bringing an unconscious audience member is a bit troublesome. Therefore, the maximum number of people you can bring with you is 1 or 2 people at a time. It is impossible to bring more than a few people with you at one time. And it consumes a lot. And Tang Ping and the others, now that they were awake, had to show something. After all, in terms of relationships, their castle tower is now an affiliated force of Konoha. Even though Konoha and the daimyo teamed up to exclude them before, they didn't openly fall out, so naturally they wouldn't either. Hurry and save people. Don't let these people die here. For Konoha. In Uchiha Mei's fingers after the waving, the castle tower also showed its acting skills, and it looked like they were doing something to help Konoha. As for who was unconscious just now, no one dared to say it, and no one dared to ask. With their help, the rescue progress was greatly accelerated. What was strange was that no one wanted to help Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even when Kai wanted to help, Kakashi said, "Kai, the Hokage is the strongest Hokage, we must believe that he can solve the enemy." Well, he just wanted the other party to die. However, Du Ping didn't want Sarutobi Hiruzen to die now. If he really died, it would be a bargain for the other party. It was completely unacceptable to die as a hero who protected the village. Anyway, Du Ping couldn't bear it. What's more, if the other party died, it would not be good news for the castle tower. The biggest help for the development of the castle tower was the help of F4. Once the other party was no longer in office, or his power was reduced, it would not be good news for the castle tower. For various reasons, Du Ping did not want to see Sarutobi Hiruzen die. At least he could not die as a hero. Therefore, he disappeared from the spot. And Hyuga Sogitsu and the team instantly became like him. As for herself, she was born with a weak sense of presence. Even if she had been sitting in the front row before, no one would have paid attention to her. Now that the situation was chaotic, it was even more impossible for anyone to notice her existence. On the other side, on the roof of the main stand, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already in a state of rage. If Orochimaru was only targeting himself, he would not be so angry. But seeing what Orochimaru did, he was completely aiming to completely destroy Konoha. How could he not be angry? Orochimaru, is this your Konoha collapse plan? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked calmly. But calmness does not mean not being angry. Instead, it means suppressing anger and murderous intent so that he can exert stronger strength in battle. Teacher, I said that this time I will make the decaying Konoha collapse completely. Orochimaru's expression remained the same, as if everything was under control. In fact, he was also a little surprised by the situation at this time. Because the fire and the black oil on the stadium were not made by him, and it should not be made by the Sand Ninja, right? But given his personality, he naturally would not explain, but acquiesced. Whoosh, whoosh. 4 figures suddenly appeared on the roof, and then formed seals with their hands to cast a spell. 4 purple flame formation. A square purple barrier enveloped the huge roof area. However, what they did not notice was that there was a place in the roof area where the light was a little blurry, as if there was some huge monster. But now both sides were locked on each other in terms of momentum and eyes, so they naturally did not notice these. Hokage-sama. Several Anbu who jumped onto the roof shouted anxiously. You go protect the village, leave this to me. I must personally redeem the mistakes I made. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave instructions. He said he wanted to fight his unfilial disciple. Yes. Several Anbu had to obey orders even if they were unwilling. For ninjas, obedience is the most important thing. At the same time, they also have confidence in Sarutobi Hiruzen and think that it is no problem for him to deal with Orochimaru. Unfortunately, Orochimaru gave a trick to the hall who was already hidden in the barrier at the beginning. Chapter 586 Kara Organization vs Kara Organization? Swish! A figure wearing a bone mask and a robe appeared beside Orochimaru after the space was distorted. Space ability. Who are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the figure that suddenly appeared and instantly analyzed the reason why the other party could appear in this four-purple flame formation. Space ability. If it were someone else, he might not be able to recognize him at first glance, but as a ninja doctor, and knowing the space ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, it is not surprising that he recognized the other party's space ability. I am the Kara Organization of Love and Justice. The new figure is naturally the White-Eyed Wolf. Because he lost the fourth generation of Mizukage, he had to leave the Land of Water and collude with Orochimaru. After hearing about the other party's plan to collapse Konoha, he deliberately helped. And also provided help to the other party. It's just that, the identity used by the White-Eyed Wolf is speechless. The Kara Organization. He is ready to put the blame on the Kara Organization. It's your Kara Organization again, I will never let you go in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen really can't bear it. The Kara Organization has attacked Konoha several times before. The last time a few years ago was when they manipulated Uchiha Fugaku on the night of the Uchiha clan extermination, causing casualties to the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, and later intercepted the fleeing Uchiha. The grudge between the two sides is very deep. That is, in the past few years, no matter how hard they tried, they could not find the other party, so they did not take action. Otherwise, Konoha would definitely uproot this organization. Now it's good. The other party appeared in front of him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly furious. One was Orochimaru who wanted to destroy the village, and the other was the Shell organization that had destroyed the village many times. The combination of the two made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes a little red. He threw off his Hokage cloak and robe, revealing his combat uniform. During the examination in the Forest of Death, someone had already discovered traces of Orochimaru. He knew that there would definitely be trouble in the Chunin examination, so he was naturally prepared for a battle. Let's get started, I don't have extra time for you master and apprentice to reminisce about old times. The White-Eyed Wolf took the initiative to attack. And Orochimaru also followed. The two of them attacked the skinny and short Hiruzen Sarutobi, looking invincible. Tisk, it's so shameless for two people to bully an old man. Hiding in the body of Chihimeru in the corner of the barrier, Dohei quietly looked outside and complained. Chihimeru, a psychic beast, can completely channel himself to do some unsightly things. Just like he is letting Hinata Kangya pretend to be himself, and he himself is using his identity as a member of the Shell organization to hide in advance on the roof, a place that will be enveloped by the four purple flame array. He really wanted to save Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was not willing to let the other party take the name hero no matter what. Otherwise, the evil done by the other party will be ignored and let the other party get away with it. How can Tang Ping tolerate this kind of thing? It's not that he wants to be a messenger of justice, it's just that he feels uncomfortable. Therefore, it is necessary to let the other party accept the trial and make him feel happy. Yes, a lot of money can't buy one. I'm happy. Those travelers who traveled together, just because of interests or bottom lines, let Sunday become heroes to wash their hands, which really made Tang Ping look down on. Nausea. You have already traveled through time and you still have to be bound by these things, so why not just travel through time and just find a piece of tofu to hit you to death? Of course, keeping the opponent alive to stabilize Konoha and preventing the big fat sheep from taking over is also a major reason. If it's one-on-one, Tang Ping is really in no rush to appear now. He would wait until Orochimaru was reincarnated in dirty soil and forced Sarutobi Hiruzen into a desperate situation before taking action. But when Bai Yanlang appeared, Tang Ping knew it instantly. The situation is out of control. Under the flapping of his butterfly wings, the plot really changed dramatically. Originally watching the Chunin exams proceeding as usual, he thought the plot had not changed. After all, he was trying his best to maintain it. He even sent Kabuto to Konoha as a spy and Shino to enter the ninja school. But because his butterfly wings are too powerful, the original plot can no longer be maintained. The biggest change is the White-Eyed Wolf. If he appears, it is not impossible for the Akatsuki organization to interfere. Even if it is known from Konan's information that Nagato was still in the Rain Ninja village before, it is not impossible for the other party to come to Konoha to carry rice today with the speed of the ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen avoided Orochimaru's attack and hit the Byakugan's head with his right fist. No. He immediately realized the problem. That is because his fist does not have any real feeling, as if what he hits is just a phantom. Snap! The fist that passed through the opponent's head was held by the opponent's wrist. Got you. The white-eyed wolf spoke as if he had caught prey. Kill at first sight. Obviously, this is the result of insufficient intelligence. This is. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally wanted to break free, but the surrounding space seemed to be distorting, making it completely difficult for him to do so. Yes, White-Eyed Wolf is activating his space ability, preparing to suck Sarutobi Hiruzen into it. And when the space ability is activated, it will distort the space, making it extremely difficult for people to escape. The fourth Hokage was able to escape not because of his own strength, but because of the Flying Thunder God. If you don't know space ninjutsu, you can't even think about escaping. And Orochimaru was also extremely afraid and kept a little distance. He had never been at ease with this mysterious former teammate. Is it Uchiha's kaleidoscope ability? He was not blind, so he could naturally see the blood-red Sharingan in the opponent's eyes. Although he didn't want the other party to interfere with his plan, since the other party came to his door, he naturally couldn't refuse. He originally wanted to use the other party as cannon fodder, but he didn't expect that the other party would kill him as soon as he took action. Just when he was hesitating whether to take a backstab. Whoosh! A huge tongue twisted towards this side like lightning. The white-eyed wolf, that is, Obito, was a little embarrassed at this moment. If you continue, you can suck Hiruzen Sarutobi into the Kamui space, and it won't be a problem if you want to kill or play. But I may also be hit by the tongue, and I don't know what will happen next. For the sake of safety, he naturally chose to give up the plan of sucking Sarutobi Hiruzen into the divine space in his body. Snap! The tongue penetrated the white-eyed wolf's body and knocked Sarutobi Hiruzen away. Obviously, the tongue just used was not to save people, but to attack. Fortunately, it was a bludgeoning type of attack. If it was a stabbing type of attack, Konoha might have been able to choose the next Hokage. Who? Orochimaru looked in the direction where the tongue appeared. Relief. The white mist dispersed. Release the channeling and let Chobimaru leave. A figure walked out. Wearing a bone mask and a black cloak. Shell organization. This outfit couldn't be more obvious. But the atmosphere was a little awkward. Because, there are two people from the Shell organization here. Internal strife? Of course it's impossible. There must be one party that is fake. Who are you and why pretend to be our Shell organization? The white-eyed wolf preemptively made Orochimaru next to him twitch the corner of his mouth. Because he knew the identities of Tang Ping and the others of the Shell organization, and also knew the identity of Bianlang's Xiao organization, of course he understood that Bianlang was pretending to be someone else, and now he met the genuine product. Interesting, how dare you pretend to be our Shell organization? Tang Ping stared at the white-eyed wolf who was in the same uniform as himself, but did not reveal the other person's identity, as if he really didn't know the other party's information. You are the one pretending to be our Shell organization. White-eyed wolf does not admit that he is a fake. Anyway, the Shell organization is extremely mysterious, and no one knows exactly how many people there are, so he said that he is the one. I'll show you how stupid it is to pretend to be our Shell. In Tang Ping's words, he attributed the reason why he took action to the fact that the other party pretended to be a Shell organization. You can't say that he wanted to save Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? This kind of hypocrite is unhappy if he doesn't reveal the other person's true colors. Whoosh! Tang Ping pounced directly on the white-eyed wolf. As for Orochimaru, let him and his teacher be kind and disciple be filial. Chapter 587 Enhanced version of the first generation and the second generation. Melting escape. Melting spear formation. Tang Ping has now been promoted to the immortal human body. This kind of move does not require any seals at all. It can be done by clapping with both hands. Whoosh, whoosh. Lava spears shot out one after another. The terrifying high temperature and the extremely sharp lava spear directly covered the area where the white-eyed wolf was standing. However, these attacks were all fruitless. Because the opponent's whole body is virtual, it is impossible to hit. All I can say is that white-eyed wolf's kaleidoscope is truly amazing. As long as you don't want to win, you won't lose. It's a pity that Tang Ping didn't want to win, otherwise he really could win. Even if Mei Uchiha, the one who can defeat the opponent, doesn't help, he still has a way to deal with the opponent. Yes. Tang Ping studied the opponent's other kaleidoscope for such a long time, plus he had harvested the Flying Thunder God before, which allowed him to study a lot more in depth in space. Although it is far from possible to teleport or blur, it is not a problem at all to interfere with the other party. For example, now, he can use the barrier to force the opponent out of the virtual state. However, this kind of thing is not necessary, so he acted with the other party. At the same time, if the opponent dares to use divine power to suck him into the space, he must first ensure that his body can withstand his own lava-riding face. Now Tang Ping's use of melting release is completely a matter of thought. There is no need to form a seal at all. Even if the opponent controls him, he can easily force him back. Strength. Tang Ping began to realize the horror of the super shadow level. And this is just a casual attack. If you attack with all your strength, it will have a devastating combat power. If he opens the wings of the fierce sun again, even if the god of ninja is resurrected, he will still have the confidence to confront the opponent head-on. It can only be said that if Dohei hadn't been so concerned about the 6 paths Lyb in the Pure Land and Kaguya hanging on the moon, he would really be able to overpower the invincible ninja. However, there was only loud thunder and light rain on their side, but the battle on the other side was extremely fierce. Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi roared angrily and used the stick transformed by the monkey demon to suppress Orochimaru. The grass sword was indeed extremely sharp, but it could not cut off the wishful stick transformed by the monkey demon. With the monkey demon stretching out his hand from time to time, Orochimaru fell into a disadvantage. By the way, it took several years for the monkey demon to recover from the mental injuries caused by Uchiha Fugaku. Now it's the first battle of comeback. Teacher, I have prepared a surprise for you. When Orochimaru saw that he was at a disadvantage in close combat, he immediately distanced himself. Yes, he never expected to be able to defeat his teacher in close combat, even if the opponent's physical skills deteriorated as he grew older. After all, Orochimaru himself is not specialized in physical arts. Humph, no matter what conspiracy you have, I will crush it and I will never allow you to threaten the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke firmly. For the sake of the village, he is willing to do anything, even if it means killing his own disciple. Now Konoha is in chaos, and we don't know how great the losses are. These are all the consequences of his original soft-heartedness, so he feels the need to make amends and atone for his sins. Teacher, it is a good thing to have confidence, but there are some things that require more than just confidence. Orochimaru's seal made a double entendre at the same time. Yes, Hiruzen Sarutobi is full of confidence in governing Konoha. But since he took the position of Hokage, his position as the leader of the 5 great ninja villages has been completely in jeopardy, and there are more and more problems. No matter how confident you are, it doesn't mean you have confidence in something like strength. Ninjutsu. Reincarnation from the dirty land. After Orochimaru completed the seal, he clapped his hands on the ground. A coffin appeared on the roof in front of him, with the word Chu engraved on it. That's... Sarutobi Hiruzen felt bad in his heart. Because he knows the art of reincarnation from dirty soil. After all, it was a forbidden technique studied by his teacher, but he didn't expect Orochimaru to be able to learn it. At this time, a second coffin also appeared, with the word "to" engraved on it. And the third coffin, which is the word for the coffin, was half expanded. We must not let him summon this. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed the seal quickly. Although he has not learned the art of reincarnation from dirty soil, it is not a problem at all to interfere with it. Click. The coffin seemed to be dragged back underground by something. It seems like this failed. Orochimaru's tone was neither sad nor happy, as if he didn't care about it. And the lids of the 2 upright coffins suddenly fell forward. 2 corpses inside were revealed. A corpse had long black hair and was wearing a tight-fitting black combat uniform with red layered armor on the outside. The other corpse had silver hair and red eyes, and 3 red marks on its cheeks. It was wearing blue layered armor, with a white down collar on its shoulders and connected to its back. Although their appearance is quite different from that in life, people can recognize their identities at a glance. Senjutsu. Between 1,000 hands. He is also the first and second generation Hokage of Konoha. Hiss. A large amount of white mist emerged from the 2 skinny corpses, as if they were inflated, making them look closer to life. However, the cracks on their faces still revealed the identities of the 2 deceased people. We are. Senju Hashirama looked around and at himself, as if thinking about something. On the other side, Senju Tobirama looked around calmly, especially when he saw Konoha village in the distance. His expression instantly became murderous. Monkey, he coldly called out Sarutobi Hiruzen's nickname. What happened to the village? Hearing this familiar voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with sighs, but he immediately replied, Teacher, it is my disciple Orochimaru and Suna Ninja who have joined forces to prepare a plan for the collapse of Konoha. As soon as he revealed that this incident was caused by his disciples Orochimaru and Sand Ninja, he found that his teacher's face was extremely ugly. In other words, the cause of this incident was civil strife in the Hokage department. Shame on you! How shameful! This made Senju Tobirama almost lose his temper. Monkey, I will hand over Konoha to you. Just as Senju Tobirama was about to scold him, he was interrupted by Senju Hashirama beside him. Tobirama, we are already dead, these are the affairs of the living. As the god of ninja, he is naturally very broad-minded and can be open-minded about these things. Brother! Kyunju Tobijian does not have such a big heart. Even if he dies, he will continue to fight for Konoha. Unfortunately, their communication was interrupted. Ahem. Tang Ping coughed twice, interrupted the family ethics drama below, and complained directly, Please, everyone is in a hurry, can you stop chatting and finish your work early? It's hard not to complain about this kind of scene. It's obviously a battlefield, but when you talk, both Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen seem to be under an illusion, letting you chat and talk nonsense, which is a bit too funny. Of course, Dohei knows that this is because of the special status of the two of them. If it were other people, do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru would give this kind of respect? However, although Tang Ping was complaining, he was scolding his mother in his heart. Because he felt how terrifying the strength of the two was. Anyway, he felt that it was absolutely impossible to have the strength in the original plot. Strong shadow level. At least it was at this level, which even made him feel a little threatened. With this level of strength, in the original plot, it was impossible for Hiruzen Sarutobi to accomplish anything like a god descending to earth and beating two people once, but he still beat the first and second generations, completely fulfilling his title of the strongest Hokage. And what changes are there now from the original plot? Of course it's a white-eyed wolf. This is the biggest change, so the change in strength between the first generation and the second generation is definitely related to it. It is naturally impossible for the other party to provide an improved reincarnation of dirty soil, so there is only one possibility. Material. The other party provided a sacrifice for the reincarnation of the dirty land. There is only one reason why the sacrifices provided by the other party can make such a change in the strength of the target in the dirt. Chapter 588 Naruto's Civil War. Baiju. These two words came to Tang Ping's mind. This is the only reason why the strength of the first generation and the second generation has risen so horribly. And these are all the effects of the flapping of his butterfly wings. If Byakugan hadn't intervened, Orochimaru would definitely not have been able to get this thing. But Tang Ping was more worried about another thing than using Baizetsu as a sacrifice. Did the other party give White Zetsu to Orochimaru for research? Once you play like that, the situation is likely to get out of control. Because even though Baiju's strength is not very good, it is a heretic demon, that is, a product of the sacred tree. Countless things can really be studied from it. For example, Orochimaru's corpse reincarnation, if reincarnated into Baizetsu, not only will there be no sequelae, but his strength will be greatly improved, and it is not impossible to even find a way to obtain wood escape. Using White Zetsu as a material, Orochimaru can create many forbidden techniques that are unimaginable. So, should we take the opportunity to send Orochimaru to death? In the end, Tang Ping gave up the idea. The current Orochimaru is under the influence of other gods and the curse seal of the sky, and he can be regarded as his ally. No matter how dangerous it is, if it is left to the opponent, everyone has exhausted all the research on Fang. But once he is resurrected after death, it is not certain whether he will be affected by other gods and the curse of heaven, so this plan has to be abandoned. This breath, who are you? Senju Hashirama took the initiative to ask Do Ping. This also surprised Senju Tobirama, because he knew his eldest brother's character. From the tone of his voice, he knew that the guy in front of him wearing a bone mask and a cloak was not simple. I am a member of the Kara organization, an organization dedicated to love and justice. This time I am here to deal with those who impersonate our organization. Your family affairs have nothing to do with me. Tang Ping spread his hands and completely ignored the ungrateful man. The opponent is in a virtual state, and there is really nothing I can do to him, at least without exposing my own level of sealing skills. But once he wants to attack me, it would be extremely easy to deal with him, which is equivalent to setting a trap for him. But the ungrateful bastard, Obito is not stupid either. In just a short fight, he already understood how difficult Tang Ping was, so he had no intention of attacking him and just kept a safe distance. Anyway, his target is Konoha, not the Kara organization. It would be good enough if he can delay the other party. If he encounters danger, he can just turn around and run away. To Hokage, the small talk is over. Orochimaru walked up with two kunao tied with talismans. Obviously, he felt that he could not delay any longer. The current situation in Konoha is becoming more and more chaotic, which is completely different from his plan. According to his plan, the Sand Ninja's attack could at most cause some chaos, but would not be able to cause much damage. But now, most of Konoha is shrouded in flames and black smoke. And the damage caused by those Sand Ninjas is still spreading. Even Jiraiya was held back by Yekang. Under the burst of firepower from the scorch release, several areas were directly razed to the ground, causing shocking damage. Yes, the greatest destruction to Konoha was caused by Yekang's masterpiece. As a Sand Ninja, destroying Konoha is her dream. Even though her entire body has turned into the shape of Dohei or the castle tower, it does not mean that she has given up her hostility towards Konoha. So, she was fighting at full speed. With her current strength, any move she makes can cause huge damage. Although Jiraiya could easily avoid it, he could not guarantee that the surrounding buildings would not be destroyed. That is to say, he can constantly summon various toads to help in the battle, otherwise Yekang might be able to achieve the achievement of carrying rice. Seeing Yekang's performance, Hinata Sogetsu, who was disguised as Dohei, was moved. She dreams of being a producer in Konoha. But Tang Ping doesn't want Liudeo to take sides now. So it's okay to let the Sand Ninja Yekara go. It's not possible to let Hinata Sogetsu of the castle tower end up like this. Orochimaru wanted to end the battle at this time, so he sped up his movements. Otherwise, he would not be stingy with this little time. Of course, I also want to take a look at what changes will occur in the impure world reincarnation after using the sacrifice given by the other party. Orochimaru was extremely concerned about those white corpses. Unfortunately, the other party was watching him too closely and only allowed him to use it for impure world reincarnation, not giving him any chance to get any hairy materials. Now, it is time to see what kind of improvement will be achieved after changing the sacrificial materials, as the other party said. Before putting the talisman kunao into the heads of the two, Tang Ping saw some clues. That is control. If Orochimaru had moved a little slower just now, he might have been uncontrolled. As the founder of this forbidden technique, no one understands this technique better than Tobirama Senju. Although it has been improved a lot, it is still within the framework he created, so he has been trying to crack it. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Orochimaru. Thinking about it this way, he kept asking questions just now, which was contrary to his previous calm personality. He must be trying to buy time. The second Hokage is so scary. Orochimaru looked at the other person's emotionless eyes and this thought flashed through his mind. He almost lost control just now. Fortunately, when he was studying this forbidden technique, he saw its shortcomings. Control. If you can't control the impure world ninja, then you'll be in trouble. That's why he specially studied the control spell. Although it will reduce the wisdom of the impure world ninja and affect its combat effectiveness, it is better than losing control or being backstabbed. Banned. Orochimaru made a seal. Completely erase the wisdom of the first and second generations and turn them into combat tools. Next, it will be a Naruto war. And Dohei can also enjoy this battle to prove who is the strongest Hokage Fukios. The battle began not long ago. Wonderful, wonderful. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was beaten by two Hokage and even his face was deformed, Dohei stood on the highest point of the roof and admired him endlessly. What a famous scene! It's a pity that my current personality doesn't allow me to carry a camera, otherwise I would take a picture of the opponent being beaten. I wonder how he would have the nerve to brag about being the strongest Hokage in the future. In the past, I boasted about it because neither the first generation nor the second generation could crawl out of their graves to refute it. But now, dreams have become reality. The first and second generation Hokage really crawled out of their graves and beat you, the third generation Hokage, and you can't brag about it at all. Shell organization, I hope we can see each other again in the future. The ungrateful man left after saying something cruel. That's right, with Tang Ping, the real Shell organization, he couldn't shirk responsibility or do anything. It was just a matter of convenience, so it was not surprising to retreat in case of an accident. And Dohei did not take it to heart at all. Whether it was him or Uchihame, if they really wanted to kill him, killing him would be like killing a chicken. It was just because when he stood in front of the stage, those behind the scenes would not go on stage directly, so they indulged him to move freely. It was a pity that there was no watermelon around. Otherwise, he could eat watermelon while watching Sarutobi Hiruzen being beaten up. What a sin! Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed not weak, even at this age, he could still exert the strength of the cage level. All kinds of combat skills and ninjutsu combinations were completely textbook standards. But facing the two Hokage today, it was really not enough. If the two had not occasionally broken away from the offensive rhythm, giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to breathe, he might have kneeled down long ago. Obviously, this was because the strength was too exaggerated, resulting in the control of the talisman not being absolute. Water escape. Hard vortex water blade. Senju Tobirama directly played an A-level water escape. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been prepared for this rigid ninjutsu and dodged it with a clone. However, Hashirama Senju kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen, who dodged the ninjutsu, and even knocked out a tooth, which shows how hard the kick was. Next, there was another round of physical beating. However, while Hashirama Senju was beating his disciple, he clapped his hands and the terrifying chakra began to burst out, obviously going for a big move. Soon, Dohei knew which move the ninja god was going to use. Chapter 589 Tree World Advent vs Molten World Advent. Pa! With his palms clapping, Hashirama Senju shouted. Would release. Tree World Advent. Yes, it was not the reduced version of Tree World Advent, but the real Tree World Advent. Complete would release. Obviously, using White Zetsu as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation allowed Hashirama Senju to exert his strength a few more times, so he was able to use this complete version of S-level would release. Excited, excited. Doping felt the terrifying chakra deep in the earth, and these emotions flashed through his mind. The only thing he didn't have was fear and dread. Now he is qualified to compete with the God of Ninja, limited edition, head-on. You can look down on Hashirama Senju's personality and ability, Holy Mother, but you will never look down on his strength. He is the God of Ninja who is invincible in the ninja world and can catch tailed beasts like catching chickens. If Doping now has full strength, and the trump card of the Wings of the Blazing Sun is also used, at most he can beat the tailed beasts like beating small animals, and it is still a little short of catching the tailed beasts like catching chickens. Facing such a ninja god, Doping, whose strength has already entered the super shadow, naturally wants to fight with him. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I will have to wait. The key is that the opponent is not in his peak state now. This is a good opportunity to defeat the opponent. Even if he is fighting against the impure world Hashirama, it is a bit unfair. Just tell me whether you win or not. Now I will defeat the opponent in the impure world state first, and then challenge the complete state and enhanced state when I have the opportunity in the future. Anyway, he will surpass these strong ninjas one by one. At the same time, this is also a learning opportunity. Fighting with these strong men is the best way to grow. Especially Senju Hashirama, the opponent's sage body and yang release are all worthy of his learning goals. While Dohei was thinking about these, the power of the Tree World Arrival exploded. The original version of the Tree World Arrival at most wrapped the main stand. But the complete version of the Tree World Arrival is an uncompromised S-level wood release, and its power and range are not at the same level as the reduced version. Boom! The earth began to rumble. Countless roots quickly emerged from the ground, and then quickly grew longer and larger, covering the burning arena, as if countless giant snakes had awakened. Fortunately, most of the spectators were rescued from the arena by Konoha and Castle Tower ninjas, otherwise they would have become fertilizers without the need for rescue. Well, at least thousands of people died in the vine roots. Tree World Advent is not without attack power. As long as you are in it, you will be attacked by the extremely tough vine-like roots, which can easily crush even large summoned beasts. As for the 4 purple flame formation? To be honest, if Orochimaru hadn't controlled Senju Hashirama to control it and let the Tree World Advent avoid the barrier, it might not be surprising that it would be directly shredded. Don't think that the 4 purple flame formation is difficult to break even for cage level strong men. But it also depends on which cage level it is. The strong cage level Senju Hashirama, using his own wood release, fully demonstrated that the gap between cage and cage is sometimes greater than that between humans and dogs. Even the black oil was crushed and extinguished by these tree roots. The trees created by the advent of the tree world, if the chakra properties are transformed, will be the best burning materials. But before the chakra is transformed, the fire escape cannot be ignited. Otherwise, I have never heard of anyone using fire escape to restrain the advent of the tree world. Now all that appeared were giant python-like roots, and these roots would absorb vitality or chakra and convert them into energy for their own growth. I see. While avoiding the entanglement, Dohei the surrounding roots are comprehending all aspects of the arrival of the wood world. Now, he has a very deep understanding of the nature of ninjutsu. Coupled with the immortal body and yang release, he can naturally see this. These gains alone were enough to surprise him. Not to mention this is just the beginning. Here is an. The monkey demon's panicked voice sounded. It turned out that the third Hokage, who was constantly waving the wishful stick, was entangled in roots. Even the monkey demon himself was entangled in layers of roots and was completely unable to move. This is the arrival of the tree world. The toughness of the roots can be imagined, not to mention the chakra absorption effect, which is extremely restrained against ninjas and psychic beasts. Absorb chakra. This is where Mudun is so powerful. Yamato can also use wood release, but his wood release does not have this effect. At the same time, its toughness and vitality are far inferior to Senju Hashirama's wood release. Therefore, Senju Hashirama's wood release can push the ninja world across the board, but Yamato's wood release is just for greening at most. Snap! Tang Ping clapped his hands in mid-air, and dark golden sun lines appeared on his forehead under the mask. Let the flames purify everything. He muttered to himself and began to switch states. The upcoming offensive and defensive battle at Miyamu Mountain will be a bloody battle that will determine victory or defeat, as well as life and death. Although he has gradually mastered his own strength, there is nothing more familiar than a better way to fight a strong enemy. Especially when the strength of this strong man is within the controllable range and he will not get out of control. Only after entering the immortal mode can you realize the power of the immortal human body. Controlling the magical chakra is completely effortless, and there is no longer any risk of being eroded by natural energy. Step. After standing firm, Tang Ping shouted in a low voice. Immortal magic. The melting world is coming. Directly open up tit for tat. This technique is an immortal technique developed based on the earth fire burning city and molten river. And it's S level. Because the power is really too exaggerated. However, facing Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja, this kind of attention is still necessary even if it is not his heyday. On the huge arena, the endless vine-like tree roots are ravaging everything like a flood, and are about to submerge the entire arena. Boom! The bottom of one side of the arena seemed to have turned into a volcano, with massive amounts of magma pouring out, scorching and igniting the roots of the vines on the ground. Boom! Boom! Half of the originally huge arena, capable of holding tens of thousands of spectators, was turned into ruins and fell into the magma lake below. The magma lake expanded rapidly, but when it reached the other half of the arena, it was blocked by roots that continued to grow. Although it can be continuously ignited and scorched, the roots can also continue to grow. Magma and roots are constantly intertwined, as if two natural disasters are colliding. And this also stunned the Konoha ninjas around the arena. This is too exaggerated. Is that the first generations would escape? How terrible! They all murmured sighs after having just rescued most of the audience. Because of the scene in front of them, they didn't even dare to think about it, not to mention that they had done it. In the past, they would have thought that the legend of the Valley of the End was just a lie. But after seeing the current scene, I feel that it is not impossible. Who would have thought that a stadium that could accommodate tens of thousands of people would be destroyed by two skills? Fortunately, the arena was not in the center of the village. Otherwise, the destructive power would have been comparable to the original Nine Tails Rebellion. This is just the beginning. Even the sand ninjas in the distance subconsciously stayed away from here. Nonsense, they are not blind, how could they come here to die? Uchihame, on the other hand, was directing the people in the castle tower to play soy sauce. They could save people anyway, but it was completely unthinkable for them to block the Suna ninja. Not taking advantage of the opportunity to take action would be disrespectful to Konoha. The relationship between the castle tower and Konoha is not very good, everyone knows this. Everyone listens to the order and goes to stop the Suna ninja first and protect the village. Leave this to the third Hokage. Kakashi ordered loudly. He has the highest status among the Konoha ninjas present, so it is not surprising to give such an order. As for intervening? Sorry, trying to intervene in this kind of battle is no different than going to die. What makes him, her, confused is, where are Danzo, Genbi, and Asuma? Neither the war on this side nor the other side was seen. Even the two consultant elders, Koharu and Mito Monahan, who had moved to another dormitory, appeared everywhere. Chapter 590 Backstabbing from Danzo and Asuma. On the Hokage Rock. Two figures looked at the distant arena. I didn't expect that Orochimaru would have such a trump card, if it were in our hands. Danzo looked at the scene of trees and lava intertwined, greed flashing in his eyes. The dirty soil is reincarnated. No matter how difficult the learning process is, it doesn't matter to him. If he can't learn it himself, why can't he ask his subordinates to learn it? The point is, he really didn't know that the effect of this technique was so exaggerated before. If he had such a terrifying filthy army in his hands, let alone the Hokage, it would not be impossible to unify the ninja world. By the way, Orochimaru's partner is Danzo. Without Danzo's root cooperation, can Konoha really be regarded as a sieve, allowing Orochimaru and his men to come and go as they please? The key is that there are still a large number of sand ninjas who are silently killing near the village. They don't have the layout of the castle tower, and they can bring people into the village through various means. As for the reason why Danzo did this, of course it was for the position of Hokage. He wanted to become Hokage and rebuild the glory of Konoha. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not follow the moral principles of martial arts and sat in the position of Hokage for decades. After the death of Minato Namikaze, it was clearly agreed that he would be the temporary Hokage. But he sat there for more than 10 years, how could Danzo bear it? It's impossible to let the other party sit until death, then how can he become Hokage? Although the transplant of Hashirama's cells restored his body to a young state, it does not mean that his lifespan will also increase. If Sarutobi Hiruzen really waits until he dies of old age, he will be almost there, so of course he has to take action. This time, the plan to collapse Konoha is for Orochimaru to join forces with him. The root doesn't need to do too much, just provide some intelligence and conceal intelligence in key places. As the second in command of the root and a close person with Danzo, Asuma naturally knows all this. As the next generation leader of the Hokage system, he actually supports Danzo to backstab his old man. Once people know about it, they will definitely be surprised. In fact, Asuma is very clear-headed. Because he understands one thing. Danzo has no chance to sit on the position of Hokage. The other party is everyone shouts and beats in Konoha. If he didn't control the root and was protected by his old man, he might have committed suicide as a 17-piece kunao long ago. Therefore, as long as his old man died for Konoha, he, the son of Hokage, would naturally have a huge advantage when competing for Hokage. Even the Hokage system would only support him instead of Danzo, plus those ninjas who wished Danzo dead, he had such a big advantage that he didn't know how to lose. For the position of Hokage, he would not hesitate to stab his own old man in the back. Blackened. Are you kidding? Ordinary people will blacken, and they may soon figure it out and whiten it. But if a ninja blackens, then his spirit, that is, the yin dun will affect his personality, making it impossible to whiten it, and he will only become more and more paranoid. Like Danzo. His obsession with the Hokage even made him do things like assassinating Sarutobi Hiruzen. So the blackening of a ninja is different from that of an ordinary person. Under the influence of chakra, there is really no way back. Of course, it is indeed a miracle that Prince Naruto can whiten it with his mouth to mouth. It can only be said that the favorite youngest son of the Six Paths gang is cheating, and he has no face at all. This is also the reason why once a ninja blackens, it is like taking a brain-dead movie, and no one can persuade him. Danzo and Asuma on the Hokage Rock looked at the stadium in the distance with their own thoughts. As for the villagers below who were begging for help in the flames and smoke, they didn't care at all. For Konoha, they had to suffer a little more. On the field, the terrain had changed drastically. Half was dense forest, and half was boiling magma. As for the four purple flame formation? Sorry, Dohei would not show mercy and let the Sound 4 retreat with serious injuries, which means that there was no special target, otherwise the opponent would not have been able to escape. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was lying on the dividing line between the magma and the forest with Sarutobi. But his condition was very bad. Because his chakra was sucked dry by the advent of the tree world, he lost his combat power. On the top of the dense forest on the left, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Orochimaru stood. In the center of the magma lake on the right, a black stone pillar stood tall, and on it stood a figure wearing a bone mask and a black cloak. The momentum of the two sides collided like substance, and even set off a breeze. Doping seemed calm, but he was complaining madly in his heart. This is a strong cage level? It's not an exaggeration to say it's a super cage level, right? Is White Zetsu and Impure World Reincarnation so powerful? Fuck, I want to play too. He really didn't expect that Hashirama Senju, who was at the level of a strong cage, could actually exert a power close to the super cage level. Fortunately, it wasn't Hashirama Senju at his peak, otherwise he would have turned around and fled. He wanted to learn and master his own strength by challenging the strong, not to commit suicide. At the same time, he was also considering whether to take the Impure World Reincarnation route. He has mastered the Impure World Reincarnation technique, and White Zetsu has also mastered it. If he puts in the effort, he can really take this route. But even if the technique is fine, he still has a huge hidden danger. Pure World Reincarnation is to summon the soul of the Pure Land back to the real world. Just because Orochimaru can play it doesn't mean he can play it too. Because the Pure Land is the territory of the Six Paths LYB, it would be strange if he could watch me play like this. If it is an ordinary soul, the other party will definitely not notice it. After all, it is impossible to keep an eye on all souls. But if Orochimaru plays with souls like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the Six Paths may go with the flow. But if Tohei does this, he will be noticed by him at the first time. Because the other party will definitely keep an eye on these souls. Like ordinary souls like Rope Tree, that are not strong, the Six Paths will definitely not pay attention to them. Sir Orochimaru, the god of ninja is in you. He will definitely not be able to exert much power under the control of the enemy, so how about letting him fight with me by himself? Doping suddenly spoke to Orochimaru. Even if the other party knew his identity, he would not expose him, and he was still confident of this. At the same time, cooperation is cooperation, and it does not affect the war for different interests and goals. And Doping is not afraid that Senju Hashirama will not fight with him. The Kara organization is the victim of Konoha. No matter how broad-minded Senju Hashirama is, he must be destroyed for the sake of the village instead of saving people. Because of strength. With Doping's strength, it is not difficult to destroy Konoha, but those sand ninjas cannot really threaten Konoha, so it is obvious what to choose. The key is that Senju Hashirama is not Senju Tobirama, and he cannot unlock the Impure World Reincarnation. If it were the second Hokage, Orochimaru would not dare to play like this. If the second Hokage is really given the power to act freely, the other party will break the control in minutes. It seems that Your Excellency is very confident in his own strength. Orochimaru licked his lips. She was also very curious about the strength of Hashirama Senju and Tohei, and would not miss such an opportunity. So he formed seals with both hands. Release. He directly released the control of Hashirama Senju. And Hashirama Senju, who had a dead look in his eyes, also had a lively look in his eyes, and said directly. Not bad lava release, it seems that your yang release is also very good, but it's a pity that your sage body is a little bit worse. Yes, he has seen that Tohei's lava release is not a blood limit, but a blood elimination like his would release, and he also has a sage body, but it is not as good as his. What? Yang release and sage body? When Orochimaru heard this, he immediately looked at Doping. Yang escape. He naturally knew what this was. Compared to Yang escape, which was understandable, the sage body was even more amazing. Because a sage body had appeared in Konoha before. Senju Hashirama. It was because of the sage body that the other party could possess such terrifying chakra, and the sage mode could be entered with just a clap of his hands. Orochimaru's curse seal was a product that imitated a low-profile version of the sage body. Jiago under his command possessing a physical condition is equivalent to a super low-profile version of the sage body, and the curse seal is a version that imitates the other party, so the difference can be imagined. Now seeing the original sage body, Orochimaru can bear not to cut Tohei into pieces for research, which is already amazing. However, if Tohei is really caught, Orochimaru will definitely not refuse to research him from beginning to end. Even with the effects of the other gods and the heaven's curse seal, at most Dohei will not die, as for how to live is another matter. It can only be said that Dohei really can't lose next. Chapter 591 Woodman Technique vs Zhu Rong's True Body. Let me see if you are qualified to match the title of Ninja God. Dohei directly taunted him. Ha ha ha, Senju Hashirama laughed, good fighting spirit. Be careful. He didn't plan to waste time, so he began to make a tentative move. Wood release. Great forest technique. Who? A large number of roots as thick as round tables broke out of the ground and swept towards the black stone pillars on Tang Ping's side. Looking at dozens of tree roots as thick as round tables, Tang Ping thought about the same technique of Yamato, but with only thigh-thick roots, and instantly realized the difference. Immortal technique. Molten claw technique. Tang Ping clenched his right claw. Wow! In the magma lake below, a huge magma arm grabbed the surging roots. Sizzle! The flames continued to erode the roots. It can only be said that these roots blessed by Yang Dun are powerful, and they can withstand even magma, which is a natural enemy. I'm going to do it. After failing to test, Hashirama Senju jumped directly onto the tree path formed by dozens of roots and rushed towards Dohei, apparently intending to engage in close combat. But that's right, it's impossible for everyone to keep using their ultimate moves to fight. That's a tactic that will be used to bet on the opponent's inability to withstand the ultimate move after testing the opponent's strength and confirming that there is no way to kill the opponent in this way. It's a pity that he's not called Madara, Banara, otherwise it would be interesting. Do Ping complained as he looked at the Senju Hashirama who rushed over. Whether it was physical skills or body, he was not inferior to the other party. Even if his body was only in the state of a 12-year-old, it did not mean that the other party's impure earth body was stronger. So he also jumped forward. Below was the boiling magma, and he was about to fall. Wow! A black stone pillar emerged from the magma, forming a stepping stone under his feet, allowing him to face the Senju Hashirama who rushed over. The Sage Body plus the Sage Mode, even if Yuga's Sage Mode is not mainly to improve physical skills, it still makes his physical skills have the power of the two sides was horribly improved. Relief. When the fists of both sides collided, a huge explosion sounded, just like a bomb exploding. Taijutsu. Although Tang Ping's close combat experience was not as good as his opponent's, the countless experiences he had seen before crossing over made him really strong in Taijutsu, which could be seen from the Taijutsu of Jinwuryu Ninja. After dozens of rounds. Bang! Tang Ping punched through the opponent's chest. Can you withstand this punch? Except for the fact that there was no additional fire damage, his punch was exactly the same rhythm as Huang Yao's. In other words, the opponent's body is far inferior to the flesh and blood body that has been tempered thousands of times. Otherwise, at most it would break the armor and knock the person away at the same time, but it could not cause such strong damage. Not bad for physical skills. You can be ranked in the top 5 among those I have seen. Senju Hashirama took a look at the big hole in his chest and praised Dohei. Judging from his combat record, those ranked in the top 5 are already top-level physical fighters. It's a pity that I can't fight against the god of ninja in his prime. Dohei retracted his fist and stepped back, watching a large amount of paper scraps rushing to the opponent's chest to repair his injuries. He also understood the current condition of Hashirama Senju. The immortality of the filthy earth body is a huge weakening for the top strong men. Not to mention the well-tempered flesh and blood body, whose defense far exceeds that of this filthy earth body which is as fragile as paper. The impact of danger perception alone is enough to be fatal. If it were a flesh and blood body, it would definitely be able to sense Tang Ping's punch in advance. But if it is a filthy earth body, it will not die even if it is beaten to ashes, so it is naturally impossible for it to have such a thing as a sense of danger. Although you are very strong, I still have to kill you for Konoha. Senju Hashirama's expression became solemn. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Inma also disappeared at this time. Of course it was not Orochimaru's work, but Senju Hashirama's. Yes, he took the initiative to attack just now just to cover up his own actions. Even though he didn't understand the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, it didn't mean that as the god of ninja, he couldn't take advantage of the opportunity to do something. So Orochimaru took the second Hokage to hunt down Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the task left for Senju Hashirama, it is to kill Dohei. I couldn't ask for more. Tang Ping felt the other party's murderous intent as real as a substance, and the desire to fight also surged up. After testing each other, both sides understood that the other party was not the kind of person who could be dealt with by any small tricks, so the next step was to go all out. Tang Ping has absolute confidence in this. It's not that his strength is stronger than that of the god of ninja, Hashirama Senju, but because the opponent's strength is limited by sacrifices and techniques, and he cannot reach his peak. At least you don't have to worry about the opponent using thousands of hands or the Buddha on top, a super move that can destroy the world with one move. It cannot be used in Sage mode. Once he is able to use the Sage mode, his strength will almost reach the Super Shadow level. In that case, if Dohei does not want to expose his trump card, it will be a tough battle. But it's okay, the longer you fight, the better. This is Konoha, not the castle tower. The more intense the fighting, the greater the impact and damage it will cause to Konoha, which is a good thing for him. In other words, he didn't dare to do it too obviously, for fear that Liu Daolyb would find out the flaw, otherwise he would have wished he could carry the rice himself. But he can't be blamed for some accidental injuries while trying to protect Konoha, right? Yes, Dohei's fight against the first Hokage was a disguised way of protecting Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha. If you think about it this way, he was indeed on Konoha's side. Bang! Senju Hashirama clapped his hands, the wooden path under his feet melted, and he fell towards the lava lake below, looking like he was going to commit suicide. He shouted in mid-air. Wood release. Wooden man technique. In the forest behind, countless branches and leaves stretched out to the bottom of Senju Hashirama, spreading and gathering together to form a wooden man several dozen meters tall. Boom! The huge wooden man fell into the lava, with half of his body submerged in the lava, causing huge waves. Why do the top strong men like to drive Gundams? Tang Ping stood on the stone pillar, looking down at the wooden man diagonally below and muttering to himself. It was clearly a battle of ninjas full of intrigue, wits, and strength. But since these cheaters started to appear, it turned into a Gundam war, and it was completely a competition of who had the higher attack and the thicker defense. It's such a sin. This is not a good thing. But Tang Ping had no choice but to join since he couldn't beat them. Bang! He also clapped his hands. Immortal magic. Zerong's true body. Under the terrifying fairy chakra. Fierce. The magma lake began to rotate violently. In the center of the rotating magma, there gathered a giant armored warrior wearing dark gold armor and a long sword at his waist, looking majestic and sacred. In terms of height, he is a little shorter than before when he was at full power. However, this is the immortal method modified by Tang Ping. Less consumption, stronger defense, greater power, and so on. It can be said to be an all-round enhancement. Especially the addition of Yang Dun has brought about a qualitative improvement. Step. Tang Ping jumped onto the head of the armored warrior, and then looked at the wooden man in front of him who was a little shorter than him. Is this the wooden man technique? Isn't it a little weak? Sensing the state of the wooden man in front of him, this thought flashed through Tang Ping's mind. In the plot, the wooden man caught the tailed beast ball with his hands and confronted the nine tails head-on. But although the wooden man in front of him was equally powerful, in Tang Ping's opinion, it was not good enough. But after thinking about the condition of Hashirama Senju, he felt that it was not incomprehensible. After all, he is only at the strong shadow level now, not the real super shadow level, so it is not surprising that the wooden man technique is affected. Get on it. Senju Hashirama looked at the dark golden armored giant in front of him, and the control wooden man stepped forward with fighting intent in his eyes. And not only that, he also used another wood escape. Chapter 592, After 10 years of sharpening a sword, Frost Blade has not been tried yet. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama used this wooden escape. Roar. A dark green wooden dragon with a long nose split from the wooden man. The art of wood dragon. A technique that can suppress the complete nine tails. If the wooden man's technique is a frontal type, then the wooden dragon is a control and weakening type. Especially against tailed beasts, wood dragon is much easier to use than wood man. Because wood dragon has strong control and can absorb chakra, it is really suitable for dealing with targets like tailed beasts. On the contrary, it is extremely inconvenient for wooden dragon to deal with Jinhuriki and the like. After all, with the mobility of ninjas, wooden dragon is completely overthinking the chance to encounter ninjas. But when dealing with large targets, wood dragon is the TNK. Bring it on. Tang Ping watched the lava break away and the wooden man wrapped in a wooden dragon rush towards him. He was also full of fighting spirit. Immortal method. Tian Kong Yun sword. As he formed the seal, Zhu Rong's real body, wearing dark golden warrior armor at his feet, directly pulled out the hilt of the sword from his waist. Countless flames suddenly burst out from the black lava hilt, condensing into an orange blade. Orange color. It means that Tang Ping's control over fire escape has risen to another level. It used to be sky blue, but now it's orange, and the temperature starts at 3000 degrees. How to describe this temperature? Even steel can be refined at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it is iron or ore, it can be melted as easily as ice. Not to mention, Tian Kanjiun's sword compresses countless flames into a sharp blade shape and flows at high speed, giving it terrifying cutting power. Ultra-high temperature and cutting power. With cooperation, they are completely invincible. In the crisp cutting sound, Zhu Rong's true form swung his sword to slash at the rushing wooden dragon. The tailed beast is defeated by the sky, but it does not mean that it will be defeated as well. Because the opponent's ability to absorb chakra takes time to take effect, now he directly uses the Tian Kong Yun sword without giving the opponent any chance to get close. Tear apart. When Mu Long faced the Tian Kanjiun sword, which had incredible cutting power, he was cut in half with one blow. And more than that. The terrifying orange blade, after cutting off the wooden dragon, also split the wooden man rushing from behind into two. The viscous magma lake was also separated by this sword, and the dense and huge forest behind was also cut through it. As long as it was on the line where the edge was, it would be cut off neatly. With one sword, the sea is divided and the mountains are broken. Seeing this power, Tang Ping in immortal mode naturally wanted to recite a poem. It took 10 years to sharpen a sword, but I haven't tried the frost blade yet. Today, I will show you my sword. Who can have any injustice? Under normal circumstances he would not be so embarrassed. But in the sage mode, you can say whatever you want, so it's not strange to do embarrassing things. It is equivalent to releasing the usually suppressed personality, lest it accumulates too deeply, and everyone will be bitter and resentful like the Uchiha, and a little spark will automatically turn black. Tang Ping has never had any control over this. Even if I feel a little embarrassed afterwards, I wish I could dig out a 2-bedroom and 1 living house with my toes on the ground. But compared to the benefits it brings, these are not worth mentioning. That's it. Looking at the dirty body that could not recover for a long time, Tang Ping was a little disappointed. Although the sword strike just now was a strike with all his strength, Senju Hashirama was killed by a sword strike like this, which really made people wonder what to say. Of course, this does not mean that the god of ninja only has this strength. Sacrifice limits the opponent's performance. You must know that the opponent's complete wooden man and wooden dragon can fight with Kyuubi and Susanoo in close combat. If it were a Mu-Ren of that level, Tang Ping's sword would probably seriously injure him at most, and there was no way he could be killed instantly. Senju Hashirama is not dead, and his dirty body is recovering. However, the power of this sword is too exaggerated, and the high temperature instantly evaporates a large amount of debris, which makes it impossible for him to recover quickly. The most difficult thing about the dirty earth body is its immortality. This is completely a double-edged sword, which weakens the combat effectiveness and sense of the reincarnated person from the dirty land, but also gives it immortality. Originally, this technique was developed by Senju Tobirama, the second-generation Hokage, who used the technique of multiplying detonating talismans. But just after the development was completed, the sealing technique was written into it by my elder brother, and no further research was allowed. So, can the materials used to completely destroy the dirty earth body also destroy the opponent? Tohei looked at Senju Hashirama who was recovering slowly, and this thought flashed through his mind. This is good information. You must know that in the 4th Ninja War in the original plot, facing these strong men who were reincarnated in the dirty land, the coalition forces could only use sealing techniques. But now that we know that the dirty earth body is not impossible to destroy, but we need to find the right method, we have one more card. Snap! Tang Ping clapped his hands. Rumble! A huge stone pillar altar rose from the magma lake, with a large number of runes on it. Sealing technique. But Tang Ping's research the deepest realm, not to mention that even ordinary sealing techniques can seal the impure world body, let alone him. The biggest difficulty of the sealing technique is that the target will resist and escape, but now the opponent is slowly recovering, and naturally there is no way to resist during this period of time, so people can seal it calmly. Seal. Du Ping quickly made a seal, ready to take the soul into his own hands. Yes, there is only one soul that can be reborn from the impure world, and it is completely first come first served. Once it is sealed, it will belong to him in the future, anyway, Orochimaru will never be able to use it again. It is precisely because he knew this that he wanted to seal it. After turning the opponent into his own shape, it is not a problem to challenge him any way he wants, so why waste the opportunity at this time? The runes began to spread to the body of Senju Hashirama, which had just recovered roughly. Swoosh! A long tongue took Senju Hashirama's body away from the stone pillar altar in an instant. This is my beloved toy, I can't give it away. Orochimaru appeared on the half of the wooden man's body not far away. His golden vertical pupils were calm as usual, but his heart was full of surprise. Originally thought that once the first generation of Hokage appeared, there would be no accidents at all, but he didn't expect that even the opponent was defeated. He didn't want to lose this important chess piece, Senju Hashirama, so even if he went to chase his teacher, he also put spies here, and ran to retrieve it as soon as he found that something was wrong. Really? Dohei snorted lightly and didn't say much. The other party put the two impure earth bodies into the coffin and then let it sink into the ground. No. It's not put into the ground, but into another space, but it looks like the ground. If it is really underground, there is only a magma lake that has been cut into two pieces below, and the coffin is impossible to appear. It's going to slip away. Orochimaru doesn't seem to be ready to continue. Because his plan has failed. The Konoha collapse plan was his plan to help his teacher look dignified. Now the chance is gone, and Konoha has also suffered huge losses, so he can only retreat temporarily. If he continues, not to mention completing the plan, even he will have to explain himself here. Doping did not pursue Orochimaru. To put it bluntly, he took action to save Sarutobi Hiruzen and prevent this hypocrite from dying as a hero, not really fighting for Konoha. So stop it. It is enough to have seen some of the strength of the first generation and learned a lot from him. If Orochimaru is alive, it will be a good thing for their castle tower. The other party pursues immortality and endless knowledge, so it will be a pity to conquer him. Even if he doesn't conquer him, it is a good thing to let him outsource scientific research for them. But even if Doping agrees, the other person does not agree. Orochimaru. Jiraiya naturally sensed the intention of his good friend to retreat, so he roared in anger. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to catch this former best friend again, he had to stop Yekeng first. The destructive power was too amazing. If he hadn't stopped him, he could easily blow up a street. At the same time, he didn't give him any chance to enter the sage mode, and he would interrupt him as soon as he got the chance. If he couldn't find anyone, he would directly attack the streets and buildings, forcing Jiraiya to fight head-on, leaving him no chance to use the sage mode. Fortunately, the support of Myaboku Mountain was strong enough to suppress Yekeng's destruction, otherwise it would not be a matter of a few blocks. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Chapter 593 Yekeng, I want to fight for the Kazekage. The sand ninjas began to collapse. Originally, after the Kazekage was replaced by Orochimaru, they already knew that this plan had failed. But they continued to fight with the mentality that even if the plan failed, they would let Konoha taste the pain. Of course, it was also because of the appearance of Yekeng and his sand ninja reinforcements. Now that Orochimaru has retreated, Yekeng also led his sand ninja to retreat, and the morale of these ninjas from the sand village naturally began to collapse. It would not be too difficult to escape. Because most of the Konoha village is now in flames, Konoha's strength is mostly used to rescue people and put out fires. This is also the reason why the sand ninjas, whose number and strength are far inferior to Konoha, can fight so smoothly. In the original plot, the attack of the sand ninjas was just like playing house. If it weren't for the assistance of some big snakes summoned by Orochimaru, they might not even have the ability to break through the gate. But this time, due to the gifts prepared by Dohei and others in advance, not only did they use black oil to ignite Konoha everywhere, but Yekeng also led a group of sand ninjas to resist Jiraiya, the sky-dropping tough guy, and a large number of Konoha ninjas. So the loss is absolutely shocking. The warehouse was also breached by Shiro and his men. Although some people died, it was a huge profit compared to the harvest. Some things are extremely difficult to obtain. For example, chakram metal. Although the castle tower has alternative hibiscus tree materials, this kind of thing is irreplaceable in ninja tools. There are also some precious medicinal materials. Although the castle tower cooperated with the demon country and other countries and purchased a large amount of medicinal materials from them, some precious medicinal materials are naturally not so easy to get, so this time it can be said to be a huge profit. If it weren't for Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, they would have dreamed of killing through other people's warehouses with their strength and getting these things. For these resources, let alone sacrificing dozens of people, even hundreds or thousands of people would be killed. I don't care. Because some precious resources can't be measured by the number of people. Yekeng and Shiro joined forces to kill a passage and took away the collapsed Sand Village ninjas. Anyway, she will compete for the position of Kazekage soon, so it's good to gain some prestige now. Thank you for saving my life. Will you not support me then? After all, she has both qualifications and strength. In addition to the support of the castle tower, it is easy for the sand ninjas to feel a little bit unacceptable. It's almost perfect. However, this resistance is much weaker now. Because the appearance of the castle tower makes the sand ninjas' life much easier. Not to mention that the supply of various materials by the castle tower has allowed them to get rid of the control of the nobles of the Wind Country and let them get a share of the pie. In addition to the continuous puppet orders, the population and number of ninjas in the Sand Village have increased by at least half compared to the original plot. With so many benefits, how could there be no good feelings? However, as the population increases, more resources are needed, which is the main reason why the Sand Ninja wants to attack Konoha. They are so poor that they are almost eating sand. Especially because of the competition for black oil, the Sand Ninja was exhausted by Konoha, and their own task share was almost snatched away by Konoha. How can they bear this? So, the Konoha collapse plan in which Luasha and Orokai cooperated was born. It's not that Luasha didn't know the danger of Orochimaru, but because he, the Kazekage, had no choice. The task share is extremely important to the ninja village. It's even a matter of life and death. Because there are tasks, ninjas can get rewards and get training. If there are no tasks, it's impossible to let all ninjas rub puppet orders, or go to grab bird droppings and black oil, right? By the way, the benefits gained from the bird droppings have been distributed 90% to 100%. 90% belongs to the nobles. In other words, the Sand Ninja lost so many people, but the gains were only 10% of the nobles. And we have to pray that they don't do the accounting, otherwise the gains will be even lower. As for the black oil, they can get 30%, but they have to compete with Konoha openly and fight with other forces secretly, and they will continue to consume their lives in this meat grinder. Therefore, there is a reason why the ninja village is in such a bad situation. Even if Dohei has opened up 2 blood-profitable resources, the majority of the profits cannot be eaten by the ninjas. Tisk tisk. It can only be said that ninjas are very strong in fighting and killing, but in other aspects, they are really scum. If it were the castle tower, it would be a complete one-stop service of force, management and sales, eating all the profits into its own stomach, and not giving the nobles any oil and water. This is also the reason why the castle tower develops so fast. They take all the benefits for themselves, and they don't need to eat the leftover oil and water from others. But because of this, the castle tower is hostile to the nobles. No, it's not hostile anymore, it should be hated to the bone. After all, the changes in the castle tower are not blind, and they can naturally see it. According to their model, if they directly skip the middlemen, nobles, the profits will explode wildly, and the number of ninjas can be easily supported even if the number is expanded tenfold. However, the model of the castle tower is too difficult, and the major ninja villages have no confidence, so they dare not imitate it. After all, the shrine maidens are a specialty of the land of demons, and the major ninja villages do not have them. If there were no shrine maidens who are easy to get favored, and the internal affairs management skills are maxed out, there is no need to worry about the existence of pitfalls like bureaucrats, and the internal affairs cannot really develop. When Konoha saw the enemy escape, it could not spare the strength to pursue. After all, they have Yekeng, who is at the level of Kage, Shira, who is a quasi-Kage, and many powerful sand ninjas who were rescued. If they want to pursue, not only do they need Jiraiya to lead the team, but the major ninja clans also have to draw elites to have a chance to keep the other party. So all the major ninja clans said that as ninjas, they have something in their hearts and can't get through the communication. Anyway, all their clans are saving people and putting out fires, and they don't care about chasing. This is also a completely different place from the original plot. In the original plot, no one in the Sand Ninja could escape, even Gaara's 3 siblings were told about it. In the end, Temari directly benefited from Shikamaru, a lazy guy. The inside story is really too deep. Perhaps it was Temari who took the initiative to sacrifice herself in exchange for the three siblings to return to the Sand Village safely, and finally with the support of that mysterious force, Gaara was able to successfully become the Kazekage. If you think about it this way, the plot is completely reasonable. Otherwise, for a teenage Kazekage, others would not even dare to dream about it, let alone become a reality. The ninja world that looks passionate and sunny and strives hard in the anime is actually terribly dark. Swoosh, swoosh. At this time, Yakeng suddenly dropped the troops. Anyway, with Shira, the Quasi-Kage, she can hold on until she comes back even if she encounters a strong man. This time, she is going to pick up Raza's 3 children. As the future 5th generation Kazekage, she naturally has to show some attitude. I have to prove to the villagers and elders that even if I was stabbed by Raza, I can still put aside my grudges and treat his children well. It would be rude not to choose me as the Kazekage. And if you are rude, she will be rude too. The Sand Ninja force has successfully retreated due to the intervention of Yakeng and his Sand Ninjas, but Gaara and his 3 siblings are in trouble. At this time he was stopped by the 12 young warriors of Konoha. Now it has reached the stage of a cheating war and everyone else is just watching near the battlefield, not even qualified to intervene. Boom, boom. Amidst the continuous huge noises, a raccoon cat with violet stripes all over its body was fighting with a toad holding a dagger more than 10 meters long in the woods. A large area had been razed to the ground by them. Bunta. Toad is Jiraiya's best friend, but he did not appear during the battle in the village. It turned out that he was summoned here by a spirit. Tisk, 2 little devils. Yakeng snorted disdainfully. The tailed beasts and summoning beasts are indeed extremely powerful, but they are not something that Naruto and Gaara can control. For a cage-level powerhouse like her, it takes a lot of thought to come up with solutions. Try to injure the toad as badly as possible and don't let it get suspicious. A voice suddenly appeared in her ears. And this voice was extremely familiar to Yakeng. This is... She looked around at first, but found nothing, but her expression was extremely excited. Do you know how she has spent these years? She thought about Tang Ping, Heaven's Curse Seal, every day. If the other party had not told her in advance that she would disappear for a long time, she might have rebelled long ago. She has always been on the other side, not on the castle tower. There is a huge difference between them. Yes, the person who spoke was the one Yakeng had been thinking about. Chapter 594 Yakeng vs Shikaku Bunta. Tang Ping. At this time, he had left Konoha and rushed here. After confirming that Orochimaru had really escaped, he naturally followed him. No one was so desperate as to stop him from leaving. After all, the arena that had completely turned into a lava lake and the huge sword mark that was thousands of meters long all showed how terrifying he was. Who dares to chase? It's completely the same as committing suicide. No matter how tough a person is, no one would say something like we must never let the people from the shell organization leave. Therefore, Tang Ping came here smoothly to join the exchange team. The communication team consisting of Naruko, Karin, and Ohei, Hinata Sogitsu's transformation, also received the order from Uchihame to follow the cockroaches in pursuit. Therefore, after leaving the village and chasing here, Doping could just remove his disguise and exchange with Hinata Sogitsu. Now she has sneaked back to the village. This way she wouldn't have to worry about anyone noticing her disappearance. However, Mingzi and the others were slacking off a little too much. He just ate melons and watched the show along the way, without even pretending. Just when Dohei was complaining, Karin noticed Yakeng and reported it immediately. The latter also understood at the first moment that the other party was trying to win people's hearts. Of course he had no objection to this, but he was annoyed with this social big brother guy named Wentai. Only then can Yakeng teach him a lesson, and at the same time he can stay in Mayaboku Mountain and serve as a locator for himself. At this time, their castle tower army had already set out and was heading towards Mayaboku Mountain, so they needed Bunta to keep track of it. There is an extremely tricky aspect to the existence of Mayaboku Mountain. Unpredictable. Yes, the exact location would keep jumping within a certain range, which shocked Tang Ping extremely. He didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. The location of the Holy Land is not fixed. If there were no traders reporting the location at any time, who would have thought of this? No wonder no one has ever heard of the specific locations of the 3 holy places. Everyone went to the holy places due to various accidents or reverse spiritualism. Therefore, Bunta must always stay in Myaboku Mountain so that the red lotus in his body can always provide positioning. If you want to achieve this, just make the other person hurt. If you don't want others to discover your flaws, the most suitable person to take action is Yakang. Because she came to rescue people, and it was completely natural for her to take action when she saw Bunta bullying her own people. No one would doubt that this was to allow Bunta to stay in Myaboku Mountain to recuperate. You guys look at the second pillar. Suzuki. Karin reminded Dohei and Nariko. Yes, Suzuki, who was standing on another tree at this time, looked at Naruto on Bunta's back with extremely complicated eyes. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. It's completely the rhythm of I'm afraid that my brother is having a hard life, but I'm also afraid that my brother is driving a Land Rover. Seeing Naruto grow up from a slouch, he was pleased for him, but seeing that the other party was so strong that he could even summon a large summoning beast like Bunta with amazing strength, he felt jealous. Jealousy and unwillingness will lead him to another path, a path that does not belong to Konoha. Tang Ping gave a prophecy. The path Urshose is going to take is what he wants to see. Since he is the protagonist who is dealing with Konoha, it is impossible for 6 paths LYB to take sides, right? So how can it not be a good thing if Jiko can cause trouble for Konoha and weaken the enemy in the future? With the opponent restraining them, Konoha would not be able to focus all its energy on the castle tower. The reason for making arrangements in advance is that Konoha will fall out with the castle tower in the near future. Myaboku Mountain. But he is an important and loyal ally of Konoha. Once they knew that the castle tower had destroyed Myabokuyama, the already bad relationship between the two sides would immediately break down. Before that, Shino will return to the castle tower to reunite with Hong and end his study journey. He was originally from the castle tower. He came to Konoha to study because of the exchange of interests. He had paid a price. It was impossible for him to stay after graduation. Konoha became the other party's labor force. Carefully collect the information about the people and forces related to the castle tower during this period, and you will find a shocking fact. The castle tower is decoupling from Konoha. Even before, Konoha and the nobles of the Land of Fire stationed several ninja troops in the south and blocked all their information. But even so, everyone did business as usual, and the cooperation became closer and closer. But now, people are leaving Konoha for various reasons and excuses, and the industry is also transferring. Just like the houses and shops of United Fruit and Honda Chamber of Commerce, they were all dealt with by the Hokage system that has always coveted them. Anyway, the castle tower did not lose anything in this Konoha collapse plan. The goods belong to others, the houses have been sold, and most of their manpower has left Konoha. Perfectly avoided the collapse plan. No one will doubt that this matter is related to the castle tower. Because Orochimaru and the Sand Village have already taken the blame. Gaara. Yakang rushed towards the 2 huge beasts in the distance like a flaming meteor. Next, it was her performance time. Heaven's Curse Seal. While in midair, Yakang activated the 3rd stage of the Curse Seal. Heaven's Curse Seal. Although the most important function is brainwashing, the effect is also extremely powerful, which is equivalent to a degraded version of the extraordinary organ. With Yakang's talent, and being the first to be planted with the Heaven's Curse Seal, such a long time is enough for her to develop this curse seal to the limit. Swish! A pair of dark golden armor in the shape of a crow, and a pair of crow wings covered the whole body by the curse seal, turning it into a crow warrior. There are 3 stages of the Heaven's Curse Seal. The first stage is flame pattern, the second stage is crow armor, and the third stage is crow wings. After entering the 3rd stage, not only can the defense be improved and the flying ability be obtained, but more importantly, the body is blessed with natural energy and strengthened in all aspects, which is equivalent to a pseudo-sage mode rhythm. Even when fighting Jiraiya, Yakang did not use the 3rd stage, but now she used it without hesitation. Because this was an order from Dohei. And her change also stunned the group of Xiaoqiang watching the battle on the edge of the battlefield, as well as the captured Temari and Kanku. What is that? It looks like a sand ninja. It's Lord Yakang. Humph, they must have been defeated by our Konoha. Various voices rang out. Yakang, who was in midair, naturally couldn't hear these, and a fireball appeared in each of her left and right hands. Scorch Release! She shouted and smashed the 2 fireballs made by Scorch Release in her hands. The target was Shikaku and Bunta. Yes, she didn't attack Gaara and Naruto. Gaara had to be protected, and Shikaku could teach him a lesson. As for Naruto, once the other party was unconscious or dead, Buntat, the summoned beast, would also leave, so he couldn't attack. If we really let Buntai return to Mayaboka Mountain, how can we carry out the mission of seriously injuring the opponent? Boom, boom. Amidst two huge explosions and flames, Naruto was blown down to the treetops nearby by the strong wind, but he was not unconscious. As for Gaara, he was using the sleep technique and his body was fused with Shikaku, so he couldn't be blown away, so he could only avoid it carefully. Yabakara, you dare to attack me! Shikaku knew Yekara, and he screamed after being hit hard. Shut up, you stinky raccoon cat, if you don't behave yourself, I'll peel your skin off. Yabakara was not a good person, and he shouted directly after hearing Shikaku's words. As for Buntat, at this time, he was blown over and was trying to get up. The large summoned beasts can match the tailed beasts, which means they can barely delay for a while, but not really be comparable. If that's the case, there are many toads like Buntat in Mayaboka Mountain. It's impossible that only Mayaboka Mountain can beat the 9-tailed beasts, right? When both of them were hit by a scorch release, Shikaku was able to get up immediately, but Buntat needed to wait. This is the difference. Damn, practice air bullet. Shikaku has a short temper and directly fired a practice air bullet at Yekeng in mid-air. The tailed beast ball needs to be charged, but the practice air bullet is instant. The power is so great that bricks fly. With the huge chakra blessing of the tailed beasts, any ninjutsu can produce a terrifying effect. Faced with this situation, Yekeng didn't tolerate Shikaku and was ready to beat Shikaku together, not just to teach him a lesson. The crow wings behind him fluttered and made way for the practice air bullet. Scorch release fireballs appeared around him, rotating like satellites. Obviously, she was going to get serious. Chapter 595 Explosive Hammer. Scorch release. Yekeng held a fireball around her with her right hand, and the other fireballs merged into it, causing it to rapidly expand. Soon, a giant fireball the size of a house appeared in her palm. Scorch release. The terrifying lethality is the reason why she can be as famous as Luo Sha. Especially now that she has the Heaven's Curse seal, her strength is completely close to the level of a strong shadow. Even if it is not easy to suppress the tailed beast, it is not a problem to cripple it. Scorch release is not good at control and suppression, but the lethality is really top. Swish, after condensing a huge fireball of burning style, Yekeng flew directly to Shikaku below. Wind style, sand scattering. After sensing the threat, Shikaku immediately used this ninjutsu to directly counterattack. Sand bullets gushed out like a rainstorm, blocking the sky in front. But Yekeng flapped her wings behind her, allowing her to dart among the sand bullets with great agility and kill Shikaku. Yekeng. Before Shikaku could finish her words, she was hit in the stomach by Yekeng's enhanced burning style. She didn't attack the head area, which was more convenient, because Gaara was there. She just wanted to hit Shikaku, not to kill him. Boom. The flames and explosions that soared into the sky engulfed Shikaku. If the previous blow was just a greeting, this blow was a heavy punch. When the flames and the strong wind dispersed, Shikaku, whose half of his body was shattered, could be seen lying on the ground, recovering. The horror of the tailed beasts lies in their immense chakra and incredible recovery. So sealing is the best way, because no matter how terrible your defenses or how amazing your recovery is, it is useless against sealing. This power. After Yekeng severely injured Shikaku with one blow, he floated in the air and looked at his palm. This power made her extremely intoxicated, and also made her know that joining the castle tower was indeed the best choice she had made. Especially after seeing the internal environment of the castle tower, she dreamed of letting the people of the Wind Country live this kind of life. However, now she still had to complete her master's task first. Looking at Wentai who had already climbed up, a smile flashed across Yekeng's mouth. Even if the opponent was a large summoned beast, for a strong person like her, without the cooperation of ninjas, it was just a meat target, and she could ravage it as she wanted. Swish! Fly down! Toad short sword slash! Wentai swung the sword like lightning. Although it is a toad, its swordsmanship is not weak, otherwise it would not use a short sword as a weapon. There are not many people who can dodge this sword. But Yekeng is definitely not one of them. From Dohei, she learned to use the explosion of fire to change her speed and position. With the crow wings behind her, her air combat ability is extremely excellent. A small burning escape exploded in the palm of her left hand, allowing herself to dodge the blade and kill directly in front of Buntat. Facing Bunta, she did not have the same concerns as Gaara. A whip kick hit Bunta directly, and the terrifying force even deformed his extremely tough flesh and blood body. Chakra can greatly increase the power of ninjas, not to mention that Yekeng is now in the third stage of the Heaven's Curse Seal, so it is not impossible to fight the tailed beast in close combat. Boom! After a kick, there is a burning escape. However, it is not a burning escape after fusion, but just a burning escape fireball. The power is at most about A level, not as exaggerated as when fighting Shikaku. If he really used the powerful burning release, he would kill Bunta. No, if Yekeng really used all his firepower, the opponent would just cancel the summoning and dodge, and there was no way he could stay. The fierce battle began. But it was more of a one-sided fight than a fierce battle. Large summoned beasts are indeed extremely powerful on the battlefield, and are more useful than cage-level warriors. In a one-on-one duel, they can also play a huge role with the cooperation of ninjas. But fighting alone is easy to be beaten. Because with the mobility of ninjas, it is difficult for you to even touch the opponent, let alone cause damage. Just like Kyuubi-san. If he fought alone, Pain could easily capture him. But when he fought against the Jinchuriki Naruto, he was killed when he ran away, which was unexpected. If Jiraiya cooperated with Bunta, Yekeng would have to be careful, but Bunta alone, no matter how much chakra he had, was not a threat to her. And Yekeng did not suppress him with full firepower at the beginning, but slowly accumulated damage, waiting for Wen Tai to realize that something was wrong. Scorch Release. Oversteaming Kill. The huge Scorch Release fireball formed by several fireballs hit him before he released his summoning. The position was carefully selected to ensure that the red lotus in his body would not be affected. Boom! 1. The flames and explosions that soared into the sky directly swept a large area around. On a tree branch not far away. This is too exaggerated. So strong. Is this the hero of the Sand Ninja? The group of little strong men tried their best to keep themselves from being blown away by the heat wave, and at the same time they lamented the terrifying power of the cage-level strongmen. When the flames dissipated, there was only a deep pit that could be used as a fish pond, and Yekeng floating above, wearing dark golden crow armor, with wings flapping behind him. Of course, Wen Tai was not blown to pieces, but he released his summoning and fled back to Myaboka Mountain. But he must have been injured. The blood around him was not Yekeng's own. Boss Toad. Naruto's worried voice sounded. Don't worry, kid, your summoned beast has escaped. After Yekeng threw down a sentence, he rushed directly to Shikaku, who was quietly preparing to attack him not far away. Now that Raza is gone, she will have to rely on her to suppress the tailed beasts in the future. Naturally, she must take the opportunity to beat the other party up and let Shikaku know who is the boss in the future. Of course, beating alone cannot completely control the tailed beasts. But it's okay. With the support of the castle tower, especially with Dohei, the leader in the field of sealing techniques, if you want to repair the seal and control the tailed beasts, and can definitely be easily controlled. Now it can be regarded as an opportunity to vent. One of the reasons why the village chose Luasha instead of herself was that the opponent's magnetic escape was suitable for suppressing the tailed beasts, while her burning escape could hit the tailed beasts, but it was difficult to suppress them. Unless you want to kill the Jinchuriki, the magnetic escape is definitely more convenient than the burning escape. It still brought some personal grudges. In the third stage of the Heaven's Curse Seal, Yekeng, who was not weak in physical skills, instantly became a Superman. Even ordinary punches and kicks can cause damage to Shikaku. Damn it! Stop it, I'm angry. Aren't you afraid of hurting this kid? Don't. Shikaku was tough at first, but then he began to soften. Even if it is a tailed beast, it doesn't mean that there is no feeling, especially since the IQ is not lower than that of humans, so the personality is different. The one tail belongs to the type of mischievous and bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. If it's Gaara, she will keep bullying him, but she will be cowardly when facing a powerful person like Yekeng. After venting her anger, Yekeng jumped on the head of Shikaku, who was covered with bruises, and woke Gaara up. Kid, it's time to wake up. She didn't have to worry about being interrupted. Now Shikaku was eager to return to Gaara's body to avoid being beaten, so he naturally didn't interfere. Gaara, who was sleeping, slowly woke up. You are. He looked around. Under the feet of the two was Shikaku, which was turning into yellow sand. After the tailed beast's chakra was retracted, the huge body just now turned into yellow sand. And Yekeng also exited the state of the heavens curse seal. Using the curse seal is not without consumption. Now her chakra, physical strength, and energy are close to the bottom. It's not that the duration is only this short. The problem is that she just had a fight with Jiraiya and came here to save people immediately. The consumption is naturally not small after the continuous actions. It's you. Gaara naturally knew Yekeng. Even though the other party had been in the castle tower and had never returned to the sand village. He occasionally went to the castle tower, so he naturally knew the strongest rival of the Kazekage, and also the hero of the sand ninja. Let's go, let's rescue Temari and Kanku, otherwise the Konoha pursuers will be here. Yekeng did not communicate with Gaara, but turned around and started to rescue people. Faced with a cage-level strongman like her, Xiao Qiang had to hand over the person obediently no matter how unwilling he was. With Shikamaru around, naturally no one would commit suicide with a chopstick. Goodbye. Yekeng glanced somewhere, then turned and left. Ah, I didn't expect to be discovered. Kakashi touched his head and stood out from behind a tree not far away. It was her secret deterrence just now that prevented Yekeng from taking the opportunity to do something. So far, the Konoha collapse plan has ended. But this is just the surface, and the waves caused by the plan have just begun. Chapter 596, Konoha has its own ideas. Konoha. It was extremely miserable at this time. Large areas were reduced to ashes in the flames, and many villagers died in the smoke and flames. Ordinary villagers are not ninjas, and they have no resistance to these. If most ninjas had not participated in the rescue and firefighting, the losses would have been even greater. But even so, thousands of people died in the fire, and many places were destroyed, even Konoha's important warehouses were breached. The losses were heavy. It can be said that this Konoha collapse plan almost made Konoha collapse. Fortunately, the Hokage building was not affected, otherwise, even the meeting would have to find a new place. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen was injured and unconscious, and the village suffered heavy damage, so naturally they had to discuss countermeasures. This meeting also invited the castle tower to participate. Obviously, this was an idea to use their strength. The castle tower now is different from the 3 big cats and 2 small cats at the beginning. There are thousands of registered ninjas, and with the emergence of powerful people, it is already a significant force. If it weren't for this, Konoha and the Fire Country daimyo would not be so cautious and would only dare to suppress and exclude them secretly, and would not dare to do it openly. With the support of the castle tower, Konoha does not have to worry about external pressure. It can only be said that Konoha has made a very good calculation. And the sky. This is the undisguised Hyaga Kangyu. I bought hundreds of such AI exquisite pictures. On the castle tower side, Uchihame, Hyaga Kangyu, Uchiha Shizuka, and Uchiha Izumi are all here. Other Miko, guards, Nariko, and Karin took the opportunity to leave. Konoha is so dangerous here, it is reasonable for them to leave the castle tower, right? That is to say, several people will leave a step later. But there is no need to worry about their safety. With their strength starting from the quasi-shadow, if someone really wants to do something, they are not the unlucky ones. As for Dohei himself? Naturally, he hid in Konoha to locate the location of Miyaboku Mountain. With enough data collected, he has figured out the rules, at least he can roughly know the rules and locations of changes. Soon, even without Hunglian's positioning, he can find the entrance and lead the army into Miyaboku Mountain. Now the large army has crossed the land of lightning and continued to the north go forward. And Konoha's meeting today naturally did not produce any results. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was seriously injured and unconscious, not dead, so it was impossible for him to abdicate. Without the Hokage, who could make the decision? Even if Jiraiya had a high enough prestige and strength, he could not do these things unless he was willing to be the Hokage, so he pretended to be dead the whole time. The advisory elders, the major ninja clans, and Danzo each had their own opinions, and no one could overwhelm anyone else. Yudin Koharu and Mitamon advocated rebuilding Konoha first, appeasing the villagers, and so on. The ninja clans said that they needed to stabilize the border defense line first to prevent the major ninja villages from making trouble. Danzo said that what you said was not right. Now the most urgent task is to retaliate against the Sand Ninja, so that other ninja villages know that Konoha cannot be humiliated. In addition, the other side suffered a lot of losses, and the 4th Kazekage was killed by Orochimaru. If you don't take the opportunity to attack, you are mentally ill. None of the 3 parties can convince each other, but they are all for Konoha, and they really have no selfish motives. Such a meeting naturally could not produce any results, and they could only wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen to wake up. The result of this Konoha collapse plan also disappointed Danzo and Asuma. Who could have thought that even though the plan was successful, a Kara organization jumped out at the critical moment to save people, making their plan fail. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is alive, they can't become Hokage. For this meeting, Uchiha only said one sentence. Don't notify me about such time-wasting things in the future. I'm going back to the castle tower first. She doesn't need to give face to anyone. As the acting controller of the castle tower, her status is theoretically only one level lower than the Hokage, so no one can refute this statement. In fact, everyone knows the solution. Change the Hokage. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was only injured and unconscious, and he didn't die. Whoever dared to propose this method would be guaranteed to end up with 17 kunao in his back and commit suicide in a minute. And without the Hokage, it is impossible to reach any major decision. The simplest truth. What if Sarutobi Hiruzen wakes up and thinks you did something wrong? The few people who left the Hokage building went straight out of Konoha. However, they did not go to the castle tower, but to the land of lightning, and would meet up with Naruko and Karin halfway. Yes, this attack and defense of Myaboku Mountain is also an opportunity for training, so naturally they have to take two people to fight. Not only them, but also the main combat force of the entire castle tower will be dispatched. Now, only the basic defense force is left in the castle tower's sphere of influence. Come out in full force. It can be said that for this operation, the castle tower will not leave any room. Who made the prediction ability of the great Toad Sage too shameless? After losing the plot advantage, Doping has no confidence in fighting the opponent, so he can only deal with the opponent before his plug-in fails. It is obviously a holy place, but it has to frequently intervene in the ninja world. If you don't die, who will die? As for Doping, he will rush over to join the team later. Now Konoha is completely the center of the whirlpool of the ninja world, which just attracts countless eyes and can well cover their plan. This is indeed the case. The information that Konoha was attacked and suffered heavy losses soon appeared in front of the shadows of the major ninja villages. Ordinary ninja villages naturally dare not be the first to stand out. But there are only two ninja villages that are different. First is the Rock Ninja Village. Of course, the third generation Tsuchikage of Onoki will not miss this opportunity. In the original plot, the Rock Ninjas did not take any action because the collapse of Konoha was like playing house. Konoha had no other losses except the death of an old man and the replacement of a younger and stronger Hokage. But this time is very different from the original plot. First of all, the Hokage is still Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is the biggest problem. Everyone knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen is submissive to the outside world and strikes hard at home. With him as the Hokage, even if the attack fails, nothing will happen. Just talking casually can gain a lot of advantages. This alone is enough to make Onoki determined to take action. Not to mention that Konoha suffered a big loss this time. Thinking of this, Onoki stood up excitedly. Come here. Aanbu appeared in the office with his voice. Go and gather all the Jonin. A firm look flashed in Onoki's eyes. He has never been willing to lag behind in attacking the Land of Fire. And he firmly believes that sooner or later the Hidden Rock Village will be able to defeat Konoha and occupy the fertile land of the Land of Fire. On the other side, the Hidden Cloud Village was even more noisy. Let's go. The 4th Raikage AI led Killer Bee, Dode, and others, as well as a large number of Cloud Ninjas to the border. For the Cloud Ninjas who are committed to dragging Konoha down and taking the position of the boss, they have to create opportunities for themselves when there are no opportunities. Of course they will not hesitate when they see the opportunity now. They just roll up their sleeves and go without any consideration. What stands out is a simple and rough one. Therefore, after the collapse plan, the first reaction of the Konoha ninjas was not to appease the villagers and rebuild the village, nor to retaliate against the Sand Ninjas, but to strengthen the border guards. Because they knew very well that neither Onoki of the Hidden Rock Village nor AI of the Hidden Cloud Village would miss this rare opportunity. Yudin Koharu and Mitaman, and it's not that they don't know this, but they feel that the enemy will not attack too soon. Denso, on the other hand, thinks that even if the two attack, he is not afraid. He should first kill the Chicken Suna ninja to let others understand the consequences of invading Konoha, and then repel the invaders with victory, so that the wood can be rebuilt. Yerong Guang. It can only be said that everyone is not stupid, but they think in different ways. But it's precisely because I'm not stupid that I can't unify my thoughts. As a result, the situation in the entire ninja world became tense instantly, as if the fourth ninja war was about to break out at any time. It was at this time that Dohei finally left Konoha. Chapter 597 No Room Left, Attack with All Your Strength. A few days later. Just when the waves in the ninja world were strange. Pi. Tang Ping stood on the back of a three-legged golden crow with a wingspan of more than 10 meters and flew towards the Kingdom of Thunder. He has mastered the changing rules of Miamu Mountain's entrance. Now, as long as he arrives, he can lead the army into Miamu Mountain. The troops have arrived near the target area, but because the entrance keeps changing, they can only be stationed in a hidden place, waiting for Tang Ping to lead the way. If it weren't for him, no one would be able to find the entrance to Miamu Mountain. After all, not to mention being in a deserted area, the entrance will keep changing, making it impossible to make a decision. But now, with the appearance of the time traveler Tang Ping, Miamu Mountain is directly in danger. The strength of the three-legged golden crow under his feet is comparable to that of a Chuyunin, but its chakra is far superior to that of a Jounin. No matter how much chakra you have, it's useless if you don't know ninjutsu. Therefore, psychic beasts and ninjas work very well together, but their strength will be greatly reduced if they fight alone. Only those who have reached the level of sages like Shima, Fukasaku, and three snake princesses can freely use ninjutsu, greatly improving their strength and being able to compete with cage-level ninjas. Now Tang Ping is just on his way, so he can just channel the ordinary golden crow. There is no need to ask those large golden crows or Tai to help. In just one day, he had flown across the Kingdom of Thunder and arrived at the target area. People, not even dogs, would come to a place like this. No wonder no one could find Miamu Mountain, because it was impossible for anyone to come here. Soon, Tang Ping saw a spectacular scene. In the distance, mid-air, Kirov airships painted like sharks gathered like dark clouds. 30 ships. A total of 30 Kirov airships participated in this operation. You know, there are only 50 Kirov-class airships in the entire castle tower, and most of them were dispatched directly this time. The difference between ordinary airships and this kind of airship is in all aspects except transportation capacity. For example, in terms of survivability and speed, there is a huge difference. Ordinary airships will be affected by bad weather, but Kirov airships can completely ignore most of the weather effects, and will not malfunction or be damaged at will. The gap between military and commercial use is huge. Even though all the major forces have begun to popularize aerostats, the castle tower is not afraid at all, because they know the performance of these two in the war. Each Kirov airship has a load capacity of about several hundred tons, anti-gravity barrier effect, and can accommodate a large amount of war supplies. And it is also equipped with artillery, kunao guns, and other war machinery, which can produce powerful output. If you are born for war, you cannot only have survival and defense capabilities. In addition to these 30 airships, there are also 3 ground effect aircraft below. Each ship is a behemoth weighing tens of thousands of tons, and its transportation volume is astonishing. Because it can carry more than tens of thousands of tons, it is completely a super transportation vehicle and war fortress. It can only be said that in order to attack MT Miamu this time, the castle tower brought all the war tools at the bottom of the box. There are also ninjas and flying troops. Putting it all together, even a raid on the 5 major ninja villages is not impossible. But such terrifying power was used against the holy land of Miamu Mountain, which shows how fearful Tang Ping is of the other party. There is no way, who makes people really mysterious and powerful. The great Toad Sennin, that is, Toad Maru existed before Kaguya came to the ninja world, and later even helped the 6 Paths backstab successfully. With such a record in front of him, how could he not pay attention to it? Based on Tang Ping's guess, Gamamaru was an indigenous monster from the past in the ninja world. After Kaguya came, she swept away these demons and monsters, leaving them with no way to survive. However, they couldn't defeat them, so they helped Rokudo stab Kaguya in the back. Facing this kind of remnants of the old era, if you are not careful, you may capsize in the gutter. Even Tang Ping himself has been hiding his identity information just for this battle. It didn't take long for him to wake up from his deep sleep, but only a few people knew about his appearance. He didn't even mention his name, and he completely kept the confidentiality work to the extreme. And all this is to prevent the great Toad Immortal from dreaming of himself. The ability to predict is so shameless. Fortunately, he had help from the Kingdom of Ghosts, and he knew the rules of the prophecy, so he had such an opportunity. If it were someone else, the Great Toad Immortal might have already known about this plan just now. Pepet! The Golden Crow screamed. Several ninjas using aircraft approached. Tang Ping was using the identity of King Ping at this time, so they naturally did not recognize him, but after seeing his dress and forehead protector, they did not rush to attack, but began to verify his identity. Naturally, the castle tower has a verification method. Ping could pass, so under the care of a few people, we arrived on the Liang flagship. This is also the flagship of the army. In addition to the ninja army, there are also a total of 5,000 flying troops mounted on 3 ground effect aircraft. Step. After Tang Ping stepped onto the deck of the Liang, he released his channeling and looked at the figure that came to greet him to say hello. Chuan. Yes, it was his disciple who came to greet him. Let's go. Chuan looked at Tang Ping, who was a head shorter than him, and pretended to be an ordinary teacher and disciple to lead the way. Yes, Tang Pinjiang's identity is her disciple, so she, the teacher, greets him. The few guarded castle ninjas were finally relieved at this moment, nodded with Chuan and left to patrol. Note, the flying troops are different from them. Because they are ninjas who can escape from the wind, while the flying troops are ordinary people who have been trained. These aerial combat ninjas are capable of wind escape. In terms of control, dexterity, and combat effectiveness, they are countless times more terrifying than flying troops composed of ordinary people. Just like they are both fighter jets, are first-generation aircraft and fifth-generation aircraft comparable? The castle tower has trained these ninjas who specialize in aerial combat. In other words, these ninja battlefields are in the sky, and their ground combat effectiveness is not lacking, but it is not very good. But once there is an air battle, the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. If other forces also form air forces, facing them will be a complete massacre. How are you preparing? Tang Ping also asked about Chi Chuan as he moved forward. Several of them arrived before me, so they naturally knew the situation here better. Everything is ready. Chuan answered seriously. Although she didn't know why she suddenly attacked Miamu Mountain, she could see how important this plan was. Even for this purpose, the castle tower mobilized the vast majority of its forces. Leave no room. She could only see this, so she answered extremely seriously. Yet, Tang Ping didn't say much, but followed her to the command room of the Liang. At this time, a huge sand table has been built here, simulating the terrain of a large area around it, and there are also maps hanging around, indicating that they have not been idle during this period. Not to mention senior executives such as Uchiha Mei, Hinata Sogitsu, Yamamakoji, Uzumaki Kazumi, Abarame Shimai, Uchiha Shizuka, Uchiha Sho, Uchiha Yashiro, etc. There are also Nariko, Korin, Shin, Suijutsu, etc. The 4 little ones were not left behind either, but they were standing in the corner. The full moon of Ghost Lantern is in the Hidden Mist Village and is not suitable for participating in this operation. Yes, this operation did not involve Yekang, Terumi Mei or related faction personnel, only people from the castle tower itself. This is to clear up the relationship between the two parties and avoid being known by others. The 2 major ninja villages have become the same as those of Tang Ping. But that can be considered a trump card. If anyone really thinks that the current castle tower is easy to bully, if these 2 cards are turned over, the opponent can be put into death in an instant. In this operation, Uzumaki Kazumi and Abarame Shimai were also brought along. The former is due to the superb sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu. Especially the sealing technique. When dealing with these huge targets, sealing is definitely the best choice. King Kong's blockade is not effective against ninjas, but the giant toad is definitely easy to handle. According to Abarame Shiwei, it was because the other party had no shortcomings in all aspects, so he climbed to the top within a few years of joining the castle tower. This time, his bugs were also needed to detect and make up for possible loopholes. Let's go and let those toads understand that the ninja world is not a place where they can interfere. Tang Ping came in without saying hello and directly issued the order to attack. Chapter 598 The Alert Myomushin. Mt Miamu. The giant toad immortal who was sleeping in the temple suddenly woke up. But it wasn't that I was dreaming about anything, I just felt uneasy and worried. This is. As an immortal who is good at prophecy, it does not believe that this situation will happen to it for no reason, but it has not dreamed of anything, so it cannot guess the reason. But even if it doesn't dream, it won't ignore this feeling. To be on the safe side, the Great Toad Immortal asked all the toads in Miamu Mountain to be alert and search the interior. With its status, naturally no toad would disobey, so all the toads began to get busy, preparing to search the entire Miamu Mountain without missing a single foreign insect. This is definitely a big project, and it made Shima complain. The child's father, the old guy, must be sleepy. That's right, even the Great Toad Immortal can complain and express her feelings directly. Don't talk nonsense, maybe the elder has predicted something. Fukasaku didn't dare to be as tough as his wife towards the Great Toad Sennin. And Shima only talked about it, but actually carried out this order with all his strength. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find Wentai, who was recovering from his injuries. It can be said that almost the entire Miamu Mountain has been turned over, but there is still no findings. Shima and Fukasaku reported the results to the Great Toad Sage. How so? The Great Toad Immortal murmured to himself. At this time, it was not confused at all, and kept thinking about what it had missed. Sir, what happened? Fukasaku looked at the strange giant toad sage and asked. I feel, the prophecy may be about to happen. The Great Toad Immortal hesitated for a moment and said this. Even if it didn't predict anything, that doesn't mean it didn't feel anything. An invisible threat seems to be approaching, making it impossible to sleep. What? Fukasaku panicked. It was very aware of the prophecy that Mt Mayaboku and Konoha would be destroyed, and it kept urging Jiraiya to investigate. It's a pity that I still have no clue until now. I didn't expect that the prophecy was about to happen. Sir, do you want to notify little Jiraiya immediately and ask him to help? Shima didn't speak harshly at this time and directly stated that he wanted to recruit foreign aid. If Jiraiya takes action, it means that Konoha is also on their side. Unfortunately, Shima didn't know that Jiraiya couldn't leave Konoha now, let alone recruit people to help. Because the war in the ninja world is about to break out at this time, it is too late for Konoha to protect itself, so how can it have any spare power to support Mt Mayaboku? The key is that there is no movement at all, so let Konoha's high-end combat power come to help. Are you worthy? Send it. Just like Konoha asked Mayabokuyama to station high-end combat power in Konoha before there was any movement, he would receive the same treatment. It's true that we are allies, but that doesn't mean we have to sacrifice for you regardless of ourselves. It can only be said that in the Konoha collapse plan, Dohei specially prepared a surprise gift. In addition to wanting to take the opportunity to weaken Konoha, it may also be the reason why he has no spare capacity to help Mayabokuyama. First cut off possible reinforcements, and then attack Miamu Mountain. Just when Miamu Mountain was full of soldiers and there was no clue, Tang Ping finally led the attacking troops to a place. This is it. Tang Ping stood on the deck of Liang, looking at the open space in front of the ship, looking a little nervous. If the calculation is wrong, it will take at least half a month to recalculate. Delaying for such a long time is definitely beyond the scope of Maitreya's ability. She cannot continue to interfere with the other party's prophecy, which means there is no chance to attack Miamu Mountain. No wonder he is nervous. They're just toads. Even if they escape by chance this time, there are ways. Uchihame's expression was as usual, but the comfort in her words could not be concealed. Even if she is as confident and domineering as she is, she will occasionally be gentle for a moment. If it fails, let me use meteorites to completely destroy this area. Hinata Kangyu said the cruelest words in the gentlest tone. The reincarnated eye really has the ability to control meteorites. As long as she is willing, she can really catch one from the sky and smash it down into the ninja world, directly destroying this area completely. The super reincarnation eye controlled by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon is their capital to monitor the ninja world. Because people can really destroy the world. In the original plot, Otsutsuki Tonari wanted to destroy the ninja world, leaving only the princess to create a new ninja world with him. If we really go by what Hinata Kangyu said, we are not sure whether Mt Miamu can be destroyed, but the Kingdom of Thunder should not even think about it. The number of deaths and the destroyed environment are completely unpredictable. If one of them is not controlled well and causes a chain reaction, it may directly start to destroy the world. That's why she said the cruelest words in the gentlest tone. The people around her were all frightened by Hinata Kangyu's words, because they knew that the other party was a ruthless person who didn't talk much, and she could really do such a thing. There is movement. The little cutie Xiang Lu suddenly spoke up. Kagura's eyes. Her reconnaissance range is extremely exaggerated, and she is also extremely sensitive to various movements, so she can detect changes in advance. In comparison, even her mother Uzumaki Kazumi lags far behind her protagonist in terms of talent. Prepare. Tang Ping regained his energy and signaled all troops to get ready. In the open space in the distance, where he presumed to be the entrance to Miyamu Mountain, a thick fog suddenly appeared. Psychic art. He used this technique immediately. Relief. The huge Shiozaki lizard appeared on the metal deck in front of him. Ordinary ships may not be able to carry such a behemoth that is dozens of meters in size. But the tens of thousands of tons of ground effect aircraft like the Liang can be easily carried without any pressure at all. Tadahameru, I'm sorry to bother you. Dopey motioned to Shiozaki lizard to investigate first. Despite its huge body, it is an assassin. Its camouflage and lurking abilities are truly off the charts. Letting it explore its path is indeed the best choice. As long as the other party does not take the initiative to cancel the channeling after entering, Tang Ping will know whether the other party is safe or not, and then make a decision. Even if there is no danger at the entrance to MT Miyamu, no one can guarantee it, so it's better to be careful. Yes, sir. Zongbing Mara's serious voice sounded, and then disappeared on the Liang. Such a huge body can disappear silently, without even being noticed by Tang Ping, which shows how exaggerated the camouflage and lurking ability is. Time passed minute by minute. Tang Ping stood with his eyes closed, the deck no one said anything at all. A few minutes later. Charge! Tang Ping opened his eyes and shouted. Time is limited. If you cannot enter MT Miyaboka within a certain time, the entrance will jump to the next place. And it was enough for him to confirm that Chobaimaru was not injured or dead. It can help clean up the eyeliner, toads, and obstacles around the entrance. Buzz. Following his order, the Liang and the other two ground effect aircraft, which had been prepared for a long time, immediately made some movement. The anti-gravity barrier was running, and then the jet outlet suddenly exploded. It was forced to start without any regard for losses, and headed towards the fog in the open area not far away. In the sky, the propellers of the 30 Kirov airships also began to rotate slowly, allowing them to start moving forward. Looking down from above, it looks like three tigers leading a group of falcons, speeding towards their prey. Logically speaking, ground effect aircraft cannot take off from land. After all, they need to be accelerated before they can take off using the ground effect principle. But this is the ninja world. Directly use the anti-gravity barrier to weaken the weight to the limit, and then jet off. The Liang ship was the first to collide into the fog. Whoa, whoa. Thick fog obscured the view, and only the surging sound of airflow caused by high-speed advancement could be heard. Soon, Tang Ping's eyes lit up. Miyamu Mountain, here it is. Chapter 599. You have a way to die. Bright sunshine, fresh air, green plants, clear streams, rich natural energy. The sum of these is MT Miyamu. Strictly speaking, among the three holy places, only Mount Miyamu can support human life. If it were replaced by Longdi Cave and Shija Forest, they are both types that should be kept away from strangers. So, this is definitely a very good place. Greed. No matter Uchihame or other senior officials, this kind of light flashed in their eyes. Such a good place should be destined to their castle tower. Although the natural energy of Yugu is not weaker than here, no one can have too much of a good thing. Not to mention that it is impossible to develop it there. But once Miyamu Mountain belongs to them, they can use it to reward members of their own forces. At this time, you can also see the corpses of toads everywhere. It is obviously the work of Chobaimaru. It is good at lurking and hiding, so dealing with these toads is naturally not a problem. No matter how powerful Miyamu Mountain is, it is impossible to send a toad of Buntaz level to guard the entrance. The action begins. Tang Ping announced loudly. He did not expect to be able to break through Miyamu Mountain silently. Maybe they've all been discovered now. No matter how powerful Chobaimaru is at hiding, if they make such a big move later, as long as the other party is not a dead toad, they will definitely discover it. And before entering Miyamu Mountain, they had no idea how many plans they had prepared. But there is only one thing that is the most basic. Kill. Those who are not of my race must have different minds. Except for the slug immortal who is really lying flat on his back in the three major holy places, the remaining two immortals are unbelievable. Especially MT Miyaboku. In the past, he dared to interfere in Atsutsuki's family affairs, and later he frequently interfered in the ninja world. It was the other party's plan to encourage Jiraiya to find the Son of Prophecy. In the original plot, it was precisely because of his good relationship with Prince Ming that he enjoyed huge dividends. But this kind of behavior of wanting to be the mastermind behind the scenes is unacceptable to Tang Ping. Not to mention, he doesn't want to have a lofty father above his head. So even if there is no such thing as prophecy, he will go to war with the opponent sooner or later, not to mention that the Great Toad Immortal has the ability to predict. With this alone, the other party already has a way to kill him. Buzz. Amidst the sound of vibrations in the air, soldiers from the flying force began to take off one after another. For this battle, the castle tower brought massive reserves. The war materials stored in the past few years were enough for them to fight a big battle. No matter how strong Myomushin is, they will have to kneel down under their Krypton gold tactics this time. Flying troops. In summary, it is extremely suitable for large-scale wars. On a small scale, the effect is not so exaggerated. Note, what we are talking about here is the flying force composed of ordinary people. If you are a wind escape ninja who specializes in air combat, you can play a huge role in both large-scale battlefields and small-scale missions. There is a specially reserved flight track on the Liang, which is enough for the aircraft to take off in a short distance. Although it is possible to take off from ordinary flat ground, it is too troublesome and far less convenient than taking off from a specially prepared runway. And more than that, 30 aerostats were divided into 6 batches and dispersed towards the surroundings. War of Annihilation. Of course, the encirclement must be arranged first. The 3 ground effect aircraft also stopped quickly. There is only one reason. Environment. The winding and circling terrain of Mt. Miamu makes it impossible for ground effect aircraft to continue moving forward. Although it can fly to a height of tens or hundreds of meters for a short time, this time is not very long, so it is best to stop and use it as a defensive fortress. Pipipi. There were countless cries of toads all around. Obviously, the invasion of outsiders like Dohei caused a full reaction in Miamu Mountain. As long as it's a clam from Mt. Miyaboku, toads will attack them at all costs. Just like if a foreign enemy invades Tang Valley, those golden crows will instinctively attack each other. Leave this to them, let's go. Tang Ping glanced at the toads swarming around him, didn't take it to heart, and jumped off the deck and rushed out. Miamu Mountain can be taken slowly, but the Great Toad Immortal must solve it as soon as possible. So he wants to implement the decapitation tactic. Now that the war has just begun, it is impossible for the Great Toad Immortal to escape, but if the situation really goes bad, the other party might escape. So he can't wait for the situation to stabilize before dealing with the other party. Let's go. Uchiha Mei also took the lead to follow, followed by a tidal wave of ninja troops. There are also about 5,000 ninjas going into battle this time. And the most elite 4,000 people will follow to attack. Just to crush these toads head on. Fire! Yashiro on the Liang ordered loudly. He did not join the attack. He was responsible for staying behind to command 1,000 ninjas and protect 3 ground effect aircraft, so he had people use artillery to clear the way for Tanghei and the others. The artillery on the ground effect aircraft began to roar. The cannonballs drew an arc in the sky and landed in front of Tang Ping's assault force. Boom boom boom. The explosions and flames that resounded throughout the sky completely tore apart all the toads blocking the way. The quiet and peaceful Miamu Mountain was instantly covered by explosions and flames. The entire Miamu Mountain area is not small. But no matter how large the area was, Fukasaku and Shima, who had just returned to their residence, could hear the fighting here. The child's father, something seems to have happened. Shima, who was about to cook, noticed it immediately. Could it be that? Fukasaku thought of what the Great Toad Sage had just said. So it rushed out immediately and began to summon Miamu Mountain's combat power, preparing to deal with these enemies. Toads with different abilities began to gather. Even for Wenta's level, the number is close to double digits. For toads that are more than 10 meters in size, the number is almost hundreds or more. There are countless toads that are a few meters tall or a few meters tall. It can only be said that Miamu Mountain's accumulation over thousands of years is really amazing. Just as the toads were gathering, Tang Ping also led his team to kill them. The tide of toads blocking the road were plowed by artillery fire first, and behind them there was no way to stop their elite force of more than 4,000 ninjas. You know, with this number of ninjas, even the 5 major ninja villages are qualified to attack them head-on. Not to mention that there are strong men like Tang Ping among them, it is simply terrifying to the extreme. And Dohei also saw the 2 immortals Shima and Fukasaku standing in the center of countless toads ahead. Both sides looked at each other. Obviously, everyone has confirmed each other's identities. There is no way, now there are no paperbacks in the hall, just left Mei, right Soiyu, and then Yamamakoji, Izumi, Uchihasho, Shizuka, Uzumaki Kazumi, and other strong people. The pomp and momentum are astonishing, and he can let the enemy know his status without making a sound. You broke into Miyamu Mountain from the castle tower, do you want to start a war? Fukasaku glanced around, preparing to buy time first. After all, the longer it takes, the more power can be gathered. But Tang Ping also had this plan. Because the 30 Kirov airships are not in place yet, it will take some time. Yes, those Kirov airships are not just simple aerial firepower platforms, they also have an important mission this time. Haven't you Miyomushin been looking for my whereabouts? Now I've personally delivered it to your door. Tang Ping was also arrogant. The opponent and their castle tower have long been in a secret war. If the other party hadn't found Yugo's exact location, they might have taken action long ago. It can only be said that, under the premise of knowing the plot, using Buntai to locate Miyamu Mountain is the surefire move. If you don't do this, it will be completely impossible to find Mount Miyamu. We, Miyaboku Mountain, are allies of Konoha. If you do this, aren't you afraid of the Hokage's blame? Fukasaku seemed to be unable to hear the constant explosions in the distance, and directly pulled out Konoha as a shield. So what? Tang Ping looked at the other party with disdain. People, toads, must rely on themselves. No matter how good the relationship between Miyomushin and Konoha is, he can only get through this on his own today. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Tang Ping's face. Because what he was waiting for has appeared. Chapter 600 Carpet Bombing. Buzz buzz. Black light pillars soaring into the sky lit up from all over Miyamu Mountain. If you observe carefully, you will find that these light beams are emitted by Kirov airships and are distributed in the shape of a six-pointed star. Boundary. Yes, this is what Tang Ping uses to talk nonsense and delay time. Each airship has a chakra core on it, a super large one, and is equipped with a complete black rod. And how much energy does each black rod have? It is enough to keep the tens of thousands of tons of Liang in use for half a year, which is simply unbelievable. Even the tailed beast is nothing more than this. With these airships acting as the pillars of the barrier, this extremely large-scale and extremely strong barrier was directly activated. 6-point ceiling formation. Anyway, it is much stronger than the 4 purple flame formation and the 4 red sun formation. XXXX. Do Ping also roughly knew these sealing techniques, and after improving and coordinating with his own accumulation, he created this super large composite barrier. As long as you can't use up all the energy, the barrier will not break. Anyway, even if the 10 tails comes, as long as you don't give the opponent a few tailed beast balls, you can control it. The key is that this seal can also block space. In other words, it is completely impossible for the toads to use summoning techniques to escape now. Is this a barrier? Shima Senin noticed the opening barrier at the first time, and then got angry. Damn kid, how dare you despise Miyaboku Mountain so much? The barrier is naturally used to restrict them from escaping. But in Shima's opinion, in terms of strength, as one of the 3 holy places, his strength is even above the 5 major ninja villages. With such a powerful Miyaboku Mountain, the only one who would escape should be the other party. But now the other party has set up such a powerful barrier, which clearly shows that he thinks that he will definitely escape, and it is indeed a bit looking down on the toads. I just looked down on you Miyaboku Mountain, is that not okay? Do Ping's momentum gradually became rampant. With the barrier, at least there is no need to worry about Miyaboku Mountain getting reinforcements or running away, and you can fight with confidence. There is no need to worry about the consumption of the barrier. With 30 black sticks, it is not a problem to hold on for a few days. At the same time, he really dislikes Miyaboku Mountain. The other party's so-called prophecy, to put it bluntly, wants to be the mastermind behind the ninja world. In addition, the prophecy ability of the big toad sage is too threatening to him. How can he have a good impression? Damn brat! Due to Miyaboku Mountain and its own strength, the ninjas that Shima usually sees have always respected it very much. How could he have received such treatment? He was so angry that his voice changed instantly. Mother, don't fall into the trap, the other party is deliberately provoking you. Fukasaku is calmer than his wife, and he can see what Do Ping is planning. Anger is a negative debuff in the ninja world. Because there is no such thing as explosion in the ninja world. If you want to be stronger in the Vietnam War, it is not impossible to improve your strength due to emotional changes. Prince Naruto. Only he can do this. It is a pity that he can do it with the help of someone to cheat, but he does not really have this ability. If Shima comes to kill him because of anger, Do Ping has enough confidence to kill him instantly. Because his current strength has not been exposed, but he knows the intelligence of the opponent. First sight kill. This advantage is on him, so he will not attack unless it is necessary. Unless he faces Gamamaru, that is, the Great Toad Sage, he will fire at full power without any scruples. At the same time, compared with himself, the opponent is also a first sight kill type. Because in the plot, the Great Toad Sage has not really taken action, so Do Ping really does not know the opponent's ability. Stop talking nonsense. Uchiha naturally knows that the key to their plan this time is to kill Gamamaru, and they really cannot be stopped here. 2 red ghost horns emerge from her head. Extraordinary organ. Then she directly entered the ghost transformation state. Zi. Rain. A pair of wings, 1 thunder and 1 fire, appeared behind her, directly raising her combat power to the level of Cage. If combined with the Manjiki, she would be a strong Cage level boss. Clang, clang. Amid the continuous sound of weapons being unsheathed, the castle tower kept pulling out weapons. Except for a few people, most people used ninja swords. Because the target this time was non-human. To deal with these toads, ninja tools such as kunao and senbon are really not very useful. As for using ninjutsu, please, facing these thick-skinned toads, low-level ninjutsu will not have much effect at all. High-level ninjutsu will definitely be effective, but not many people can master it. So I can only use the ninja sword to poke slowly. Fortunately, the ninja has a good thing in his hand. Detonating talisman. If used against ninjas, they can easily dodge. But it is not easy for the opponent to dodge when using it to deal with these toads. It can be called a targeted divine weapon. However, the faster ones than the ninja army are naturally our own flying troops. Whoosh, whoosh. Air blast bombs and incendiary bombs were thrown down one by one. Air blast bombs. But it is the super killer of the castle tower. The shell is scratched metal, and there are several detonating tags inside. Once the detonating tags explode, it will cause terrifying explosion damage and split the metal shell into metal fragments with terrifying kinetic energy. Although the lethality to these toads will be greatly reduced, it is definitely enough to make the opponent drink a pot. Be careful. Scatter. Buntat, and other high-level officials naturally cannot be unaware of the flying troops of the castle tower. Who made Myaboku Mountain regarded as a mortal enemy after knowing that there is a holy place called Yugu in the castle tower, and has been inquiring about the information of the holy place, and also knows their information very well. The flying troops will naturally know. The falling metal balls are the airburst bombs, which are now available in all major ninja villages. When Konoha collapsed, it was because it was too sudden and the battlefield was in the village, otherwise Konoha would have been wiped out by airburst bombs. Explosion is art. Do Ping complained as he watched the airburst bombs and incendiary bombs raining down from the sky. If there were only 4,000 ninja soldiers behind him, how could they kill them all? The toad line is nearly impossible. But if there is a carpet bombing to open the way, it will be enough to carve a bloody way out for yourself. Boom boom. Airburst bombs exploded in mid-air. The performance of airburst bombs has been thoroughly studied by the castle tower, and it is natural to understand that the maximum effect can be achieved by exploding in the air. The terrifying aftermath of the explosion and the metal fragments carrying terrifying kinetic energy swept everything. For a toad with rough skin and thick flesh, which is nourished by natural energy, the effect of the detonating talisman is actually the same as long as it is not directly or at close range. But metal fragments are different. They can easily tear apart flesh and blood and mince the body. Just like a ninja. Toads have amazing defense against blunt blows, but when faced with sharp weapons, even ordinary people can pose a threat. Naturally, it is impossible for all the 5,000 flying troops to come, and most of them are divided into small teams to hunt toads. There were only about 2,000 people who came to help. But even with this number, they can still exert terrifying firepower. And not only airburst bombs, but also incendiary bombs. Compared with airburst bombs, which are difficult to manufacture and have precious materials, these incendiary bombs are much cheaper and can be said to be the main ammunition for the castle tower. The incendiary bomb is a glass bottle as long as an arm and as thick as a thigh. A large amount of ninja materials are added to it, which is enough to maximize the burning effect. Fierce, violent pillars of fire erupted into the sky, like fiery snakes from hell, engulfing everything around them crazily. The incendiary bombs are filled with white scales, rubber, fire chakra, etc. Even steel can slowly melt, let alone flesh and blood. Pipe! So hot! Run away! Various screams rang out from the toads in Miyamu Mountain. The assembled toads are definitely the best bombing targets. Damn it, everyone rush over! Looking at the casualties of the toads around them, Shima, Fukasaku, Buntat, and other senior officials of MT Miyaboku became anxious, and at the same time they took the lead and rushed towards the castle tower ninja army. At the same time, this is also a good move. Because bombing does not distinguish between friend and foe. Since they can't avoid the bombing, they can directly engage in close combat to prevent the bombing from continuing.